Hello. Oh my god. Hello. It is Sunday, my dudes. I... late. But that's okay. We might go a little bit hard. Not hard. Long today. Oh my god. I was having a nostalgia trip. So hard. Lynn! Hello! How is the Lynn?
Hi.
How is the Lynn? Oh my god. I was having such a nostalgia trip while I was like getting breakfast sorted out and like making my coffee. I had like and like this is a nostalgia trip that no
Lynn is
one
all right.
Yeah.
Expecting a delivery in a few minutes, but
Oh.
otherwise am here and slept, am fed.
Hell yeah. Freaking I had a huge nostalgia trip because I don't know why, but out of nowhere, I started thinking about Disney movie sequels. And the first Disney movie I ever legitimately owned was the Pocahontas sequel. And I started thinking about...
I see.
Here's the thing. I think it's good. This is nostalgic childhood bias, and I don't care. I think it was good. And I think it still kind of holds water to an extent, compared to at least the other ones. Because I went to listen to some of the songs while I'm, again, preparing breakfast. Because I haven't seen this movie, like the last time I saw this movie, I was still really young. And obviously, you don't pick up on a lot of things when you're younger until you're older. You know, that's how that works. So it became a thing where I was like, oh my god. They really said that. They really did that in this movie. And it's that thing of like, I can't explain it without doing it any justice without like showing it. But this isn't a stream about the the Pocahontas sequel. This is a stream about me playing an MMO on Sunday because I don't have any other time normally. The Pocahontas sequel is good. That's all I'm gonna say. Compared to other Disney movies sequels, it's good. And not because it decided to be somewhat historically accurate.
This is a stream about you rambling about whatever the heck is on your mind, while 14 just kind of happens in the background.
Yes, that is definitely more accurate. 14 does in fact happen in the background while I just ramble about anything. But no, I started listening to the songs and I was just like, man. And then looking, because like people also equate the Disney movie sequels with like bad animation and stuff. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah, some parts are can be better. It's got some scuffage parts here and there. But honestly, they put the budget where they felt they needed to put the budget. However big their budget was. Which, if their budget was like $10, then they made sure to put like $3 for every song. I don't know. A low key, a part of me wants to watch it again to see if I like really feel the same way as just the songs. Because, you know, we all remember the songs and all that stuff. So it's like, I wonder. But that's for another time. I haven't been on Final Fantasy in a hot minute.
Same.
I have not done my alliances for the past couple weeks. Oh, I got another little flag minion. I've actually I'll hold off on giving you something else. What about you? Alrighty. Confirm. You're still not even at 500 item level. What's taking me so long to put you there? You're at 86, so you're definitely well below me. And we are at level 88 on Red Mage and still don't know how to play the class properly. Hi, Sasa, how we doing? Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Could I get Red Mage to 89 so that I can get my class set, so that I can give my retainer my current set? I think I can. Because this is item level 526. And then, yeah. Yeah, we can do that. Alright, then let's put these boys on some quick exploration.
Between leveling frontline and MSQ, probably.
Probably. I don't want to do MSQ, it takes too long. I gotta study for my midterm today? Oof. Man, I'm so happy I'm not in college anymore. College sucks. College was not for me. I'm also glad that that the amount of college I did.
I'm told it would have been for me.
It really
Anyway.
depends. It really depends. Like, if you already kind of enjoyed school, or if you're going for a career that does require you to be in the classroom. What?
Walking fast,
Hi,
faces
Nux.
fast,
How
and
are
I'm
you?
homebound. And I need you. And I miss you.
Hello, Nux. So today we're unfortunately not having our weekly D&D game. It's a private one, but like we're not having it. So I'm wondering if I want to stream a little bit longer today. I didn't do grocery shopping yesterday either, though, because I went to brunch with Jester. Because it was a day off that we rarely ever have together. Thanks for the comfy mode. We broke V Bridger. And I'm wondering if I want to just, like, stream my usual amount of time and then just have a later day grocery shop. Freaking grab my phone and take Lynn with me to Walmart. I did that once. And you guys had a great time.
That's always fun.
You guys had a great time.
Always.
You guys had a great time going and seeing a Canadian Walmart. What was I? Oh yeah, I was gonna check V Bridger because it broke.
The aisles, they're so wide and welcoming.
I never, because like when I was like back in Jersey still, it's for a class I have called oh yeah, your rock and roll history. Hell yeah, that should be, well, depending on how avid of a rock and roll fan you are, and depending on what questions are being asked specifically, I feel like this will be an easy nail down test. If they don't ask a single Queen question, you should be able to tell the professor to give you their degree instead. And you just Sharpie your name onto it. I don't know what you're being tested on, so I have no idea. I like, rock and roll is such a broad thing. But yeah. Freaking, I never did. I remember grocery shopping when I was younger with my family. I remember we would go to a place called, like, Food Town. We'd go to Food Town, and then there was another one called, Food Basics. And then eventually my parents discovered that we could, in fact, afford a Costco membership. And then we went to Costco. And Costco is a whole other world. Like, you can't compare a grocery store to a Costco.
Yes, it is.
You just can't. I haven't been to a Costco in a long time, but I would love to go again. We have to do the variant
Warehouse
dungeon.
store is where it's at.
Yeah, no, it's so good. I used to freaking my mom, my parents, they would buy the butter croissants from them, and I didn't know that, like, I didn't know they were called croissants. So my mom would say the bread that they'll call them like shrimp. She would call them shrimp bread because they look like shrimp. And my mom, because I don't think my mom knew how to say croissant either. She would say lo pancito de camarón. And yeah, we would call them shrimp bread. Until I reached the age of reason where I could read a fucking food label.
My mom called it hornbread for the same reason.
And like, freaking me and my brother, like we would eat those. Like we would eat so many of them. We would warm them up. My brother freaking had an extra brain cell than one more brain cell than I did. So he was like, I'm gonna make a sandwich with them. And I was like,
Yep.
And like we wouldn't like fight, but we would like fight for like the last croissant. And they were
Stick it in the microwave for 7 seconds and get it all soft.
Yeah, that's what he would do, because we were scared to put it in the toaster. But like if you put it in the if you have a good enough toaster, you can get it real good. Just for like a couple seconds, honestly, because it's so flaky. And yeah, no, we would we would fight over those. And like, I don't know why. I kind of want like a Costco croissant. Like I feel like that's what I should ask for Christmas. Because
they fell off.
They fell off. No, they were so good. I used to always look forward to getting them. We would buy them, and then we would like, because they'd come in that like that pallet wood of like fucking like over like 2 dozen freaking. We would put the groceries in the trunk and the croissants in the car, because we would be driving home.
Grandma brings them over every Thanksgiving, and it's just like, man, I remember these being incredible.
Oh no. I fucking we'd put the groceries in the trunk and the croissants would come into the car, because then we would, as we're driving home, because Costco was a little bit away, it was like a 20-minute drive. At least because my dad drove slowly because my mom had like car anxiety. We would bring the croissants into the car, and then my mom would be like, okay, like pass me a croissant, and then my dad would be like, yeah, pass me a croissant, and we would eat croissants in the car on the way home. Like,
yeah,
like that was our shit. That was like, you know, my mom would be like, no te lo come todo. Hi, Ryfan. My mom would be like, now don't eat all of them because, you know, you're gonna get a stomach ache and you're gonna also have eaten all the bread. Like, don't do that. But like, we would savor that one croissant, and they were huge. So like, it would take us like a good bit in time.
Still are.
Yeah, it would take us a bit talking, and it would take us quite a bit to like talk, and like, because that's kind of like going to Costco and driving to and from was like kind of family time in a way too, because we would go like every other weekend we would go to Costco. And you know, me and my brother, we loved walking around the Costco, looking at the games, looking at the chairs, and like walking around with mom and getting all the free samples. Like,
yep.
That was like family time. Going to oh yeah, I can't put a mountain in this card. Like, that was family time. And because like, obviously my dad worked most of the week and my mom was doing stuff, and they were tired, and like the weekend, again, like we're home, we can be well rested and have family time. Because like, my parents used to always be like, dinner time is family time. But it never really felt that way, because we were kind of being forced to spend time. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just walking around Ishgard now. But yeah, no, that's like, I have very fond memories of that freaking Costco croissant. I still want to have one to see if it like, if they really fell off, because I feel like, because I haven't had them in a long time, I feel like I'll be able to tell, but at the same time, I feel like low-key I fucking won't, because I haven't had it in so long.
It's
so
entirely possible my standards just went up.
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like, when you have something from childhood, it's like the best thing ever. And then you have it again as an adult, and you're like, what the fuck is this shit? Like with Dunkaroos. I never had Dunkaroos, but like, you'll have like adults being like, yo, I used to fuck these up. And then they have it, and then they're like, this is sugar. So that's also where I'm like...
Yep.
Because Costco is one of those things that, like, legitimately, in a lot of ways, never truly changed. Like, yeah, there are some times where they've had to change a couple things and maybe cut a corner or two, you know, for the sake of costs and things like that. But there are a lot of things that they didn't. Now, I know Jester's family, Papa Jester specifically, he's never liked Costco baked goods. Because he says that they use like a butter or a lard in their baking that is just like shit quality. I don't know. Because low-key at the same time, it's like, as, you know, Jester's parents came to their own, they grew up relatively well off compared to me, where I didn't have bacon until fucking mid high school. Like, I didn't even grow up with bacon. Like, that wasn't shit. That wasn't something that my family ate. Or like...
Bougie Jester looking down on our destitute asses.
like that was that thing where, like, where Jester would tell me, like, he was like, I didn't grow up well off. And I was like, I'd be like, Jester, your childhood home, as in the home you grew up in when you were a baby, like, the first 3-4 years of your life, had an indoor pool. And is now at least $1 million property in this same city, where it was probably several hundred thousand back then, is definitely at least $1 million, at least 800,000 to $1 million now, especially after COVID with housing stuff going on. Like, it had I could just say has an indoor pool. Because I'm sorry, it's one thing if your house can have a pool outside, and another to have it inside, to have a dedicated area of your house to a pool. And I've seen pictures of it too. It's a nice ass house. It's a big ass property too. One of the reasons they had to move out of that property was not because they couldn't afford it. Well, at least it wasn't the primary reason. The main reason they moved out of that property was because when Jester's youngest sister was born, we've talked about her a couple times. She has a rare form of epilepsy. She has disabilities, and she needs constant care and needs to go to the hospitals and things like that. And that can be expensive, but also that requires a lot of time and attention. And a property as big as they had, with like acreages and trees, like they had apple trees on their property, and they would go to the local like orchard places where you can bring your own apples, and they would make apple juice. And that's that thing where it was like, Jester's mom, with how Papa Jester was always working every 2 weeks in, 2 weeks out, every 2 weeks he wasn't home, because he worked on the boat. So Mama Jester is on her own, and with three kids, one with severe disabilities. So yeah, of course you can't tend to a home that big. And that's why they went to get a smaller property, which was still, when I went to go see it my first time visiting Jester, to me was like a castle still. Now, it wasn't like a mansion or anything else, but for me, it just, you know, I didn't grow up in a 2-floor house. Any two-floor house that I was in was a 2-family home, was a duplex, I think they're called. Where it's like, the first floor is its own home, and the bottom floor is its own home. And, like, so to me, houses that had 2 floors was like, you're living a fucking mansion, bro. Like, and like, he had a good backyard. They had a plum tree. They would put like a garden full of like fresh veggies and fruit. And
I remember being middle class for a hot minute. Didn't last too long.
yeah,
Had a house with an entire 2 bathrooms. That was
Yeah.
pretty nice.
Yeah, no, I think they had like 2 bathrooms. Again, they had upper floor, lower floor, and like a whole like backyard and stuff, and it was like in a cul-de-sac. Now thinking back on the house, I'm like, yeah, it was definitely a smaller house. Smaller than what Mama Jester currently lives in now, because they got a nice house. But it was still that thing of like, it was a smaller, easier to tend to house. And when I think back on it too, again, I still think it's where it is now and probably worth quite a bit. The house they have now, I remember because when I went to visit Jester, they were still selling their house. So then near the end of my month stay there, the house sold. So the last week of me being there was me helping them pack and like move themselves into Jester's older brother who had his own place in town, so that they can live there for a bit while they looked for a house. And when it came to the kind of house they were looking for, yeah, if you grew up with a pool that wasn't just an inflatable, you grew up well off. It's like me and Zeppelis. Still like Dunkaroos every now and then, but I can't eat more than one because of how sweet. Yeah. But yeah, when I was like, because what they were doing that last week, we were moving around, we were moving things, packing things, and there were a couple times where they took us to house showing, because obviously they're in the market for a house, they're looking for a house, and one of the things I remember Papa Jester specifically telling us is that he wants to get a house with a pool. He was like, maybe not an indoor pool, but he wants a pool, and they could afford one. So I already knew, I was like, these fuckers getting a bougie house. And obviously you go to a real estate mogul, a real estate agent, you give them the budget of the house you're looking for, what you're looking for in it, the size, the amount of rooms, if it's got what can be accessible through stairs and what isn't, because again, you've got a handicapped child who, you know, can't go up and down stairs like that. So something that's accessible. And yo, some of those, they took us to some of those like viewings because obviously they wanted to see what Jester's opinion was because he was still living with them at the time. And they were like, some of these houses were so fucking nice. I was like, yo, y'all just taking me to castles. Like, what? Like now again, I know Jester's family isn't rich, but they're at least upper middle class, middle to like upper-ish middle class. The house they have is a beautiful house. It has a pool. It has a pool. Castle life would be wild. Girl, Eclair, girl. First off, hi sweet pea. But like, no, that house, the house that they live in, well, now Mama Jester has it because of reasons. But that house is nice. It's a big house. Like where Jester and I lived, we lived on the lower floor.
Second off, haven't seen in workout for a bit. Miss you.
Like lower half of the house, again, their house, her house right now has 3 bathrooms. One is attached to the master bedroom. Then there's then there's like a main bathroom on the upper floor, and then there's a bathroom on the lower floor. And while the lower floor isn't like apartment levels, it has like a living room, and then it had another type of living room that had a door that went to like a storage room. And what they did is they tore down one wall. They took one wall and changed it into a door for Jester's other sister. That way, because what they did is they gave the bigger room to Jester, and it was like, it had like a partition in the middle that kind of split it. And then a door that led to an extra room, and that extra room was going to be Jester's sister. But they didn't want the whole thing of like, she's got to go into his room to go into her room kind of thing. So they tore down that door, they built a wall, and then on another wall that's like accessible through not going through his room, they made a door. And it's now well, she's gone now, but has a proper door now. But I remember that room too, and that partition was actually really, really useful because first off, it was right in the middle of the room. So one half of the room was where our bed, our dressers, you know, that kind of stuff was, your standard bedroom affair. And then the other partition, while still in close proximity, had our computers. And I think that also really helped separate, like, computer online from bedroom stuff. And just felt huge for a bedroom. Like I looked at that bedroom and I was like, I'm in like this is like a studio apartment. It'd be a bit easier if I was like sketch it out. But the reason that those rooms were the way they were is because they weren't intended to be bedrooms. It was meant to be like an entertainment room and then like a smaller kind of storage closet-y kind of thing. That they were like, we could turn these into bedrooms. Now, the person living in where Jester and I were having like as a bedroom now is the respite that helps take care of his disabled sister. She's been essentially a part of the family for many, many years. So when the house kind of vacated, when Jester moved out, it became essentially the respite's room in terms of like whoever came to help out. But then the respite was like, the main respite was like, you know what, how about I've been living, because like she also lived with her family because again, they take care of like kids, disabled kids who, you know, whose families need respite. So that's where it's like their house was kind of turned into like a little, like a pseudo little, not like a daycare, but kind of like a little inn kind of. So like they had some families that they worked with where like every other weekend or so they were like, we'll take them, we'll take care of them, and that way people, you know, these people with these children or like, you know, teenagers or now adults can still like have their time, have their lives, because they have a trusted friend thing where they like take care of them. A respite, essentially. If you know what a respite is, you know what I'm talking about. But this specific respite has known Jester's family for such a long time, pretty much ever since like she was born, maybe a couple years after, but like she's pretty much part of the family. So they were like, why don't you just move in? Just move in. Like, obviously you'll still have your days off and get paid and everything, but you're part of the family at this point. You've known us for so long. We've always been great. You love her just as much as we do. Like, you're your family. Just move in with us. And like, as far as I know, she does. Well, she probably pays an extent of rent, but at the same time, it's like you're already paying her, so she most likely lives rent free technically because she's already taking care of, you know, Jester's sister. Walk-in closets can get kind of big. Yeah. So that's that thing of like, the house is nice, and then again that there was like that extra added living room area that then
I used to live
outside.
out of a walk-in closet.
Yeah. That I don't know if I would call it a walk-in closet, that storage thing, because it was just a room. It didn't have like shelving or anything like that. It was just a room. And it was it was your standard bedroom size. Like, it was a good bedroom size. It was just connected to a greater room. So my idea is that it might have been for storage. And again, there was an additional living room. It had a sound system already in it. But that room was turned into like a pseudo workout, kind of like slightly physio for Jester's sister, and that led outside to the pool, where they also have a cherry tree, like that grows cherries. And right behind them, you'll see like a big vacant field, and then behind that is a field of cherry trees. Because this town has a lot of cherry trees and grows cherries in the summer, and then people come in and pick them and things like that. But yeah, they a very nice house, beautiful house. And no, for my first time like moving out and living with them, I walked into this house, like when I walked into Jester's house back in 2015 when they lived there, I was like, this is a fucking castle. Like, and I would look at Jester and I was like, Jester, you see what I lived in. Like, now my house wasn't tiny either. Well, it's funny because my house was tiny in that it was small in stature. It wasn't a double-decker house or a duplex or anything like that. It was a single family house. It was a long house though. It was kind of like, I guess they're called like a colonial. I guess they're called. I don't fucking know. But it was a long house, but short looking. And it was a one family. And there was like 2 other houses that were the same too. But like, and it had a basement. And the funny thing is, and I remember my dad telling me this too, the house that we lived in was the only house on our street with a registered bathroom in the basement. Because there was a time period where there were these people that moved in. We eventually we had like a little one of our neighbors' houses was bought by a family of Mexicans that were also handymen. And what these handymen offered was something that they were really good at doing was building bathrooms. They were good at building bathrooms, building rooms, and customizing it to your liking. They were very, very good workers. It's funny remembering basements exist. Yeah. And I remember we actually had them come fix up our main bathroom because my mom just kind of didn't like it and she wanted to redo it. She wanted to have like a bathtub that she can put like a curtain on. She didn't like the walk-in baths that had like the slide. She hated it. So, and she wanted like a darker tiled bathroom. And while I remember what the bathroom looks like and I was never super keen on the redesign. It was like my mom loved it and it was like whatever my mom wants. My dad didn't care. My dad was like, it's a bathroom. I go in there and I shit. Like, why do I care what it looks like? But my mom really cared. And my mom is like super like, it's funny because my mom has kind of like low-key shitty taste at times, but she's so particular about like looking good. It's kind of ironic. It's like she's always so about looking good and looking on point, but low-key her tastes are trash. But
So is mine.
so like she was always like, no, we've got to have a nice bathroom so then people go in there like, wow, tu baño se ve tan precioso, qué lindo baño. And we tore that bathroom up. I remember for that time I fucking hated it because I'd have to go all the way down to the basement if I wanted to take a fucking shower, if I wanted to use the bathroom. It fucking sucked because like with how our house, again, it's long ways. It's not up ways, it's long ways. So I'm just not playing the game. But it's long ways. And so I had to go like a halfway's length of the house and then go down and then go the halfways again in the basement because the basement's just as long to go to the bathroom. So I had to walk the distance of the length of my house just to go freaking take a shit or like take a shower. And on top of that, we had 2 bedrooms in the basement that my family rented out. And that was, so it was like now we're sharing a bathroom with the 2 people that were there. So it was like wanting to be considerate of them because to us, that was their bathroom. So we'd have to come in and be like, hi, I just want to let you know. And I did this for myself out of courtesy. I was like, hey, I'm just going to be in your shower for like 10 minutes. Blah, blah, blah. And then that was it. But I fucking hate it. And I think it was like for a week, it was like that. You want the room to have a vibe if you're gonna chill in the shower for 40 minutes. That's a mood. One of the homes I grew up in was an old farmish house, so no bathroom upstairs. Yeah. No, we had my house had 2 bathrooms again. So, but going back to, again, the fact that our house was the only one that was officially, cause like City Hall obviously has like the floor plans of the house, all the houses in the city. And we were the only house on that street that had a registered second bathroom. Because apparently, in this city, and it probably is the same for all cities. I have no fucking idea. But floor plans and any adjustments to the house have to be, the city has to be made aware. Registered bathrooms law. Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, that like the city has the floor plans of every house in the city, of like the properties and stuff. So I hear, and we were the only ones with a registered bathroom. So out of that whole street, nobody has a quote unquote legal bathroom. And a legal bathroom was a toilet, a hand wash, and a bath or shower. So, and that was considered a full bathroom. So, like, there were some houses, I remember one of the houses that I would visit, because, like, it was a neighbor's kid, that would have 2 bathrooms. But it was, like, again, like a half bathroom. It was just a toilet and a sink. And that was the first time I ever saw those, and I was like, this isn't a bathroom, this is a toilet. But, like, for some people, that's considered a bathroom, but not one that you can bathe in. It's just, like, a half bathroom. Either way. So, these people move in. They're handymen. They work on bathrooms. They redid a couple of people's bathrooms, because, you know, and they offered it for cheap, compared to going to actually somebody. And, obviously, you can remake a bathroom, you can remodel it, whatever, but the point is that it stays a bathroom. And the point is that the floor plan stays the way it is, unless
it is Moral Support Monday here, so I'm here to support you morally. You are amazing, like, wow, my gosh, keep up the good work.
Thanks, Nox. Honestly, I'm just talking. Thank you so much, Nox. Is it Monday already for you? Are you in the UK? Are you in the... Huh. I know Monday that Din's supposed to be getting her package, so it's possible. But yeah. So, people ask them to make their bathrooms, things like that. But they also say, we can fully build a bathroom. We can take, like, piping and things like that, and we can make a bathroom. So some people hired them to create whole new bathrooms, mostly in their basement. Well, somebody fucking snitched. Somebody fucking snitched. And told the city that some people were getting bathrooms built in their basement. So then flew a rumor that the city were sending inspectors with floor plans to inspect houses for illegal bathrooms. So a lot of bathrooms were destroyed. And the whole time when I'm hearing that, like, the city's coming to inspect bathrooms, I'm like, Dad, like, what do we do? They're coming to, like, inspect our bathrooms. And he was like, yeah. And I'm like, you don't care? He was like, our bathroom is legal. We got our bathroom with the house. The bathroom was always there. They'll have that on file. We haven't moved. We moved in here on this year. Bathroom's always been there. They can't find me for a bathroom that's always been there. I didn't do shit legal. And my mom was like, this city is so naggy. It's our fucking house. We bought it. Why can't we do whatever the fuck we want with it? And then, like, my dad was like, housing value, like, it's property values and the housing market, honey. It's a conspiracy. They don't want you to do shit with your house. Like, you can't do, you can do some things, but you can only do, like, any, like, crazy remodeling or refloor planning or shit like that. You gotta run it by the city. And most of the times, I think they will approve it, but you gotta pay. You gotta let them know, and you gotta pay, whatever they tell you to pay. There's, like, certain fees and shit for, like, approval. It's so fucking weird. But, yeah. I gotta use the bathroom. I've just rambled for so long, and now my breakfast is
If other people have more authority over your house than you, is it really your house?
And that's the funny thing, too. That was the thing. It was like, but it's our house. Why can't we, like, do what we want with it? It's our house. But, there was probably more to it that my father just kind of didn't care to explain because I was young. But it was just always so funny to me. Because I was like, we just redid our whole bathroom. They're not going to care that we did that. And they're like, they don't know what our bathroom looks like. They don't know. They don't have pictures of our bathroom. I'm sure there's some reason out there. There probably is. But I will be right back. I've got to use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. We're going to go BRB screen real quick. Alright, I'm back. Holy crap. Alright. But yeah. All those detours. My house is not a multi-floored freaking dedicated areas of the house kind of sort of thing. So like when Jester first visited my place, I was low-key really self-conscious. I was like, he's gonna come in my house and he's gonna be like, what the fuck is this? What is this? What is this hut? But even I walked into my house a while back when I went to visit before COVID. And I'm like, my house is an okay size, but it's a small house. But it's still a good sized house. I think it's still a good sized house. Especially now that like I think only my mom and my dad and like maybe one other person live there. But oh man. My house at least never felt like it compares to Jester's place. And if my parents ever choose to visit here, like if they ever choose to come to Canada and not the other way around, because honestly, I feel like at this point it's easier for them to visit me than the other way around. They would probably look at his place and be like his mom's place and be like, like, I remember I gave them a house tour because like when I first came here to live, and I had a moment where the house was pretty empty. I was talking to my mom and I walked around the house. She was like, where do you live? I want to see what it's like. Where do you live now? And I'm walking around and my mom is like, what is this house? Are you sure you're in a house? And the thing is, it's like my mom came from like, the Dominican Republic, and I've been to that house too. I've been to that family house, and it's a big house. It's essentially two houses connected by like a mini courtyard. Like, I've seen my like the house my mom grew up in. My family in DR still have that house. That house is the house that my grandma raised her kid. Like that's the family house. It's just la casa. Like, so like my mom has seen like bigger houses. Obviously, even a somewhat big house in DR is still like maybe like a medium house in the state. But like still, it's interesting. I always lived in pretty biggish houses. I just wanted to not share a room. Yeah. I can only remember so much, again, from my memories. The last time, I only went to DR once. And, like, again, I remember there being, like, the house, a mainish house. And then, like, a house right next to it. And right in between them, there's like a yard-ish, courtyard-ish kind of looking thing where like there was laundry hanging and like a walkway in between the houses. And being like,
I was in high school before I had my own room, and it felt so wrong on so many levels for several months.
oh wow. Yeah. I remember that other house, my family telling me like that's where your cousins and aunt this and uncle that live. But I kind of always used to have my own room. This is kind of weird because it's like I don't remember too much of childhood. I only remember bits and pieces, but I only remember bits and pieces of childhood up to where I was like maybe 3 or 4, to where we then started living to our first place, which was again a duplex, like upper floor area, family home apartment, whatever. And when it was just my parents and my brother and I, like, my mom and dad had the bedroom together. They had the quote-unquote master bedroom. I got my own in junior year because my brother and I became too far incompatible to keep in the same room. Oh. But my parents had the family bedroom, so they had the biggest bedroom, and then there was 2 other bedrooms, and my brother took one and I took the other one. So I want to say from 5 to a certain age, I had my own room. And I say to a certain age because at some point, my grandmother, my aunt, and my cousin from DR came to the States, and they needed a place to live. So they gave them my room. And I remember a long time ago, like, I remember being really, really young and having bunk beds with my brother. So they just brought the bunk beds back. And, so my grandmother, my aunt, and my cousin took my room. That was their room now. That was their collective room. And I had the bunk bed with my brother. Now, me and my brother, around this time, like, we were still kind of, back then we were definitely fighty. We were really get out of my room, little sister, things like that. But now that we were in our own, we had to share a room, we were kind of like, well, you can't kick me out. This is my room too now. I don't like this as much as you do. And this is, again, like, maybe between 7 and like 6, 7, 8. Probably a little shorter. It felt like long, but probably shorter. And again, we had the bunk beds. I was like, well, I don't super duper care for this either, but I mean, it's not like we need a lot of room. It was still a decently sized room. And what I liked about the fact that we essentially then shared what was his room was that it had a window to the outside. Like, I can see a window and see outside. Because my bedroom, while it had a window, it was that thing of, like, the only thing I could see was, like, that weird little skinny alleyway and another house. So it was always dark. So I was like, this is hardly a window. And I remember, again, those were like that, like later childhood, early teenish years. So, and there were times where my brother would go sleep over at a friend's place anyway. So there were good times where it still kind of was like my room. But I remember Adult Swim first becoming a thing. And I remember seeing the commercials for it and seeing like a commercial for like Yu Yu Hakusho and like, again, early Adult Swim, like anime block. Fake window, fire escape hole. Yeah, essentially, kind of, I guess. I don't know. Cause it was too, the weird alleyway was too narrow for there to be a fire escape. Thinking back, I don't even think we had like a window with like a dedicated fire escape area. I don't think we did. Because the other house on the other side of us, it did have a general fire escape-ish area that was almost low-key like a deck, because we would talk to the kids that lived next to us. We would be on, we didn't have like any sort of deckish thing. We would just kind of go downstairs and we would like look up at them, and they were on their little deck and they would talk to us, and maybe they would come down and play with us. But again, like, I was only like allowed to like sit on the little like stairish, stoopish, deckish thing, and not really play with them because we didn't have like a yard or anything. It was just a parking lot. So my mom was like, your brother can play, but you can't, because you're gonna get dirty or you're gonna fall and you're gonna scuff your knee, and or like a car is not gonna see you because you're really small and things like that. And yeah, I don't remember there ever being like those metal ladders or anything for a fire escape. At least not, again, not off the top of my head. I don't remember one. I don't think we ever had one. Oh, by fire escape, I mean house is on fire, just jump and pry. Again, I don't think that window was that, because it was very, very narrow, and like I feel like now, if now at my age, if I reached my hand out that window, I would only maybe be half a foot away from actually touching the other house. That's how narrow it was. That was that narrow where it's like only one person who like side shuffles can like fit. Those houses were way too fucking close. I don't know. But I'm also, again, going on my childhood memory. So maybe you could like stuff two people there, and I don't know, maybe. I can't remember. They did have those little kid grates on the windows, so like kids couldn't like open the window and fall off. That eventually like my parents got rid of because it was like, she can't even get out of this, she can't even open this window. So it's like, what's the point? But yeah, we ended up getting that. We ended up sharing that room. And I remember that bit. And then at some point I got my room back. And I low-key was like, what do I do with all this space again? And also low-key was like sad because I was like, but I liked, again, me and my brother were like getting closer as we were like stuffed into this room. And like low-key kind of missed it. Like, yeah, I had like a better bed, a bigger bed, but like I kind of missed the company. Where like we would occasionally like play video games or just like talk about stuff. And then we moved to where my family is now, and then because we were just so used to each other's presences, because of that period we were sharing a room, me being in my brother's room wasn't that much of a big deal. There were times where he'd invite his friends over, and that's where he was like, get out of my room. But for the most part, we were fine with each other's company. Until, again, like, you know, I'm like kind of having a hard time in middle school, 5th grade, middle school. And, you know, my brother's on his like get out of my room stuff. And I'm just like, I just want to watch you guys play video games. I'm bored. I'm lonely. Can I just please be here? I'm not gonna, I'll like sit in the back. I'll sit in the corner, or I'll just like not be in sight. Can I just watch you guys play video games and things like that? So small house. Small house problems, I guess. I don't know. Those like when I think back to those times, I'm kind of like, they weren't bad. They could have been better, but I think when it came to like where we grew up and kind of how we grew up, I think my mom's own overprotectiveness aside, until she was like, because my mom really chilled out when we moved to where they currently still live, because that area was a bit more suburban. Where we first lived was definitely more urban. Like we were like right in front of them. We were like right at a main street, so very kind of heavy traffic. Kind of not like sketchy, but like there was literally like across the street on the opposite corner, there was a strip club, and that's where like the main bus stop was that we would take to go like downtown. And I was like really young, being like, what's a gentleman's club? So like we lived like literally across the street from a strip club. Like legit, we would walk out of the house, and we would technically always walk out of the back door. We never walked out of the front door, now that I really think about it. I never saw like the front area. But like we would get to where the actual front of the house is. I would look across the street, and there's a flower shop, because we were kind of at the corner of that street. So I would walk across the street, and there's a flower shop, and then we would walk across another street. So we would go, let's just say that I'm facing north and the flower shop is north, and then I would go like west, the next corner, like right next corner, across another street, horizontally as opposed to vertically. There was the bus stop, and there was a strip club. Like I feel like I have to draw it. Like Hold on. Let me see if I can like do it in Final Fantasy instead. Okay. Let's wait till this guy goes away. Okay. So let me, cause I don't want to draw it, cause I don't want to. That's too much work. So like, if I'm to put it in like Ishgard standpoint, let me get somewhere. This is how we work smarter, not harder. So like, say for example...
I see.
So like, say for example... Hold on, could I actually accomplish this better if I go to the pillars? Where am I right now? Actually, you know what? Hold on. No, let's go to Daddy Forton. Daddy Forton. Let's go to his place. I don't remember where Daddy Forton lives. No, that's it. That's where he lives. Just me not wanting to bust out Psy. Okay. So let's just say, for example... Where's Forton Manor? It's all the way over there. Actually, you know what? This might be good. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. I really don't want to bust out Psy. Or Google Maps, because I don't want to, like, even though, like, I live quite a ways away from where I used to live, I don't want to legit kind of, like, dox my old place.
Ha.
It's like, I don't live there, but, like... I used to pass by it all the time after school through the bus, though. So, you know what? I think Ishgard is actually, like, probably the worst map layout to do it on. Can a bitch see a house? Can a bitch see a house? Actually, hold on. No. Let's go to Imperium. I really don't want to bust out Psy. Okay.
If a bitch wants to see houses, try the firmament.
Well, though, you mean like the residential area, right? Not the firmament. You mean like Imperium? Okay. So this might be good. This might be good. Let me just double check. Okay. It still might not be because it's got to be like a good... It was like a standard like crisscross. You know what? Let's go to the main square. Because it was on a main street. It was all Halloween-y. No, that you know it. Fuck it. Okay, we're just gonna bust out Psy. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. Nah, I've already like traveled like 3 places now to just explain a fucking street. Fucking. We're gonna really quick like just change to Psy. Is this working? Is it? Hold on.
Truly your obstinance is most grand.
I'm fucking really dumb and stubborn. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get this shit. How long has I not wanted to capture on book rate? How long is... Oh, it's cause... Is it cause it's... What the fuck? It doesn't want to capture Psy. Okay. Interesting. Okay, here's a... Let's just do window capture then. Okay. So now, okay, so... Freaking... Point to remember. Fucking... Psy is not game capture, Psy is window capture. Okay, well, here we go. Fucking... All this shit to explain a dumb shit. Alright. So, like... Fucking... Now I just need to know how to draw again. So, fucking... Street. Heckin' street. Street. Let's move this a little bit more like this, just so we can get the point across. So, like, there was a house here, and there was a house here, and there was also like a business on the lower part here. So it was a business with a housing on top, but ours was a house. And then here is, you know, the flower shop, and then here is the bus stop, and then I'm gonna try and make this look like lips, and then that's the strip club. So, like, we would get to the front of our house, and then this is the street. I'm gonna put the little lines so that you know it's the street. And I'm gonna put a little car. I'm gonna put a little car. That way you guys know it's a car. Okay. Hold on, it needs a window with a person in it. Anywho, so me and my mom. So this is me and my mom.
This is imperative. Sure.
Me and my mom, to get to the bus stop, we could either cross this street to there, or we'd have to cross this street to there. We would always go the flower shop first, because this street right here was always the busier one, and always the shittiest to cross. So we would cross this would be the one that we did first. So we would go from here, and then always go here. And then this was always closed. This had no windows. It was a black building. And it said, you know, I can't remember what the name of it is. If I look at it, then I could. But, it was called Gentlemen's Club. Need to ensure we don't think a sidewalk without a roof. So, like, again, like, the strip club was right there. Right there. You just cross two streets and there it was. And I remember, like, sometimes I look out my window at night and I would see, like, a couple people here. But because I didn't know what the Gentlemen's Club was, I was like, there sure are a lot of people that take the bus at night. Because our NJ Transit was pretty much a 24/7 thing. So that was that thing where I was like, you know, we always see the bus. So Mom, what's a Gentleman's Club? And here's the thing too, Claire. You grow up with a mom that doesn't know English well. She probably didn't know what the fuck it was either. My mom most likely didn't know what the fuck it was either. My mom never answered me. She was like, I don't know, honey. I don't know what it is. So I believe my mom when she says when she would tell me she didn't know what it was. So, like, I only realized once I got older, like, and I want to say, like, after high school, that apartment building entrance, I'm around that time, like, I want to say late high school or even after high school, when I learned that the term Gentlemen's Club was used for a strip joint that's when the dots connected. I was like, oh, that place is a strip club. like legit, once I learned like the dots connected and I finally understood something from my childhood that I never got an answer to. It's really good we didn't have good access to Google back then. That's a dangerous search. And that's the thing, like again, I eventually got like internet access and stuff when we lived in the second place, and that area was the furthest from my memory. But again, I used to pass by like my early childhood home every day on the bus after school, and we would pass by it and I would be like, yeah, gentlemen's club, whatever. Yeah, that's where we took the bus stop to go downtown, to go to McDonald's, to, you know, for my mom to go like get her nails done sometimes, or when my mom needed to go pay like the bills or go to the or go somewhere like and get something. That's the bus stop. That was in my head, that was the bus stop. But and you know, again, I me being little, looking out the window at night before bed and seeing a bunch of people in front of it and being like, wow, a lot of people sure do take the bus at this time of night, which I want to say was like 7-8 p.m., which is, you know, around those times that strip clubs start getting actual patronage. So it was just funny. I remember like seeing the door too, and me and my brother would knock on it. Because like on the weekends, it was like maybe 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning, my mom would wake us up to go downtown to get stuff or do things. And we would knock on the door, but it's like, no strip club's fucking open at no 8 a.m. Ain't nobody gonna answer. And I remember it had a peephole, I think. It had a peephole too. So even if there was someone behind that door, they're gonna look down and they're gonna see 2 dumb little kids and be like, I ain't even gonna answer this. But yeah. Eventually, where am I going? This way. Eventually, I got internet access. And I grew up with the latter half of my childhood years, I grew up with unsupervised internet. Completely unsupervised. I saw some shit, but then there were some things that I didn't really see. Like, I didn't see 2 Girls, 1 Cup. I didn't see Meat Spin or Lemon Party or all that, like, shock site shit. I remember I saw a bit of Rotten.com, but that wasn't even at home. That was visiting, like, some friends who also had a computer, but their computer was in the living room. And that was something where I was like, why is the computer in the living room? Like, my dad's computer.
Meanwhile, I don't even know any of these names.
Like, my dad, when we lived in the first place, my dad had his computer and it had internet and stuff. But again, I was little. I cared more about like video games and TV. I didn't really see what the computer was. What I saw the computer was a workplace, because my dad would always say that he's working. And again, it was in like a more living roomish area. So again, I don't know what my dad did on it, but like, I never saw him play games on it. I never saw him do things on it. Just maybe burn CDs and listen to music and, again, say he was working. Reading news and things like that. Eventually, later on, once I learned you could play games on it, there was no internet on it. It was a hand-me-down office computer from his workplace, and there was no internet, because back then you had to, like, plug in your computer to shit. And, so there was no little dongles back then where you could have, you know, Wi-Fi. And that's when I learned that, you know, yeah, there's pinball, there's solitaire, there's Minesweeper. And then my dad had like Quake demos, or like Quake in on the computer. And that for me was scary. Oh my god, one day, I don't think it's gonna be possible because it's such an old game. I want to get like Quake 2 from the PC from ye olden times, and I want to see if I can play that. Because I remember there were times where I would walk...
Quake 2.
Yeah, Quake 2. Like, I remember, like, eventually I got access to this game, And it was mostly just walking around and shooting things, but it was so scary to me. It was so scary because it was so dark and grungy and bloody looking, but it was also like really pixelated-y. And like, I want to play it like now as an adult and see.
It was very much all of those things.
I wanna play it again as an adult and see if I can even make heads or tails of it. Because back then I sure as fuck couldn't. I just remember walking around, getting guns, occasionally shooting things, but being scared of all like the blood and the gurgling and growling and monster noises. And not really knowing what to do. But again, my dad would play that game a lot. And then, you know, again, once we started getting, like, my brother also had, like, a hand-me-downish computer. We ended up having our own computers. But again, they didn't have internet. And what my dad would give us a lot of were demo discs. And then the demo discs had, like, computer games. Had SimCity 3000. It had, like, demos, obviously. It had SimCity 3000. It had Pharaoh.
My dad also played it a ton. It and EverQuest and StarCraft.
Yeah. There was one where it was called, like, it wasn't called Drakengard, but it was called Dragongard or something like that, where it was, you played like this lady on a red dragon, and he was a sassy red dragon. And I think the dragon was called Aeron or something like that, or Auron. And again, the dragon was really sassy. I remember Myth 2 Soul Blighter. I remember playing the tutorial for that and like playing around with the classes because you play the actual demo itself and it was kind of boring. I remember playing a game called Silver. I remember Final Fantasy VII's demo was on the a PC demo. Again, SimCity 3000, Pharaoh, which was like just an Egyptian SimCity. I remember there was a Tomb Raider demo. I remember so many fucking demo discs. Like, God, I remember now the time I got in trouble for not knowing the name of a Justin Bieber song I saw on TV as a kid, and I want to see the video for again on YouTube. Like,
yeah, the age of the demo disc.
I remember so many demo discs. And that was how I played games. We didn't have games, like honest to God computer games. We had demo discs. And that my dad knew there were games on it. And that's what he would give us. He was like, there's games in this. I remember we had a VHS tape called The Land Before Time Sing-Along Songs. And it's exactly what you think it was. It was a VHS tape full of songs from the various, at the time, Land Before Time movies. And it was just the songs and with like things so you can sing along with them. And that's how I learned a lot of Land Before Time songs. Funny enough, when I only ever saw like 2 Land Before Time movies, and later on when they would be on Cartoon Network, I would see the other ones. But that VHS tape had a CD demo for a like essentially a kids activity disc of like Land Before Time based games and stuff. And the thing it had a 3D maze. It was like Sarah's Maze. There was a coloring book. And there was like something else. But they were like very rudimentary versions of them. And I remember there were certain things that they would have like the other games there, but when you click on them, they were like, get the full, but like, this is not in the demo, or get the full game, and things like that. So like, back then, even certain VHS tapes came with fucking demo discs. I remember Avon had these things, because there was also Pokemon that was really popular back then, had these like arts and crafts kits, but they were CD-ROMs, where you could take like, it had like clip art of Pokemon and stuff, so you can make like posters and stickers and all these sorts of things with Pokemon themed stuff. And even those CDs were red and blue, so if you wanted to get all the Pokemon, you had to get both discs. I remember, like, again, looking at the catalog of Pokemon, like,
yep.
I remember, like, having Articuno and Mewtwo, but not having, like, Mew. Mew was, I think, in the other disc. Or not having having Clefairy and Clefable, but not having Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff because they were on the other one. We had the red one. And I remember having that. And so like even before actually finally getting internet access, it wasn't a lot, but it was still something to do on the computer. But because it wasn't that, because there was always a limit to it, because it was just a demo, I was never all over it and only on the computer. So I was more on the PlayStation, or I was just watching TV, or eventually when I got bored of even those things, kind of just doing my own thing. Hi, Anthony. I remember when YouTube was mainly used for people to rewatch music videos, since that's all my older sisters used for it. I know I got into after Lady Gaga's music videos at that age. Oh. But yeah, no, I remember. But in you. Hi, Tomato Papa. But yeah, I remember that was my memories of the computer before the internet. And then at some point, my brother got a laptop. And I remember it was a Lenovo ThinkPad laptop, kind of bulky thing. And that had internet access. But I think it was just like plugged in. And I remember being on like, you know, those like kid sites, I never kind of got into Neopets. I tried, but I just kind of couldn't get into it. And it didn't help that I could never name anything like I wanted to, because like you could only use names for Neopets were like usernames. I could never name anything. And I guess like me being a kid, you know, your knowledge of names to create is very limited. But I remember the final name that I had to, like, I named my one Neopet before never going on the site again, was like Spoon and a bunch of numbers. Because all the names I thought of, which were honestly just TV show references, so of course they're not available, were just not available. But Spoon was. Spoon, bunch of numbers, sure as fuck was. So... but websites that I would be on, I remember I was on Barbie.com, I was on Bratz, I was on What's Her Face, I was on Cartoon Network, I was on Nickelodeon, and I was playing those games, and I was on the internet playing those games. And it's kind of crazy because, you know, people have had the discussion and talked about it before, that nowadays on this current age of the internet, that shit just doesn't exist anymore. Blank was the shit. I think because you put the link, you probably unknowingly put the link, Sasa. I think it blocked it. I'm gonna guess you said like Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network, but like, yeah, like all those like toy lines had a website with like games and stuff to play, and they kind of don't exist anymore. I'm talking about the Barbie site. Yeah, no, the Barbie.com had tons of games and they were fun. CartoonNetwork.com had so many good games that I remember playing on. And that was all I would do for like a little bit. And they were short games, just enough to hold your attention span until you moved on to the next thing. Kinder Egg websites, eggs that had codes. Oh no, we didn't have Kinder Eggs when I was younger. They can't really exist since Flash. Exactly, and that sucks. Because Flash was taken down, you can't really have those games anymore, but there were so many. So many of those sites. I remember all the old games that were partnered with like UNICEF during Halloween. Yeah. I remember, and there are some sites where like, because it was an older version of like QuickTime Soft or QuickSoft or something like that. It wasn't Flash, it was like QuickTime. Or Macromedia, something like that. But it was like Flash, but not quite. It took longer to load, but I remember there were these things on Cartoon Network. It was a 4-part series of games, and it was called like Island Resort. And I remember playing this because like at the time, for my little kid brain, the story was intriguing. And you would play these like weird looking characters that I never saw on Cartoon Network, only on the commercials they advertised. Island Resort, yes. And I remember the song do 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 do, and it would loop, but it was like, it was good. That song was fire. And I remember you would play, one of them was like a cat with a bow and a tutu, one of them was like a cactus. Oh Jesus. And I remember you would walk around the island doing like little mini games and things, and you would talk to the Cartoon Network characters. I remember one of them, you had to save these animals from an island, so you had to go talk to Cartoon Network characters to get the things to go to the island. You would have to also get these like talismans to go into the island like volcano cavern, and you had to save these animals. And then once you save the animals, you would have to give them to a certain Cartoon Network character who earlier in the game told you that they wished they had a certain kind of companion. An entire little contained RPG. Yes! I felt proud of how well I did in Papa's Hot Doggeria, especially since Kid Me wasn't very much good at anything. Yeah. And that game, again, was a 4-parter. I remember another game, like Dexter built a robot that could play tennis, but it went out of control. So through that chapter of the game, you had to go and do tasks for other characters, and they would eventually give you an item that at the very end of the game, you would use it to plug up the holes that the robot was shooting tennis balls. You had to plug the holes so that it would overload and shut down. And, Foster's Home? I don't remember those. I want to say I stopped going on these sites, I want to say, like, into middle school. Going into middle school, kind of around that time. But there was another one. There was one where it was, like, the dance. So it was, like, doing tasks and getting things for people and then setting them up with dates for the dance, depending on, like, the kind of partner that certain characters wanted. I love playing games for Avatar: The Last Airbender, especially the game where you can make your own avatar. Yeah, I didn't explore Nick games a lot, unfortunately. I think some of them were a bit too much for the whatever computer I was at the time, or took forever to load. I remember there was one where you would have to... There was a SpongeBob game. Because at the time, I think that was the only show I really watched on Nickelodeon aside from Rugrats. And there was a game where it was kind of like certain like games now where it's like they have the orders and you're making the Krabby Patty to that order. But I was mostly on CartoonNetwork.com and then all those other sites. And another game I remember really loving, because for me it was like challenging and my brother was challenging too. It was called Infect Ed, where it was like Ed ate a jawbreaker that like fell on the floor or some shit. And like now there was like bacteria and a virus trying to like take over his body. And you're like this little dinky white blood cell trying to like fight the illness so that Ed doesn't get sick. And even back then as a kid, I was like, does this game not know half the things Ed puts in his fucking mouth? I think a jawbreaker that fell on the floor will be fine. Yes, that guy Phil. Hello. I'm not playing the game. I'm talking. Oh my god. This is about to turn into a just chatting stream. I'm just a just chatting streamer that pretends to play games. Like, I'm almost ready to like look up videos and like really just go and like lean into the just chatting right now because oh my god, so much nostalgia. And again, thinking back to those demo discs, like, you must be Suspelled. On behalf of House Derendere, I thank you for entertaining my offer. Allow me to get right to the matter at hand. As you may know, Lord Francel's efforts to bolster trade with some of the most prestigious merchants from the three nations have borne considerable fruit. As such, we have need for capable airship pods to shuttle supplies to and fro. This was a firmament kind of thing. Lord Jolmond has spoken highly of your expertise. I would have you train the next generation of pilots who would steer Ishgard to a brighter future. It is my hope that this will serve to provide an honest, profitable trade for a number of unfortunate souls who call this place home. It's like, what? Oh my god, I miss getting demo discs. Yes! Hi, Okami Games, how we doing? My lord, don't know what to say. You show great mercy to this battered, broken man and give him a chance to rebuild his life in a way he never imagined. I am honored and blessed to accept your offer. For as long as I draw breath, I will serve your cause with every ounce of strength and passion that I'm able to muster. I just wanted to get this quest out of my thing, and I remember it was like firmament related, where it's like the Ishgard restoration quests. It'll be really cool if it actually starts showing the firmament like differently on my end. There's also the matter of securing funds necessary to operate the facility as well as to maintain our fleet. Lord Edmund, I trust you to count and support House Fortalm in this matter. Yes, Daddy. Support them. That is no longer my decision to make, but I will consult with Arturiel, and I see no reason why he would not be receptive to your cause. When you arrive at Fortalm Manor and said you would speak to me in private, I must admit I had my doubts of what you had in mind. This is also like free experience for my red mage. But I cannot very well turn a blind eye to the unprivileged men and women of our society, not when in favor of Ishgard stands before me, ready to fight for them. This is why you brought Mistress Nivicola here, is it not? You may think yourself subtle, Lord Charlemagne, but I am wise to your ways. After all, this is not the first time you've brought me around to your cause, though this time at least I can say it is a noble one. For years, House Dorander and Forton have struggled for supremacy, but we are not so different, you and I. It is such a terrible thing that we take advantage of each other from time to time, I think not. Besides, I cannot very well let you live a life of leisurely retirement while I remain on the front lines, fighting for men and women who have been forgotten for far too long. As members of Ishgard's most privileged class, it is our calling to lead our nation into a new era of prosperity and enlightenment, and I, for one, have no intention of shirking this duty. Yeah. And you get freaking little glitteries for Forton and Durndare. I wonder if Domain Restoration has quests like these. I think so, but I have no idea. This is something that, like, I've been kind of, like, slowly, like, tackling as I see a blue quest, because now I see a blue quest and my brain neurons activate. My brain thinks I'm gonna get something, or I'm gonna see something tangible. Like, this area just kind of fixed itself. This area of the broom looked like ass. Now it looks good. So, like, that's really cool. So it's the quest to make the broom look less like shit. I hope that's the case. Because look, it's looking better! I hope that's the case. Get more crafters and gatherers up. Well, again, so far, these firmament quests, I haven't had to do anything. It's just talking to people and going places to talk to another person. These are just the blue quests that are around the firmament, whether you're a crafter or not. Alrighty. I walked around the broom a little bit earlier, so let's give it a little look. Also gives me freaking 25k experience. Let's go, experience. So yeah, this place was like raggedy and shitty looking. Now it's like cleaned up and like tidy. Like there's a door here now and posters. So this is still like the broom. Mira que se ve limpio. Mira como se ve de limpio. It's clean. That looks clean. The aetherite, look, there was like shit here. Pero mira que se ve cotojadito, mira. It looks clean. Yo, I might actually be doing these like on my offish time as to like that wasn't there. I don't think it was. And I think as you do more, like this place tidies up a little bit more. That's so cool. But yeah, no, I remember. Oh, this wasn't here. Yeah, this wasn't here. So this is new. Yo, me like, that's so cool. I love that. We love seeing our efforts bear fruit. Yes. But yeah, a little part of me wants to go back and like play these games. But like obviously Flash is fucking dead, so you can't. But like I remember, and it might have been before Flash fucking died, so even that site might be gone. I remember there was a site that you could play the old Island Resort games from CartoonNetwork.com and a bunch of other old Cartoon Network games. And I again, also just the age of demo discs, playing games
also,
like
that feel when you find a pretty cool design, but it's also super obvious the image is AI anyway. Carry on.
Oh, that's the worst. Legit, I was looking for like VTuber backgrounds that were free that could fit my vibe so I can have like a room background up until I can go and like find an artist to buy one from. And I have 2 artists in mind. It's just a matter of like really getting an idea for what I want for like a background room. Because I've kind of been low-key wanting one for a while, but obviously it's not a priority. But like, I remember I shared them with you.
Workout fashion.
Yeah, I remember I shared some of them with you, Lynn, where I was like, look at these are so pretty. Some of these really fit my vibe.
Yep.
And then we looked more into it and it was fucking AI. And
They were gorgeous.
I was so mad. Because the person was like, these are VTuber backgrounds. You don't have to give permission. You can blah, blah, blah. And I was like, man, these look so fucking tight to like just be free shit. And then we figured out it was AI and it all made sense. And I was so, oh yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah, just like looking at that. Yeah, that's AI. Just looking at where the pockets line weird. Yeah. That's AI, unfortunately. Okay, but did you see the Overwatch dude who made an AI piece to celebrate his goodbye and they just stuck a bunch of Yes, I saw that. That was so fucking awful. That was awful. Hold on one sec. Let me just quickly do something. No, I saw those, Claire. Oh my god, they were so bad.
Oh, if you zoom in, it has weird splotches all over the place. But damn, that's a nice outfit.
It's very, very prevalent with people who aren't normally artists that then dabble into AI and shit. Because there are all these details where, you know, even people like us would glance over it and not notice it until you start looking at the details. And I'm the kind of person that when I first start looking at art, I admire it as its entirety, and then I start looking at all the details. So I don't blame other people for not noticing it right away, but like, I feel like AI artists especially, because they keep, well, AI artists, AI users, because they keep trying to peddle that it is art, that it takes time and creativity to properly utilize the tools and all that shit. It's like, okay. With art, yeah. Actual art. Hi, Sky! Mwah! With actual art, you have to... You want to look over your work and go over the details and make sure everything's right. But AI users don't seem to do this. And that's why, especially with that Overwatch piece, just the dicks, the severed head, the fucking weird fingers, the fact that nobody holds a hat like that, a snapback like that. Like, there's so much wrong with it that even at just a passing glance, you're like, something's up here. But then when you take that time to look at it sweepingly, and you see that fucking dicks, it's just like, what? The users be
just
like,
going to send it to Eclair because I can.
Yeah, no, do it. I don't like being on DeviantArt, mainly aside from the artists I know don't use AI. Mainly big users flooded with AI, and you can tell because it all looks the same. Fucking, here's the thing with, like, DeviantArt, and I was barely a DeviantArt user in the first place. DeviantArt has always had some sort of issue, and when they do something about that issue, it gets resolved and then replaced with another dumb issue. It started with, like, art tracing and people, like, stealing art. Then it got replaced with, like... a lot of people like tracing anime pictures for bases. Then it got full of like doll maker posts where people would just post their doll maker results. Then the NFTs happened and DeviantArt kind of did something about that by like trying to like be like, hey, if your art was found as an NFT, we can do something to help you take it down, but they only linked that to their paid service, so artists that never paid for DeviantArt were still ass out. And now, again, like, yeah, DeviantArt is full of AI art. And there were also some moments where, like, when big artists like Sakimi became very popular, when bigger artists got really popular, and through things like Patreon, were able to give other artists tutorials on how they do their work. And most people just did that to essentially turn their art style into that so that they can be popular doing the same thing. So then you had a bunch of people who can draw and do well, like Sakimi-chan, doing exactly what Sakimi-chan does. So you had like half of DeviantArt look like Sakimi. And then yeah, with AI, all that art gets thrown into the AI machine, and now all the AI art looks the same because of the first early batches of art that was popular being thrown into it. And that's why now it's like all the art looks the same, because it's AI generated art based off Sakimi-chan and a bunch of people copying her art. So that it's just it's just one fucking shit show that replaces the other one before it. But I just never cared for DeviantArt. And it sucks that a place that was so like that tried very hard to be a for artists and like for the artists kind of thing, kind of just DeviantArt has always dropped the ball, is essentially what I'm getting at. Never once have I been on DeviantArt and felt like, yeah, this place is for artists. Have you seen the AI poison filter going around? No, I haven't. AI poison? Oh, like people putting like fucky shit into the AI system so that it fucks it up even more? I think I have, but I'm not sure. Also, you're always welcome to join in if you want, Sky. You're always welcome, you know that. But yeah, never once have I gone on DeviantArt and been like, this place right here is for artists. Never. Like, I knew how to properly categorize my shit because I know people would post memes on DeviantArt, whether it was like motivational posters and things like that, because I remember for a brief period, hi Skybean. Hi Skyry, how you doing?
Been busy working on shit, but I wanted to stop in real quick. Yeah, so I'll have to try to find it here.
Yeah, you have.
There is a new filter that's been going around that has been like really poisoning the AI systems and stuff, where it's like if it gets leaked into it even once, it will completely fuck it. And so like it'll just start like, it's like a parasite where it goes in, it'll take like information where it's like, yes, you are looking for a cat. Well, here is what looks like a cat, but it's actually like slowly shifting into a dog. Cake into a cow. It like really like Claire is saying, it actually like genuinely fucked up the coding like a lot. And it's hard to remove. Like you would have to hard scrub your entire AI system and start from a clean slate, because as soon as it's in the AI system, you have to basically just scrub it clean.
Wow.
I came in here to meme on DeviantArt being a cesspool of degeneracy, but we came here to get educated, I guess.
I've just been bouncing back and forth again, talking about old Flash games on CartoonNetwork.com, old demo discs I used to play, and then pretending to play Final Fantasy 14. You know, I'm just a just chatting streamer, but no, I feel like I've heard about that because I think I'd also heard of people like uploading like watermarks, like art with watermarks into it, or just certain watermarks, to kind of make it so that AI will already like put really intrusive watermarks on shit to like make it like just unviewable. So like I've heard of that because people would use AI to remove watermarks. So they're like, fuck you, we're gonna watermark the art even more so that fucking even AI art doesn't know doesn't even know what a watermark is anymore. So wow, holy shit.
But yeah, it is I'm really glad to see it, and I hope like it gets passed around a little bit more. I gotta go find that post again about it. But yeah, like it actually is like messing up the code. So like if you're trying to look for one thing, it's going to give you something else and also distort the shit out of it as well until like it's literally just unusable. Wow. It like I said, like once it's in the system, you like if you're an AI user and you accidentally like use a prompt that ends up using somebody's artwork that has that filter, it literally will just poison it and it'll act very quickly, and it'll start messing with all the image coding in it, and so like then eventually like anything that you're looking for, you will never get it. And the only way to do that is to do a very hard scrub of your AI system, which is incredibly difficult.
Yeah,
it's annoying as fuck, but it's also extremely difficult. And then you would have to like retrain it from the ground up and hope to God you don't accidentally get like another image that does that to you, because literally like it's just impossible to be able to stop that from happening. You have to just be lucky enough to not end up accidentally getting that into your system. You can't pick and choose.
Malicious compliance is great.
Oh no, that's great. there's that one post going around Twitter of like an artist AI user that like has like that schoolgirl cutting like a dinosaur's head off, and it's bad. It's bad. And what I love right now, because I remember their post and I remember reading it like earlier today or yesterday about how hard it is to be an AI artist, how you have to meticulously find like the process, and how they even drew the girl ahead of time and then used AI to enhance it, and like that it's hard, guys. It's so hard to do AI art, and that artists should use it to enhance their stuff.
15 minutes, so that's fair. But
What I find hilarious though is that there are some artists who are replying to the image, who are replying to that and being like, "Yo, I did this in like 2 hours. It's so much more dynamic and convincing than your bullshit." Like y'all really be looking for every excuse in the book. If y'all put this amount of effort into actually learning how to fucking draw, like
yeah, here. Take a look into the antisocial corner. I'm gonna post this here. This is essentially what the poison script will do to images.
Okay, so clean model dog, 50 poison sand. Oh my god. Oh god.
Oh sweet, man-made horrors beyond my comprehension.
Ugh,
But like that's the example of the poison samples if they end up getting caught in the AI system, and then afterwards. Like now, whenever they would try to look for a dog, they're going to get cat images. If they ever try to look for a hat, they're going to get cake. Or like, you know,
a handbag getting toaster.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Like,
I love the Mandela catalog.
It's crazy. Wow.
Yeah. It's insane. And like, this will really help heavily combat AI art programs and stuff and keep your stuff from being taken by doing that.
Because they talk about how like, oh, it's so sophisticated and how it's like it's, you know, making, you know, getting art so accessible, but it's like, but look how easy it is to fuck it up.
Mm-hmm.
Look how easy it is to fuck it up that you don't have to worry about with actually getting an artist. I don't have to worry about the artist I hired not knowing what a dog looks like anymore. I could be like, draw a dog and I'll get a dog. I'm not gonna get a toaster.
Exactly.
Now you think that, but I've seen really old, like medieval art, and I'm questioning if people have ever seen an animal in their life.
Yeah, because like, well, here's the thing, like, especially back then, it's like, it wasn't as accessible to get that information. Like, I can't remember one.
Like, who the fuck doesn't know what a dog looks like? Medieval artists, apparently.
The medieval artists also didn't have like proper anatomy or know how to draw babies. Babies are hard. Hands are hard.
Mm-hmm.
like hands always been hard, bro.
But yeah, Eclair, Eclair's saying like that's deeper than the poison I knew about. Yeah, no, like this poison legitimately just ruins the AI program.
Here, I'm gonna put the image in stream so you guys can see. That's not it. I forgot I'm using the link, so I'm gonna do a browser source. Yeah, you guys at home will be able to see it in just a heckin' secondonis. Look at this shit. Look at that. Hold on, let me actually also like put this freaking here so it looks like it's where it needs to be. Heckin', look at that shit. Look at that. Look at like dog and car and handbag and how through like the poison samples it stops being what it was. The second dog one, after 50 poison samples, and the car after 100 are like nightmare fuel. Like, what the fuck is that?
Like, and all it takes is a simple filter to be able to completely screw their coding. And again, like, this is very much like as soon as it gets leaked in, like, it's not like it needs 50 like specifically poison samples. It's not like it needs 50 of like one image that is poisoning it. No, as soon as that AI program even touches it, it now creates samples that are poisoned. And by
those
creating
keep
cancels,
furthering poison it.
Yeah, it keeps on furthering the poison until it becomes 100 poison, and then 300 poison, and then just so on and so on and so forth until eventually it gets to a point to where the only way that you are going to be able to even use this program anymore is by recreating it from the ground up again.
It's almost
So-
like it's more like a virus.
You get one, and because it's self-learning, it's less like poison and more like a virus.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say it's more like a virus. It just replicates and replicates based on the previous iteration, and it just gets more and more fucked because it's working with fucked material. That is
Yep.
crazy. Holy shit.
Though in all honesty, the bottom right, the abstract concept art, looks like Disco Elysium art.
Huh.
Not gonna
But-
lie.
But yeah,
Well then.
it is really great how this simple thing will genuinely if somebody starts using this as a way to protect their communities. Like
Mhm.
let's
Sure.
say DeviantArt decides to actually be good people. Yes, I know, haha, not happening.
It's
But
not.
let's say for
They never
example, DeviantArt or Pinterest or something decides, all right, you know what, AI. Okay, listen, I know all the people are bad. Okay, we get it.
No,
Yeah.
you just said fucking Pinterest, and I'm just like,
Yeah, right.
Pinterest
Well, like-
is.
Go ahead.
Keep going.
let-
Yes, keep going.
All right, listen. Barring the fact that internet companies suck, we know, we get it. If there was an internet company that wanted to protect their clients and their images with that program, they very much could with it. And anybody who even tries to touch that area will basically just ruin their AI program.
I
Yeah.
like this idea.
I still use the fuck out of Pinterest for references. Yo, Pinterest is like the bane of my existence whenever I try to look for anything on fucking Google. Every time I try to look for shit and I'm like, oh man, this is a good image, it's on fucking Pinterest.
Exactly.
Like, I
Same.
have to,
hate
every
it.
time I Google anything, I have to literally put minus Pinterest to remove Pinterest from my search results. I hate
That's
that
how you do that.
yes, those are just,
I've been doing it by hand like a fucking.
those are
like, goddamn caveman.
basic search engine tools. If you use minus, it'll remove those from the result. And if you use quotations, it'll use specifically what's in the thread of quotations, like one after another. So like, for example, if I was looking for, let's say I was looking for like a jacket with like a specific style of pockets, but I don't know the type of the pockets. So let's say the style of pockets is like a bell-shaped pocket. I would put a string in between quotes that says coat with bell-shaped pockets. And hopefully if someone has put that exact string of words into their results of whatever the actual name of a bell-shaped pocket, it will find that. Now, why though? The reason I don't like Pinterest, first off, it is used a lot in art theft. But another thing with Pinterest is that it's pretty much just one big repost machine. You take the image, then you upload it onto Pinterest, and then maybe put a source. And in order to get to that source half the time, or just to see the full image, is such a pain in the fucking ass. And
Yeah.
even more so, again, when whoever uploads the picture doesn't put a fucking source. I understand why people use it. It's essentially just a pinboard. It's not meant to be an image search engine or in an art gallery site. It's literally just a pinboard. I totally understand it. I fucking hate it because it's not even used for that. It's not even used for that. It's annoying. I'm also the kind of person that when I look for references and shit, I save them to my computer. Because sometimes you just don't have net access. Back then when I was younger, when I would want to look up freaking Inuyasha pictures just so I can have them for my wallpaper or to practice drawing, I would save them onto my computer instead of like bookmark them or whatever. Because sometimes I just don't have like internet. I sometimes just didn't always have internet access. Or back then when you had fucking dial-up, freaking I'd have to get off the internet because mommy wants to call Tia Mosita in Santo Domingo and wants to talk to her for an hour, and that means that I can't be on the internet. So that's why I just had the pictures on my computer.
Yeah.
And that's how you become a data hoarder.
Dude, I actually had Grant go through all my files, see what was what, and he just like, so all of this here, I was like, yeah, just put it all in there. Yeah, I save a lot of stuff. Just move it over, you're fine.
Mm-hmm. God, I remember early YouTube, it would take like an hour to like load up like a 4-minute video, and I was just like, this fucking sucks. That's why back then I wasn't on YouTube a lot either, because it was like, again, when you had like the shittier side of the internet, it was like how how can I even be on this for hours on end like people are
Hi.
now?
High-speed internet was a mistake. It's the source of all of our problems. If we all had shitty internet, we'd get off for a while.
Probably.
Oh, yeah.
Again, like back then, like before I got internet access and unsupervised access at that, I would just play demo discs. And again, when you don't really have full games and you have demos instead, like it was so easy to just not be on the computer for that long because a demo only goes up to a certain point. A demo only has so many features. So you get bored and you can only do the same thing over and over and over again till the point that you just know it like the back of your hand. And yeah, I could move on to the next demo disc, but then it's just the cycle repeats. And I could also just turn off the computer and go watch TV or go freaking play a video game that I do have access to. Like, you know, at the time, because eventually I did get Final Fantasy VII, but on the PlayStation. So of course I'm not going to play the demo on PC anymore. So, or again, like
Nintendo games. I played so much Donkey Kong 64. Holy shit, dude.
I didn't have a 64, unfortunately. We
I
had
should get an emulator. I probably
we
do
had
that again.
PlayStation, a PlayStation and PS2. And again, like I remember playing a lot of like Barbie.com, Cartoon Network, and all those old games. And I'm so sad like you can't go and play a lot of those old games anymore just for nostalgia's sake. Because holy shit,
Yeah.
were those games my
You
shit.
can't even do Wayback Machine because Flash is gone.
Well,
you can
like
see
there
the
was
web pages, but you can't really. You know.
Well, here's the thing. Back then, and I remember, again, I think it was before Flash eventually freaking bit the bull, like kicked the bucket. There was a website because these games, like, as things got better, you could easily just save these games onto a computer and run them like a Flash program. And what people would do is, as CartoonNetwork.com and all those other games, those other sites stopped hosting games, people would download them and host them on other websites. Because back then, for the time, they were probably big, but later on, they kind of weren't. They were maybe a couple megabytes because, you know, you can only do so much back then with space. And there were websites dedicated to hosting these old games. I had found one that had all 4 parts of the Cartoon Network Island Resort.
Yeah.
And now I'm not sure if those sites are around because, again, Flash is gone. But like, again, I think back on all those things. I remember it wasn't even just games. I remember going on like brats.com and watching like the videos because they had little web series before YouTube was even a thing. And
Dude,
like
I did that with Bionicle for a little while. Then I got bored of Bionicle. But
yeah, there were these like sites that were low key, kind of like they were like E-bombs or Newgrounds at the time. But instead of it being creator hubs, it was just like, you know, again, like brats.com and things like that, where you'd watch like movies and they would lead to games and they had stories in them. And those shits just don't exist anymore. And that's so sad.
Only
that's so sad.
Videos on YouTube at like 240p.
Like
ancient cobweb corners.
Like that's that kind of stuff that I'm just like, man, like low key, we did kind of have it. Like, even though we had shitty internet, we had it kind of good. Like, at least we had shit to do. I saw a post on Twitter that was like, low key, the internet nowadays sucks because all you can do is watch videos and shop.
Yeah.
And then I looked at that and I was like,
nowadays is like kind of lost its luster. Like, it's trying.
Legit. I looked at that post, agreed with it, and then was like, I need to do some shopping when I get home.
Shut the fuck up.
I was like, do I have to go on Lush later and like get more shampoo? But that's really, like, it's true though. Like, yeah, what do I do on the internet besides watch videos, engage with Twitter for like maybe a couple minutes, and then maybe look at like online shops and stuff? Like, yeah, I don't do a lot on the internet besides like be on Discord.
It really sucks. Like, I remember playing shit for hours and hours. Mm-hmm. Especially at school, when no one, because they didn't know what supervision was. But because we all did, like, all those old places, I miss them so much. And I miss a lot of stuff that I try to find on Newgrounds, like old shit. I can't even find it there anymore.
No, they're still there. I remember one time I found a Naruto, when I learned what Newgrounds was, and like Naruto and like those like anime were starting to like kind of boom and be popular. I remember I had heard that you can play anime games on Newgrounds. because again, you would go on like Cartoon Network and those sites and they weren't there yet, or if at all. And I remember I found a Naruto game and it was like a dating sim, and I was like, oh, okay. You know, I'm a girl. I'm a girl watching Naruto, slightly budding and learning what thirst is. So of course I went for Sasuke. And then, you know, I get to the end of the game and there's like a special thing, like you play your ending, and then it turned into porn and I clicked off because I was so confused and like, like I was pretty sex repulsed when I was younger.
Why would Naruto allow such a thing? Oh my god.
Well, here's the thing. I knew Newgrounds wasn't like officially sanctioned stuff, and you could see it pretty early on too. But I was like, yeah, I knew that it was people making anime games and stuff, but I didn't know that porn was on Newgrounds. No one told me that part.
When I found that out, man.
Like literally, I click this button and then I see a dick go into Sakura's mouth, and like raunchy porn music, and then I click. That game is still on Newgrounds. It's still there. And I remember that was the first time I heard like one of the Japanese ones, one of the Japanese themes for Naruto. I remember you load it up and it was like so sakana shimi o yasashi sani jibun nashi sa o chikarani. And I was like, what the fuck is this hamster dance sounding fucking?
See, I'm a lot more of a fan of the flow go. We are fighting dreamers, Takami wa mezashite fighting dreamers, Naru furikama wazu fighting dreamers, Jinjiru ga mamani oli oli oli, just go my way.
Right now.
Not because we didn't get that song in the dub.
We
didn't get that song. They skipped over it. But like,
for some fucking reason.
Honestly, I do love that song nowadays. But like, legit, younger me was like, this is so high.
Yeah. God.
Oh my god, that would have mortified me as a little kid. I was like, at that time, I kind of knew what porn was, hentai was, because around that time, I have an older brother who also watched anime, who was in high school and in that time, and I remember occasionally I would walk into the room and they were looking at hentai, and like, it was mostly images and not video, but I remember they were looking at that stuff, and I was like, ew, that's gross. Like, I was pretty sex repulsed when I was younger. I wasn't exposed to that sort of stuff. And the most I ever saw of it was like my mom's telenovelas that kind of went into it, but didn't show anything. Hi, Nightshade.
Hi, Nightshade. I remember, like, my own experience. I was just like, what's this? And then I just went down the rabbit hole. I wasn't repulsed. I was just like, neat. This exists.
I didn't understand it. And it was that thing of like, and we all know how like hentai looks with like how the girls' faces look. And obviously you look at that face, and as a kid, you're like, she looks like she like stubbed her toe. Like, like, she doesn't look like she's having fun. What's going on here? Like,
what are y'all talking about?
About unsupervised explorations when we were younger on the internet, like New
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna dip on out of here. I gotta get back to work, but I love and appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good rest of your stream. Bye bye.
Meanwhile,
Bye-bye.
my force real experience with porn was fairly similar. I was looking at Evangelion stuff online, and saw a flash animation with the characters, but the colors were kind of off, and yet it was a flash orgy animation.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was.
Great. Cool. That's fucking. I can't
Bye-bye,
imagine.
Sky.
I can't imagine how poorly animated it would be.
Probably
Man,
pretty poorly animated. Again,
It's
like
probably poorly animated.
that.
Weirdly well, actually.
Weirdly well. You know, it doesn't surprise me either. Sneaking in to give everyone a smooch and go back to work. Mwah, mwah, din. But yeah, no, I again,
They let
seeing.
supervised watch.
Yeah, no, one of the reasons I also clicked off was because I didn't want to, like, potentially, like, someone walk into the room. I'll make sure to keep listening, make sure that Lynn said bye. Hell yeah. You gotta wait till Lynn says bye-bye, or at least hear her say bye-bye.
Then will you be allowed to leave?
Lynn
Bye.
said bye shortly after you dipped.
Yeah. Wait, where am I? Okay,
Take care.
I have to go over there.
But no,
I think my what was it? My first NSFW was a little website called rotten.com.
I've heard of rotten.com, and I remember the only thing I ever saw of Rotten, there were a couple things. Because the idea of Rotten was that it was essentially a gross shock site. And yeah, I remember one of the things it showed was like an old lady with like her tits out, but she had like star pasties on them, or at least that's how they censored the image. And I remember we didn't even see because it was just a gross site. I don't know what else was in it. I just remember there was images, and I remember one specifically. And the title for it was "Nobody had seen him in over a week."
Yeah.
And it was images of a bloated corpse on a bed.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like it was a man's corpse, a relatively like big fat man that I guess died in his sleep or whatever, I don't know.
Mhm.
But his body was bloated, and it was blue, like blackish blue and bloated. And it was pictures of his corpse from like various angles. His face, there was no face. It was just like bubbled up, like there was no face. There was a picture of his dick. It looked like a snail. Like it looked like a snail shell. It was just a long curled thing. Like his fingers were like swollen and gross looking. Some of them didn't have fingernails. Like I should not have seen that when I was young. But at the same time, half the time I didn't even know what I was seeing, because it was that thing of like, I didn't even know that was a dead body. Like, I looked at this and I was like, is this like a prop? What is this? But now, like, thinking back, I'm like, no, that was a dead body. Now, can actual dead bodies bloat to that extent? I couldn't fucking tell you, my dude. Maybe if they were still submerged in water, but no, this was a body on a bed of like a really obese man.
It would depend on a lot of factors, but they can.
They I know that they can bloat due to like gases and stuff.
In high school, I think they can. It depends. I'd have to get myself to be able to give a better take.
Yeah, I remember not obviously, like, again, only so much bits like I was able to describe, but like I couldn't give you nitty-gritty details because it was, you know, there, but it was, I'm not gonna say it scarred me because I didn't have like nightmares or anything, but I just knew that whatever I was looking at was gross and I shouldn't be looking at it, because that was the point of Rotten. People only go on Rotten for, you know, this is that thing of like, if they see us on this site, we'll get in trouble kind of thing. And yeah, no, sites like those existed even back then. It's just you wouldn't have known about them unless somebody told you. And the kids at the time who showed me were older than me, so like in middle school, early high school, and me, I'm just in like elementary-ish school, you know, being shown rotten.com. And yeah, all I knew is that whatever I was seeing, I should not be looking at it. I don't really like what I'm looking at. And yeah, if I get seen on this site, I'll get in trouble. That's all you got to tell me, to never be on that site. And I've never been on that site till this day.
Well, that site's gone.
I didn't even know it was gone. Like,
yeah, no, it's gone.
Ripping pepperoni.
It was purged from the internet in like 2012.
oh wow.
Wow.
Something like that. A while back. Because my experience with it is that I saw a picture that said bad helicopter accident. It was just a guy's head chopped off, or the top of his head chopped off because he stood when a helicopter blade was moving.
Oh wow.
There was a bunch more, like, you know, there was that one infamous one with the girl in the Corvette where it's like, you know, she got into an accident and they showed like the nitty gritty of, like, you know, the car was like basically it hit like looked like it hit a dump truck, and the girl was like all crumpled and shit in there. There was just a bunch of bad stuff on there. And
Yeah,
I-
no,
I- I
again,
remember.
that was essentially like early Reddit's like 50-50.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
before Reddit had the 50-50, it was just the 100. It was, you're going to see bad shit on this site. It was either gross shit or like gross off base pornography, like again, like old ladies and shit.
Sure.
And then yeah, things like dead body, crime scene, forensic photos, shit like that. And again, it was like, even as a little kid, I was like, why would anybody want to see this? Like, why am I being shown this? Why can't we play like games? Like
Yeah.
even as a little kid, I was like, I want to go on Cartoon Network. I want to play Barbie. Like, why am I looking at this? What is this? Like, I
Yeah.
didn't understand it. I didn't understand. I was not at that mental capacity to be scarred. I was just like, I don't like what I'm looking at. Can we literally do anything else? Can we play like fucking the Treehouse game on your DOS?
Like,
The
fucking,
people were pretty bad, but I think the ones that gave me like horrid nightmares, and it's probably because I'm a sociopath, is when I would see like that kind of shit happen to like, okay, so there was like a video of like a cat like
I already
choking
don't like this
on the smoke, and I was like, that one gave me like nightmares for weeks. Like the people didn't give me nightmares. It was the animals that did, and I don't know why. I mean, I don't know.
both are pretty bad, but like an animal's an animal, right? You don't. That's sad.
Animal
People-
doesn't really know what's going on.
Yeah, and it's also sad for people. Like everything is sad. Obviously, it's just
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
It's kind
like,
of crazy nowadays that there still are videos like that being made of animals being abused. Like I don't understand.
I
get really violent when I think about
I
animals.
don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about this kind of stuff on stream, but I think Nightshade already knows about some drama that was going on thanks to some very diligent people about a certain person named Kiro.
Oh, I absolutely. Yep, I know exactly what that is.
It's a
don't-
whole rabbit hole of absolutely vile
Yes.
things.
Yes.
No, I remember
Like,
hearing about a case, and I don't know if it's related to that, about a cat in a blender.
No, but I
No.
wouldn't be surprised.
I
That's-
know that it was a video of a cat, I think in a blender or in something like that, and
I know what you're
people
talking about. Yeah.
people
Cat
had
video.
traced the video's origin to somewhere in China
Of
or
course.
somewhere in the East, and because it was a thing of like rightfully people got pissed off. When it reached the West, people were pissed off and be like, we need to find this person. And then people like Anonymous and those like hackers were able to trace that the video originated in the East and in China. And the same dude put a cat in the yeah, of course they put a cat in the microwave too.
I want to put their fucking skull in a microwave.
Now, I remember,
No, I know how this.
thankfully I never saw these videos because it was like a lot of people were trying to scrub it as much as possible, reporting people reposting it, reporting sites with it and stuff. So it became very hard pretty quickly to find this stuff, and not like I would want to find it anyway.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I remember they traced it back to China, and that's where I stopped hearing about what was happening because it was still relatively recent. The microwave cat thankfully survived. Oh wow, thank goodness. But eventually, I stopped hearing about it because they found it was in China, and they were also so when Chinese users learned that it originated in China, they were gonna try to get to the bottom of it, of where in China and what can they do about it within the realms of legality. And it's so hard with China because it's like, I think in some provinces, for lack of a better word, like pet rights or animal protections aren't
exist, yeah.
they're not that they don't have that they don't exist. It's just they're not where we are at in terms of they're not there yet, or they're like still working on that. And
no, I know how this story ends. I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, I don't know how the story ended. I don't know if they found or arrested, but that was the thing where it was like, if there was anything that they could be arrested on, was essentially like posting fucked shit on the internet. And like posting violent matter, and to an extent, yes, animal abuse, because at least in Asian countries, people getting their pets kidnapped is a problem. At least legally wise, you can probably get a case of, hey, that's my property that's being stolen and defaced, but not so much that it's an animal. I love violence. It solves most of my problems. Well, I don't know how you feel about cats and blenders run away. But
I'm sure when it comes, I'm sure he's talking about like I want to do the
and that was that thing where it was like the internet, I think, was going into vigilantism, where it was like, well, we need to find this guy anyway, because if they can just get away with it, then I've seen worse, sadly. I know you've seen worse, Hunbun. You work in an ER. But
I can tell you how it ended if you want.
I mean, does it have a happy ending?
Kinda.
Just tell us the ending. I've been remotely curious, but like,
they tracked him down. They did find out who he was. He was like early 20s. I can't remember the name of the guy.
Doesn't matter. I don't care about the name.
But there wasn't. I think he was sentenced to like a year and a half. But after that, people kept doxing him, and I know he got beaten up a couple of times.
Uh-huh.
And it was just people just wouldn't leave him alone because they're especially people
rightfully so.
they kept saying he's going to do this to people eventually. He's going to do this to people, and you're
it always escalates to people. This is early serial killer behavior.
So yeah, they just kept like they just kept doxing him wherever he went, and I believe he was eventually put into a psych ward because he did some really crazy shit.
Yeah, no. Apparently, again, this wasn't his first foray into murdering and torturing and doing these things with animals. And no, again, rightfully, I say rightfully so, even though I don't normally condone doxing and harassing people to this extent. In this case, it's like, I'm sorry. Like, anyone with any sort of knowledge of like serial killer history and serial killer backgrounds, and even the signs of someone potentially becoming a serial killer, abuse with animals or some sort of anything to do with animals and body parts of animals and animal corpses, that usually is always somewhere in a serial killer's repertoire. They always started with animals. Whether it was killing animals, dissecting animals, or doing things with the bodies of animals. That's usually where it starts. And people usually, especially early on with kids, mistake it for like childhood curiosity. And when it's
almost every serial killer starts with animals, usually pets.
Yeah. Or again, like pets that they find or animals that they can get their hands on. And again, some people think early on that it looks like an interest in animals and wanting to, or even in biology and sciences, and even end up encouraging it. But again, depending on what's that home life and how that goes, that curiosity can very easily be twisted into something more macabre and sinister that will then eventually lead to people.
Yeah.
And I think Jeffrey Dahmer was fucking one of them. Like, the fucking cannibal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Sasa, I don't want to seem rude, but is the conversation about the severe animal abuse going to end soon?
Sorry.
I am sorry.
I think we said our piece.
If we're gonna have a red alert to show to the world, it no longer is doxing, it's warning the authorities. Biology no longer dissects frogs for high schools, but in college they had us dissect pig fetus. Yeah, I think we're kind of done with the animal abuse conversation. That being said,
I just want to let you know how it ended.
Yeah, we just kind
do
of.
We want to do 14 stuff.
It's again, this is just like chilling and talking about stuff, and again. We're kind of done talking about like animals being abused and stuff. That is something that I absolutely do not stand for. That being said, when it comes to the slightly more grisly conversations that we talk to, my streams are 18+, so yes, always proceed with caution whenever we go into tangents, because we will go into them, and sometimes this is
not giving a heads up on that, considering.
We obviously we're not. We don't mean to go into the actual nitty-gritty stuff. but I also understand people don't come to hear that stuff. So
Yeah.
either way,
Yeah,
I think it's safe to say we're done with it. That being said, again, I go into a lot of tangents. Some things are a little less comfier than others because even though while I consider myself to an extent a comfy vibe streamer, I'm also not shy and not averse to talking about more serious topics that can be uncomfy because again, in order to have those comfy vibes, uncomfiness has to be a thing. One does not exist without the other one. I kind of see myself a bit more realistic in those sorts of aspects. I'm not shy about talking about certain things to an extent. So that being said, if you ever feel you need to step away from the stream or mute, or again, even ask these questions, obviously feel free to, and I will, tell you, I'm sorry, we're still on this topic, or I'm sorry, we are now moving on. Let's talk about petting animals.
It's always
and feeding them
weird for
treats.
me, what with how butchering is a part of what I do, and I
Yeah.
often find myself wondering why people would think I'm any different.
Yeah, it's again, and this I think comes back to intent. Like things that Jeffrey Dahmer used to do. Again, early on his father thought was his son being interested in the sciences. So he would bring home roadkill so that he could dissect it and look into it, and even taught him how to skin animals and things like that. Like again, like that a genuine curiosity of those things happen. If you grow up in a family that normally engage in hunting, you will be exposed to that sort of thing. I remember seeing pictures of like my Papa Jester when he was younger and the moose that he would hunt or the deers that he would hunt and how they would skin them and open them and pose pictures with them. That was just kind of that lifestyle, that hunter life.
The
know,
fact
getting
that people
food.
can hunt moose without fear is baffling to me. I'm just like, wow.
And then that goes into a process of, proper butchering, proper, care and going into that. Obviously, butchering an animal doesn't always have to be something that's reviled or seen as a bad thing. It all becomes a matter of the intent. Why are you doing this to the animal? And in the case of, again, hunting it the way they did, it was, well, we got to eat it. We got to make sure that it's clean so we can eat it. We can sell this pelt or do something with it. We can do something with the horns. And I remember when I was in high school and also in college, I dissected a frog and I dissected a cat. I dissected a cat twice. One of the only reason I took an anatomy class in high school was because I heard you can dissect a cat. And I was like, yo, I want to do that. I want to say that I dissected a cat. I thought that was fucking cool as fuck.
I biology, we were going to do frogs. We just got sheep eyes.
Yeah, no, my high school was a technical vocational high school. So when it came to like the sciences, it leaned in on those because they were also doing things like medical arts. So the medical arts classes and the medical arts side of things, they would have to work on that stuff. The seniors, I remember hearing, I don't know if it's true, but I remember hearing that the medical arts students would occasionally not have like actual corpses, but would have like simulated corpses to the best that you can at that time. And they would kind of as if examining on a real person, or they would dissect pig fetuses and cats and frogs and, your sheep eye, your sheep brain. Whereas in some high schools, they'd be like, yeah, we looked at an owl pellet. And I'm just like, what?
We did that too.
No.
that was for more forensic, for the showing of how decomposition can affect if something eats something.
Yeah. Let's talk, let's see. And feeding the trees or shoving chinchillas in our hoodie pockets. I mean, not long ago, butchering was kind of not much of a business and more of something they taught you at school. We dissected a worm and a pig fetus. I'm sure AP Bio got better. Yeah, so again, the cat dissecting was strictly anatomy and physiology. Biology was where you had the sheep eye, the sheep brain, and then at the end of the year, you did the frog. And then anatomy was the cat. You also did another frog. And then I remember in college when I went into like biology, there was also an anatomy and physiology. And in that one, we also did a cat and we also did a frog. But I remember the difference between the cat in high school and the cat in college. Well, first off, in high school, we didn't have to skin the cat. We just opened it up, looked at certain things, found them in the cat system, and then like explained what we saw and what this would say maybe about the cat. And then just kind of put it back in the formaldehyde bag, tied it up, and then they would go be humanely disposed. And these were cats that came from shelters where they were put down, or and things like that. So most of the cats, if they were male, they were fixed. If they were female, they were spayed. So they were like missing some things. I remember in high school, and I've told this story a couple times, and this could be sad for some people. So I will actually give a warning. This might be sad, or affect people a certain way. But in high school, I remember the professor, Dr. Myers. I love him. He was such a like fun little nerdy guy. He was like a short, and he had the like little bushy
5 dissected chickens, ducks, geese, sheep, goat, deer, elk, rabbit, raven, and raccoon. Oh, also bullfrog at school.
Yeah, like he had the big bushy that big bushy scientist like mustache and like the glasses and stuff. If they had to put them down, that's the way to get a good use out of their corpses. Yes, so these were cats that were humanely put down one way or another, and would be given to the school. Now, back then, probably some places were more humane than others, because I remember there were several ways to put down animals, especially with shelters in mass. And one way they would put, way back when, at least that's what I was told, if they had to put down a bunch of animals at once, they would essentially put them in a gas chamber. And that's how they would mass put down animals back then, until that was considered inhumane because you're gassing a bunch of animals. But that's how back then shelters would do those sorts of things. So my professor remembered back then, because back then they would always do these cat dissections. Gas chambers are the most humane way if you use nitrogen. Yeah, I don't know how they would do it, but eventually they stopped doing that because people were saying it was inhumane. I don't know what gas they used, but they would gas animals in mass in certain shelters if they had to put down a lot at once. So, that being said, sometimes...
also a bunch of fish and crustaceans.
Oh, no, I couldn't with a fish.
Carry on.
Yeah. So, now, and back then, some shelters, whether they were smaller or not, weren't able to check their animals as well as they could before putting them down. So, now, remember that part. Some shelters could not fully verify that certain animals were healthier at certain phases and certain stages of stuff before being put down. So my professor remembers that they were doing their cat dissections, and one of the cats was pregnant.
Oh, no.
It was a pregnant cat.
That's not good.
So she had kittens. She had 4 kittens.
Yeah, that always sucks.
She had 4 kittens, and she was put down around that time that, you know, they would gas chamber some cats in mass or dogs in mass. So obviously she gets put down, her body gets donated for academics, gets in our school, cat dissection day happens, we find a cat with kittens. No, it was rough. What happened, what my professor did, because obviously, the students got sad. The students got sad that, you know, you find a mama cat with her kittens. And what they decided to do, because there were still some that it was like, this is still, as tragic as it is, it's kind of another, you can turn this into a lesson in a way, you know, trying to kind of spin a positive out of it. What they ended up doing was, because she had 4 kittens, so 3 of the kittens they buried. They when it came to disposing her, they buried her and her 3 kittens, and I can't remember where. It was a lot somewhere on the campus. They got permission to bury her and her kittens. One of the kittens they chose to preserve in a jar. Kind of like how you see like in those like science labs and stuff where they'll like have something. They put it in a preservatory jar, and this was like the science labs kind of like their cat fetus essentially. What? Yeah, no, they again, like I'm kind of like, I understand where some people would be like, what the fuck? But at the same time, this is a very rare happenstance. So they bury the mom cat with 3 of her kittens, and they kept one for preservation purposes. To also be like, hey, this is our cat fetus. Like, we found this, blah, 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 blah. Because at the end of the day, that cat corpse was school property. So they can decide what they wanted to do with it. And the school was already doing us a favor.
My school's biology teacher had a whole bunch of bones and preservation jars in the cabinets.
I can't see this in my mind in any Yeah, no, and that's completely fine, Eclair. Like, when I was told this story, I thought it was a little weird, but also really interesting because that's not something people get to see. We don't get to see that stuff. So that was that thing of, like, you know, for the next bit, it was like when we would do the cat they would do the cat dissection, my professor would bring it out, tell the story, and be like, hopefully we never have to do this again, but this is what this month-old fetus in a cat looks like. And again, it was an educational thing. Well, one year someone stole it.
Awesome.
Someone stole the cat fetus.
And before that.
So and wow. I remember he was telling us about this, and I was like, Dr. Myers, do you still have the cat fetus? Because low key, I'm gonna be real with you, I wanted to fucking see it. I'm already gonna tell you right now, I only signed up for this class because I wanted to dissect the cat. So I was like, yo, Dr. Myers, you got that cat fetus?
Yeah.
And he was like, he was like, I'm sorry to say that I fucking don't. I don't got that cat fetus. And I was like, what happened to it? He was like, someone fucking stole it. Someone stole the jar with the cat fetus. Someone either came into the class while there was nobody in it or whatever, stole the cat fetus. It's gone. We don't know what happened with it. Obviously, there was no cameras in the school at that time, so it's gone. And there are some people that want to believe. So at the end of the day, you can decide how the story ends.
Had an early stage cow fetus, a pig heart, some eyes, and a bunch of skulls from various animals, like several large cats, birds of prey, foxes, and what have you.
Yeah. And I'll come back to you with like how like intent really matters too, because I also have a couple stories of cat dissection day. Not a lot, but yeah, you can decide what happens to this cat fetus jar. Someone could have just stolen it as they thought it was cool and macabre or whatever, and now has a cat fetus in their abode with a funny story to tell about how they stole the fucking biology anatomy teacher's cat fetus. Or some people want to believe that they heard the story about the cat and were probably told where on the school property the cat was buried. And some people want to believe that the cat fetus was stolen so that it can be buried with its mom and its siblings. That's what some people wanted to believe. That's what some people like almost say is how it ended. Because nobody knows who stole it. It was never retrieved. Nobody knows what happened to this cat fetus. So some people want to believe, and one of the reasons why we probably weren't told where on the school it was buried, some people want to think that at the time, if my professor was telling people where it was, kind of like, you know, if people want to visit the cat and leave flowers for the cat, you know,
as humans are one.
People want to believe that after that, the cat's place was never disclosed and that the cat is now buried with its siblings. Some people think that now this asshole just fucking stole it and now has a cat fetus in his house or whatever, because probably just another sick fuck. We don't know. So that's kind of a choose your ending sort of thing. But what I come back to when it comes to intent, my professor, as while some people might think it was weird, his intent for keeping it and choosing to keep it was for educational purposes. Because again, it's, you know, you'll probably never get a chance to really look at a cat fetus and there's something you can learn about, you know, fetal development. It's already fucking dead.
Yeah.
It's already fucking dead. But Meanwhile, in freaking cat dissection day, and again, these cats are already dead, but me personally, I still believe in some respect for the dead, whether it be an animal or a person. And there are some people that do not share that ideology, and some people were kind of fucked with their cats. The story that I heard that made me want to do cat dissection day was from my big sis. And my big sis is a little bit rough. And sometimes getting into things is a little hard. I know she's not this kind of person. She accidentally snapped her cat's back.
Ooh.
Cause again, they're in formaldehyde and they're dead, so they're stiff as fuck. So when you've gotta like get into certain parts for the assignment, sometimes you gotta maneuver the cat's body. And she's, she was strong and snapped the cat's back. There are other people, and this is my specific cat dissection day, where somebody thought it was funny to behead their cat.
Why?
So that they can chase, because we were put into little lab groups. They thought it was fun to behead their cat so that they can chase the girl in their group around with the cat head. Teenagers are assholes.
Just fucking God, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again,
That's so weird.
some people are just fucked. They see a dead body, whether it's an animal or not, and don't care. And yeah, no, that was that thing that even my professor, Dr. Myers, was like, come the fuck on. And he had to, like, first off, he wrote them up, because that's in a way is a form of bullying, because this girl was screaming her lungs out, being chased around the lab with a cat head. Also, said student was still holding a fucking scalpel, which those bitches are sharp.
Yeah.
So he got him for running around with a dangerous object and low-key bullying, but also ended up having a talk with us about respect. And it was like, he was like, I don't care if in your mind it's just an animal, and a dead one at that. These are given to us. These are donated and given to us by the school. They are school property. I will write you down for defacing school property. And just, in general, horrible behavior and disrespect. In my lab, if we are handling these things, you will treat them with respect and safety, not just for what we are dissecting and what we're doing, but also for your fellow classmates and myself. This is a matter of respect. And that's, again, why I really freaking loved Dr. Myers. Dr. Myers was a fucking G. And, like, again, like, it all comes down to intent. Some people thought that the fact that he kept a cat fetus was fucked. Well, I'm sorry. I think the guy that cut off the cat's head and chased a girl around was more fucked than that. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, like, yeah, and just in general, even if the freaking kid wasn't gonna do anything with the scalpel or whatever, it's
Doesn't
like
matter,
you're running around with a sharp ass object. You can hurt somebody. You can fall and hurt yourself. Like,
when someone tells you not to run with scissors, it applies to anything sharp.
so yeah, that was cat dissection day.
I don't think anyone in classes were that off.
In college, we had to skin it, and college was a lot more boring. We just,
Why did you
again,
have
no crazy stories of college cat dissection day. Yeah.
Well, I guess everyone else stop somewhat settled in their mind, so But why did you have to do that?
I don't know, man. Some people are just fucking.
That seems like a weird extra step that's not necessary.
Yeah, because I remember we had to cut them from the midpoint of the neck all the way down to essentially around where the tail would start on their booty.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry, I'll be right back. I just gotta take care of something.
Yeah. So, by that time you're already seeing like the neck organs, the thyroid, and all that stuff. So someone just decided, well, let's go deeper. And yeah,
I guess it's see the musculature, I suppose. Is that it?
Yeah. The reason could just be becoming more comfortable with cadavers. And yeah, that's the thing. It's like, and the reason this anatomy and physiology class even existed in the first place was because, again, we had this was at the technical vocational institute. Most of the kids that are here, especially if you're in the medical arts, you're going to be handling, you have to be familiar with bodies. You have to be familiar with organs and stuff. It's just, you can't dissect people, so let's dissect the next best thing. A pig fetus, a cat. And yeah, and when you do, though, when you're in those medical arts, if you wanted to go to a trade, mortician is one of them. And yeah, you got to get used to handling dead bodies. But yeah, that was, my high school was rad. My high school was rad. But, Final Fantasy 14. It's a game you can play.
Yes, it is. My only big things at my high school were robotics and forensic science, like criminal forensics.
Yeah.
That was an interesting class.
There was absolutely no need for me to take anatomy and physiology. I just wanted to do it.
Yeah, those were electives I had. The year before, instead of robotics, it was like automotive car stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take that, and then I find out the next year, like, oh, you can't have got rid of that program. Now we have robotics, so now I know how robot arms work.
Oh man.
I also built a hydraulic trebuchet because that was part of one of our plans to build something with hydraulics.
Mm-hmm.
Little, you know, those little pump needle things.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I know Jester's high school, they had like a metalworks.
God, I would love to take metalworks. I took carpentry instead, actually.
Yeah.
They didn't have metal, just carpentry. Yeah, woodworking class was fun.
I remember, again, my high school also had metalworks, where one of the things that they did, one of the first things that my brother made with metal, he came home one day with like a big metal die, like a 6-sided die.
I
was
just
like,
had shop, which was like wood and metal stuff.
Yeah. Like, I remember him just giving it to me, and I was like, the fuck is this? And he was like, it's a die. And I'm like, yeah, but like, where'd you get this from? He's like, I made it in school. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, we just took a hunk of metal. We like melted it and like fucked with it. And then we like used like a hydro press to like get it, to compress it. That's why it's so fucking dense and heavy. And then I used like fucking shit to like carve like the die, little die dots on it. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. He's like, yeah, don't give it back. I was like, okay, here you go. Like, it was one of the first things he made. The very first thing he did was a bicycle peg. Those pegs you would put in the back seat so someone can like stand behind you. That was the first thing he made. The second thing he made was that die. I think there were other things he made, but I couldn't quite remember. And what my brother specifically was studying in high school was AutoCAD. So like program assisted engineering and drafting, whether it be architectural or machinery. And he had actually won an award.
Learned a few different welding methods, how to use AutoCAD, and also a bunch of wood cutting tools like the bandsaw, electric sander, and what have you.
It's your first click clack. Yeah, my first actual like die, but it wasn't technically mine because then he was like, okay, I'll give it back. We were always jealous of metal shops. We had an auto shop, but I wanted that metal room so bad. Yeah, my brother had won an award, like an AutoCAD award, because he had like designed like part by part, like a type of gun. And because he went so ham and in depth with designing that shit for like certain calibers and things like that, it was obviously an airsoft gun. It couldn't be a real gun, but he again won an award for that shit, and like got it like printed in like actual big like AutoCAD like shit. Like if anybody ever wanted to, they could build that gun with his schematics.
And I didn't even up getting to keep the stuff I made in shop. The teacher asked if he keep them to put in the display case, and I let him.
Oh. Yeah, no, my brother still has it. It's rolled up and in a tube. And he still has it. Yeah, no, my brother was like super into engineering and like creating machinery and stuff. So that's why when I eventually learned that he is on the spectrum, I was like, dude, I'm not surprised. You had all the signs. You were always super good mechanically with your hands and mechanically in terms of everything. You would spend hours in Armored Core just making the robots, and you would spend hours in Kingdom Hearts 2 playing with the gummy ships and like really getting into that stuff, and you loved being in your shop like building, and like people would make like houses and cars and shit, and you were making fucking
I'm
robots.
sad I can't show you, but at the same time, he didn't ask the others, so that tells me I did a good enough job. The teacher wanted to be able to show it off to advertise his class.
Yeah. I feel like at the time too, it wouldn't have occurred to you being like, can I have a copy for myself? Like, you don't think about that. You just think about like, wow, the validation that comes with your teacher wanting to show off your work, especially if it's a teacher that to any extent you respected. Like, you don't think about like, well, what about for me, for my keeping? You don't think about that. So it is what it is. But no, and my brother like now is an engineer. He does like that, like especially with like mechanics.
Oh, these were crafted things. A copy would mean doing the whole thing again.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Yeah, no, I have no idea then. Yeah, no, I get it. But yeah, it was that thing where, oh, is that a pool? I'm literally just, I guess, doing like firmament quests. I didn't even know I had some of these in my shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was that thing that when my brother told me earlier this year that he went to go see somebody and learned that he was on the spectrum, I was like, yeah, that tracks. Yeah. And he was like, what do you mean? And I was just like, have you ever looked into like common traits of people who are on the spectrum? Like, yeah, I know that like around our time growing up, we grew up with people, you know, saying derogatory things about people on the spectrum, but like they're people just like you and me that like, and he was like, yeah, but I didn't like act like anyone like that. And I learned that that's called masking. And I'm like, yeah, you recognized, even though you couldn't like truly point it out, you recognized that there were some things about you that were different from other people. So you just kind of told yourself subconsciously, if I at least act like this, I'll be seen as somewhat normal. And at the same time, bro, you weren't normal. You kind of weren't normal. My brother was also kind of fucked. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you this right now. My brother is a little bit more right-leaning, but is one of the kindest people I know. His beliefs, he and I kind of clash a bit, but I also know that the reason he sees things the way he did is because, like most men, they kind of end up going down a certain pipeline and seeing things a certain way. But because he has a left-leaning wife, I would say he's definitely more on the moderate end. This isn't about politics. My brother has always, again, had an interest in weapons and mechs and machinery, always. But my brother was also, for a teenager, very short and skinny. So he was prone to being bullied. But my brother was also un poquito craqueado en la cabeza. A bit cracked in the head at sometimes. And whenever his temper did show, he could be violent. Again, me and my brother, we would fight a lot. When he got mad at me, he would beat me up. Just like I would, to some pathetic extent as a girl, would try to fight back. But him being stronger than me. And my brother knew that he couldn't take on bigger people. But what he could do is that if he can at least get them scared enough of him, that they won't fuck with him. And in that sort of way too, especially in high school, fear and respect, there's not much of a difference. In high school, at least. So there was one time where my brother had a Snapple. He was drinking a Snapple when they were in glass bottles. And somebody was just trying to fuck with him. And This was like on the outside, so like, you know, buildings, walkways. There's a Lynn. Hold on, I'm gonna hand them this quest. And my brother knew that if he made himself seem just enough like someone who's on the edge of cracking, certain people wouldn't fuck with him. Look, in the worst way I can describe it, while reassuring you that my brother is now perfectly sane and well, he's always been sane. He just, again, my brother knew that if he gave off a certain impression, he could get people off of him. My brother low-key had school shooter vibes.
Yep.
My brother low-key had school shooter vibes that he knew that if he kept those vibes around certain people, they weren't going to fuck with him. So, and this was how he protected himself. My brother, there was no way, especially in New Jersey, he would ever be able to do anything like that, and he had no interest in it. The dude just wanted to go to school, do whatever he loved doing, and then come home and play video games and hang out with his friends. That's all he cared about. And when it came to girls, all the girls thought he was cute. Like, he was just this little dude that was a little bit nerdy, and that he was cute. My brother also did have more interest in macabre gothic things. Was definitely in that more like hard rock metal punk scene. I mean, it's a type of masking, not the common type, but I work when he probs saw the mask as working and roll with it. Well, here's the thing. Eclair, that was only during certain points in high school. In general, when he was younger, again, seeing kids like emote a certain way and catch interest in certain things, he definitely had his way of masking at different points in his life. Not all the time, mind you, but in his own ways. I wasn't using that as an example of masking, just something that he knew that if he acted this way, he could protect himself. So, going back to this Snapple bottle. Someone decides to fuck with him. And, you know, maybe even starts alluding that they might freaking rough him up later or whatever. Well, my brother's got this Snapple bottle. They're outside. This person's fucking with him. He's been told that if he's got to defend himself, it is what it is. So, looked at this kid trying to, you know, piss him off, like maybe even rustle him up. So he remembers, and he had some of his friends with him, and some of his friends were he also had some pretty big, stocky looking friends. Because my brother did have a good bit of friends. He remembers, and I remember being told this story by one of said friends who was an underclassman of his. He took the Snapple bottle, he held up a finger like, wait 1 second, and swigged down the rest of it. And they were waiting for like the buses to come around the school, so they were like sitting on like the stairwell of shit. So he swigs down the remainder of the Snapple bottle, closes it up, and then smashes the Snapple bottle against the stairs. And then points that fucked, jagged now, clearly a fucking weapon Snapple bottle. And is like, so you want to say that shit again to me?
That'll do it.
You want to say that shit again? Come on and say that shit again.
Well,
I bet you won't be able to finish your sentence. Because my brother was also a quick little fucker.
Yeah.
Little bro pulled out, fucking big bro. He's my older brother. Oh, I huge about basking and wearing different masks for different situations. Yeah. So he was like, yo, you want to say that again? Guarantee you won't be able to finish by the time I get to you. He was a speedy little shit. And no, that got people off him. My brother, again, he was interested in more macabre things, and in Peru, if you go to Peru a lot, you'll find a lot of handmade goods. Did I just come into your brother threatening a guy with a Snapple bottle? What the heck did I walk into? You walked in me talking about like childhood memories and shit. When my brother was very interested, my brother loved Peruvian crafts because they would make like stone and beadwork. And one of the things you would find a lot of is like these really like small painted skulls. And my brother, again, loved working with his hands and would love getting certain necklaces and taking them apart and making fully custom necklaces. And one of the things he really loved about these skulls, he just really liked them. So my parents and my relatives would send some of this beaded work and always with the skulls. My mom was like, "Ay, sí, le gusta su cabeza, su cabeza," and that wasn't seen as like a macabre thing, at least with my mom and my dad's culture. You see that a lot. It's a part of life, the recognition of death, and the skulls didn't always signify death in that aspect. And so my brother amassed a lot of these skull beads. So he created a necklace, and he even got some like fangs, some like good like fang beads. And he made a necklace that was made of like bone beads, these painted stone skulls, and these fangs. And he would wear that. If you walk into Peru, you have a 30% mugged at the airport. But if you go to the nicer places, you can find some really nice artisanal beadwork. In South America, skulls are legit more of a traditional token than the Halloween stories. Exactly. So you would see, you would see these beaded, he would come to school and he would have this necklace that he created that was made of like, you know, carved bone beads and skulls and like fangs. And then he had this one really nice ornate skull as the centerpiece, surrounded by like a couple of those fangs. And that unsettled some people. That unsettled some people that he would come to school wearing this very ornate, like just mostly dressed in black with like a band t-shirt. He wouldn't wear like chains and shit like that because we didn't know what Hot Topic was at the time. He'd just be dressed in like in dark jeans, a black hoodie, some band shirt that he saw. Because I think this was like early discovering Hot Topic, but he didn't really care for the really chainy, chunky pants. He just liked the band shirts. And then this ornate fucking skull necklace, and people were like, what the fuck? So, you know, that's...
All having fucking style.
And then again, you also hear that this dude's in the engineering class designing weapons. You really want to fuck with this kid?
Honestly, that's just a happy coincidence. But still.
It kind of was. Again, it was a happy coincidence. He really liked making his own beadery jewelry based on the things that people got him. He really had an interest in the skulls. He was reading, I don't know what that is, because it censored it, Runaway. He, again, also had a big interest in designing weapons and mechs and machinery. And then, yeah, he had a bit of a Dr. Stone. He also, again, like low-key, had a bit of a temper if he was, you know, picked on too much. Eventually, again, he did garner some respect from the underclassmen, and like the more stockier ones that were also kind of outcasts. And my brother did have some friends that also kind of had school shooter energy, but were a bit more genuine in that aspect. And I remember when them having this edgy phase where they wrote like a manifesto.
Oh my god. Fucking nerds.
My brother didn't care for writing. But he had a friend that wrote like a whole like manifesto story fan fiction with their friends about like, what if we did really lean in on this? So let's write. I'm gonna write an edgy story of us like fucking up the school and shit. And I was like, so what did you do in the story, brother? And he was like, I came in with like some of the shit that I designed, and I think I like blew myself up and I died like in the cafeteria or some shit. And I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah. And he was like, yeah, it was okay, I guess. And I was like, again, it was that thing where it was like, this is my brother's friend who, like, at the time in high school was a bit disturbed in more aspects than one, who decided to write a weird manifesto fan fiction of him and his friends essentially pulling a Columbine. Fucked shit. But again, edgy teenagers, unsupervised internet. That's all I can really say. My brother didn't care for that stuff. But said friend also liked to assign like edgy nicknames for people, and this is where we're getting at people being named after being named little Access power leaders. That's all I'm gonna say about this. And my brother was assigned one of them. I'm not gonna tell you who because it's not important. Because my brother did not agree with any of that person's lines. It was just said friend being dumb and edgy. But that was what
fucking cringe.
it. You know what? Fuck it. This friend called my brother Little Hitler.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know. Because my brother didn't agree with any of that shit, and my brother was also a history nut. So he was like, okay, dude, you do you. Like, just edgy dumb shit. Again, like, I couldn't fucking tell you. But I remember eventually my brother graduated high school and went on to still be really fucking smart and still just mostly watch History Channel and Animal Planet while, like, playing Armored Core and Kingdom Hearts just for the gummy ships and the mech creation. Like, again, I remember me and my brother watching historical documentaries and him not really being cool with, like, the shit that happened in World War II. So I knew that I was like, that's a dumb name to call you. And he was like, yeah, but he was weird. There was also someone in the group called Little Stalin and shit like that. I don't fucking know, man. Teenagers are fucking weird.
So
Either
cringy.
way. Yeah, and it's also just cringy teenage shit, honestly. But I remember my first day of high school. And I'm in the school bus. I think my brother took me. And I'm pretty sure my brother took me to one of those early high school things. No, he wasn't. Actually, I'm remembering wrong. He did come in the later half, but that was later on. But my first day of high school.
They think having a nickname after an evil person means they're cool because evil guy means tough guy, probably.
Probably. But I remember first day of high school, I recognize my friend Maria because she was my friend in middle school, but like a grade above me. And I meet up with her. I meet up the girl that would eventually be my brother's wife. And she was also a year older than me. But because my brother's 5 years older than me. So and while we're waiting for the bus on the first day of high school, man, we come to the stream to the VTuber called Squeaky Chiona. Never expect to enter philosophy and existentialism. We'll get to Final Fantasy 14, I swear. I just, again, my tangents. I love these. I love my life and my past and my weird
I'm here,
upbringing.
so obviously.
So, first day of school, I find my friend Maria, realize we're going to the same high school, and I'm so happy to see her again. I meet my friend Stephanie, that's where I first meet her, and we're waiting for the bus, and this really tall, big, stocky dude walks up to me, and he's like, "Hey," and I'm like, "Hi," and this guy's like twice my fucking size, like huge too, huge, like football player huge, and I'm like, "Hi," and he was like, my brother's name is Chris. He was like, Are you my name here? And I'm like, yeah. Are you Chris's little sister? So like 4 feet tall. Fuck you, run away! I love you. No, this dude was like definitely like 6 feet at minimum. He was huge. But he was like, are you Chris's little sister? And I'm like, yes. And he was like, okay, cool. And I'm like, okay. And he was like, first day of high school, right? First high school day, right? I'm like, yes. And he was like, okay, if anybody fucks with you, my name's Tom, you'd let me know. And I was like, what?
Mother's got a bodyguard for you.
You had the high school mafia, huh? And again, he's also where I heard the stories that my brother was called, you know, little thing and all that stuff. He's where I first heard of them. So when I went to my brother to confirm, he was like, yeah, that was weird. Those times were weird. So then I remember this fucker right here trying to roleplay School Rumble. So and he was on the bus with me too, and he would sit a couple seats close to me because everyone had to kind of like quote unquote their seat but he was.
I hope you've all seen that.
I've seen Skull Rumble. Only a little bit, not all of
Good.
it though. But like, and he was at the time he was a junior. And yeah, no, he was like, "Are you the you know so and so's little sister?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Well, but if I ever fucks with you while you're here, you let me know." And I was like, "Okay." And then I went to my brother again about it. I was like, "Yo, bro, hi, Mr. Windmill. Hello, and thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream." I went to my brother and I was like, "Hey, do you know a guy named like Tom?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, big stocky dude, buzz cut, glasses." And I'm like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Yeah, he was like, back when because like when I started high school, he was a year out of it. So he was like, "Yeah, I knew him as a freshman." And I'm like, "Yeah, so he's at the bus stop." And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Did you?" "Yeah." He was like, and I was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Yeah, I told him that, you know, one day my little sister will probably come to the school. This is her name. Keep an eye on her." Keep an eye on her. Make sure no one fucks with my little sister. And that's where I heard of all the bullshit that my brother got into when he was in high school. What the fuck was your school experience? All I dealt with was being called a border. No. Bro, your bro drug you into the high school.
Yo, your brother's fucking LARPing Yakuza.
And again, like, thankfully I never had any issues. I remember Tom introduced me to a couple other dudes who were also big that looked up to my brother and like their general group, because they were, again, all the kind of the weirdos and the outcasts, the heavy, the metalheads and shit like that. And yeah, they
I
were
just
like,
convinced stupid people I cursed them, so they called me witch, then won awards in technology.
but yeah,
High school was silly.
Yeah, no, high school was silly. To be fair, all my friends and overprotective of my gremlin sister. It just standard bros care for bros. Yeah, essentially. That actually sounds fun. But yeah, I eventually remember one day my brother picking me up from school at the bus stop and seeing Tom, and he was like, "Yo, what's good?" And they were like, you know, like, you're watching over my little sister? And he's like, "Yeah." And he was like, "You graduate next year, at the end of next year though, right?" And he was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "You know anybody else who can keep an eye on her?" And I was like, "Yo, right in front of my salad?" like, what the fuck? No, there were people.
I know 12.
There were people that were like genuinely like scared of my brother back then. And then some people that, again, through that kind of fear, low-key respected him. And obviously, again, I only met a couple of them, so I don't know how many there were. I don't think it was like a legit mafia. It was just a bunch of weirdos that eventually kind of passed down their weirdo creed, because again, with how our school is, you just kind of, you see the new freshmen, they
So a
incorporate
legit mafia.
They incorporate. And again, as time passes, these things sort of fade. My senior year, he was gone. I wasn't introduced to my next new bodyguard, so I don't know. Again, like, those people eventually leave, and then those quote-unquote school legends leave with them. So again, going into junior, senior year, I didn't have a new bodyguard.
I'm sure you were established enough at that point that you need it.
I was mostly to myself, and I didn't really fuck with people. I was with the anime nerds and things like that. Squeaky's secretly a Yakuza princess. Bug and I met in Kiryu with Squeak's hair. But yeah, that was that thing where, again, for the first like 2 years of high school, I was kind of like low-key kind of had a bodyguard. You think the kid who screamed, "I have the power of God and anime on my side" now is also part of the mafia? Oh my god.
I'd like to think that he's running a tech, like a tech firm now.
Hold on, let me see what food here. I'll take this one. I was that kid where while I was
Like that's how mafias form, just a weird group of family-oriented conservatives based on a tradition of deterrent violence.
That was that thing where like, hello. That was that thing where as someone in high school, I was someone who wasn't outwardly weeby. Maybe I had I had a Full Metal Alchemist shirt and a Naruto shirt with Sakura on it. But like I wasn't
Ask
like
him what kind of back tattoo he wants.
My brother already has a back tattoo. He has my brother liked to design
Of fucking course he does.
So again, my brother liked designing things and liked to aim more towards the macabre and
You're
was
a
like
Yakuza princess. Deal with it.
my brother liked designing, and again, he was into the more macabre, Wiccan, Gothic things. For a good while, he identified as like a pagan to some extent. And one of the things he really liked were sigil circles and the pentagrams and like signifiers of the elements. I can't remember the exact look of his back tattoo, but it was one of the things he designed late high school that he like integrated more of over time. And he has
a full back Grim Reaper tattoo covered in runes.
I wouldn't say he has a Grim Reaper. He doesn't. He has that pentagram with like some skull thing at the middle.
I'm just being silly.
Okay. But he does have like some pentagram of the elements that he
Oh, but there is a skull.
Design. There is a skull at the center. Why am I now imagining that as a magical girl, her villains are mafia-based now, and in her civilian form, she interacts with her villains on the basis? Oh my god, yes. So yeah, he does have a pentagram with like the elements and stuff, and it's something that he designed a long time ago that he has on his back, and I think he's built on it. I just don't know to what extent. And then on his front, he has a front tattoo on his chest of like something of an artwork he saw that was like
and B4 the secret lore is that I'm just the newest bodyguard.
He has a chest tattoo of an artwork he saw of like a woman embracing a demon, and I think she has like an angel wing, and then again it's a demon. It's like edgy shit, but he has that on his front, I think, and that one's more rendered. On one of his shoulders, he has Cain's symbol from Legacy of Kain.
Ha! Nice.
He has that on his shoulder, on one of his shoulders.
That's
I don't think he has anything on his other shoulder. I can't remember the rest of the tattoos he has. But if he's gotten any more, but that's the extent of the tattoos I know. Man, that's cooler than me. I just have an iguana and a blue jay. I don't have any tattoos. I kind of I've wanted one, but I'm scared to commit.
Yeah, same.
But and if I did,
this is also hilarious because my older brother has similar tattoos in similar places.
Yeah, again, those were just like, I feel like with guys that grow up in that sort of environment, mentality, those are like the first places that get tattooed: back, chest, and one of the shoulders. One of the shoulders. That's just easy shit. Because it's like when you're on the beach and stuff, full frontal, it's like, oh, your tattoos. And then when you're wearing a tank top, excuse me, oh, your tattoo. I just got a butterfly on my tit. I want a sleeve, but picking an artist isn't easy. And it's a commitment, an expensive one at that. But, no, my brother's pretty fucking cool. I love my brother. He is an amazing father. He works very, very fucking hard. And I've not yet seen my niece because I'm in Canada. But she's really cute, and she's growing up really cute, and my mom tells me stories about her. And again, my brother is just kind of... He's just kind of living his life, doing things, you know, wants to do right by his daughter, wants to protect her. He says that she looks a lot like me when I was little, when I was really, really little. And, like, you know, he's very, very, like, gentle when it comes to, like, being around her and holding her and stuff. And like he's already like...
My brother has poor artistic sense. His chest tattoos are horribly balanced. One is a Celtic knot and another is the supernatural demon rejection mark.
Oh.
Gross.
I'm not worried about commitments at this point. For the pieces I want, I've planned and still want after years. Hell yeah. When I mean commitment, it's not so much that whether or not you still want it after some time. It's just time in terms of like getting it and making sure that it gets done. Because there are tattoos where it's like the bigger it is, the longer of a project it is, and the longer it takes to get it done. That's what I mean by commitment. Not that the time and the money that goes into it. Not so much, am I gonna like this tattoo in a couple years? No, that's more like retention. And most people that get tattoos on them, like, know what they want and want to keep them. Like, my brother has been pretty much said, like, the only things I will never tattoo on my person are actual people's faces, and then names of anyone who isn't family.
Correct.
But yeah, they like he like now he's said that if he ever got a tattoo of a name, it would be like of his children or like of my mom, like her name, or like my name or something. But again, he's also just kind of not into the name tattoos. He's like he's like they're low-key tacky, but like it's also because he doesn't know.
So he's absolutely Yakuza.
He does like designs and abstract things. I think he has a dragon somewhere. I think he put dragons around the pentagram too. Like 2 dragons like on the blade, on his shoulder blades. I can't remember though. But yeah, he what else?
Like all you're doing is making more and more the case that he's a Yakuza and you just never put it together.
I mean, here's the thing. I wouldn't blame anybody for thinking that he's like somewhat of an equivalent, but he's not. He's never been a gang member or anything like that. He was never interested in that stuff. He just, again, likes sort of things and wanted to have some of that on his body.
Obviously, he's the gang leader.
But yeah, no, he's doing good. He's doing good. Not Yakuza, just on the spectrum. But yeah, he's fun. He's fun. And also, like, for me, one of the most, like, funniest people I've ever known in terms of, like, some of the shit he'll say sometimes. Like, just he also would go on tangents about shit and say, like, dumb, witty shit. And I want to say that he is also where I got a good bit of my humor, to some extent. Just a little bit, I guess, on the more innocent side. Like, again, like, just like he wanted to protect me, he wants to protect his daughter when she starts getting old. So, like, he was like, cell phone, she won't have any access to that until a certain age. Internet, no. Television supervised. But at the same time, I was like, yo, but bro, at the same time, you don't want to shelter her either. And he was like, nah, because, like...
He was the little Führer. Obviously, he's the leader.
My brother's like, nah, because, like, back then, we saw some shit we shouldn't have seen. And that's where our parents fucked up. And I was like, yeah, but you also can't blame our parents for not knowing that shit. They could have never known some of the shit we saw, and they still don't know. And he's like, you right, but I know. So I'm gonna make sure that my daughter doesn't see that shit. You know, God bless their future partners. Oh no, he loves Jester. He loves Jester. They love, my family loves Jester. My mom is absolutely loves, like, Jester more than anything. Like, loves him so much. I mean, his daughters. Oh yeah. Fuck. I told him where I was like, yeah, but when she starts getting a certain age, you might need to, like, lean off a bit, because, like, I didn't like that when dad did that shit. Like, you gotta chill. I'm gonna invite you to a party. We're slowly eventually gonna do something. Damn, that's crazy. Next thing you're gonna say is that you will not let your daughter pour ketchup over her fries. My brother doesn't like ketchup. Nah, but she loves ketchup. No, he also spoils my niece. Of course he does. He's a daddy. That's his princess. So, like, he also, like, low-key spoils her. So, no, I know she's happy. I like ketchup, though, yeah, Claire. I like ketchup. I just don't have it as much as often, if ever, because I don't eat a lot of food that you put ketchup on in the first place anymore. And most of the time I mix ketchup with Kewpie because I like pink sauce. Should we do an alliance raid, Rin? What do we do?
Man, I hope that stuff doesn't take till tomorrow.
I love just again, going on tangents and people start learning about me, just expanding on my weird ass lore. This is lore you don't get anywhere else, because I don't talk about this shit unless I talk to like people or like on my stream.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, Squeaky the cleric and her brother, the grungy 100% Yakuza boss. Got it.
The cleric and her brother, the fighter.
The duality is here. The duality is here.
No, I guess it'd be Rogue Artificer multi-class, wouldn't it?
Bro's a fucking Death Knight. It's funny because my brother is not even that much taller than I am. He's like maybe like 2 or 3 inches taller than me. Like, again, he was always short and always skinny. So, it, like, especially in high school, that's just prime bully target. And my brother knew at some point, once he started recognizing that certain people were a certain way about him because it was easier. And that's, again, how he learned or thought to himself, well, how do I get these fuckers off me while not compromising how other crowds see me? Because, again, throughout high school, the girls loved him. They thought he was adorable. They thought he was cute.
I didn't really have to deal with a lot of bullying in high school.
Yeah,
You've
no.
seen real
I
life.
had, like, no bullies in high school. Not just because I had people apparently, like, defending me, but also just in general, I hung out with the anime nerds. I'm telling you, Squeaky's brother is the head of a Villains of the Magical Girls first season. Thought he was adorable, thought he was cute. You mean me? Hi, Kobe.
I had a couple.
I'll just queue us up for something while we wait. While we go.
There was like a major incident though that happened in the lunchroom one day that kind of made a lot of it stop.
Squeaky's brother is Itachi.
I guess for context, I don't look all that tall sitting down.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess one of them was like, because they were throwing food at me. For
Oh,
like
I remember this story. Yes, keep telling.
Yeah.
I like.
And I don't know the kid's name. I never got his name. All I know is that
Pardon
he
the quiet,
was,
I was eating diet pizza. Yeah, that's a thing and I wanted to try it before suggesting it to others.
Diet pizza.
He
That
was
sounds wrong.
what was it? He looked to be about like 5'6", 5'7", Spanish kid, short hair,
Right?
black hair.
Pretty good though.
Oh, keep going.
And I remember the shirt he was wearing was blue and white stripe. Which is a weird thing to remember, but I just remember that. And
Well, with what I know about you, it actually checks out again. Because you're also somewhat on the spectrum, aren't you, Nightshade?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, attention to detail and being able to recall particular details is in that. Also, you just in
Yes.
general have always had pretty good memory.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, keep going.
And I kind of ignored it for the first couple of days because it was just like, shit I didn't really care about, like marshmallows and like
Probably
crackers and
should
stuff
have
like
switched to ninja, but oh well.
Nice one.
Probably.
Keep going.
that. But then it escalated to like pizza and greasy shit. And I was just like,
Yeah.
starting to give him the stink eye. And then he just kind of came up and one day he's like, I will probably start some shit or something like that. And he smashed my food, and I remember what I was having. I had a tuna fish sandwich, Lay's potato chips, and a Snapple, canned Snapple.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I didn't say anything. He was kind of trying to be into like, what's up, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I didn't say anything. I just kind of stood up. He realized how tall I was. And I didn't really make any aggressive move until really fast I took both of my hands, put them to the side of his head, and I smashed it against the lunchroom table. And I remember screaming at him, Don't touch my fucking
food."
sandwich!
Yeah, don't touch my fucking food. I remember this story.
And then I
Yeah.
kicked him once, and then I just kind of, I was just going like, ah!
Come,
And then
mortals. Make your
just
way through our watery
completely
sanctum.
dissociated with what happened. I just kind of went up to the cafeteria lunch hall,
Let
and
us
I was just
see
like,
how you fare
"Can I get
against
some
my
chicken strips and
servants."
some fries and another Snapple?"
Mm-hmm.
I remember that was the one time. That was the one time I didn't have to pay for lunch.
Yeah,
Very
no,
odd.
I never had these issues.
That
And,
stopped
like-
a lot of bullying that day, though.
Oh, it would.
I would dump the snap block and then walk to get more.
I remember, yeah, and like 2 of his friends like had to like drag him away, and we didn't have security guards at the time. This was before like security guards were like a big thing and like prevalent in schools. So I just
Yeah.
kind of like, I was expecting to get in trouble, like, you know, oh, they're probably gonna call somebody, but I guess I never heard anything about it again. My parents didn't know about it until I told them 5 years later.
Ha.
I guess everyone involved kind of realized you were not the instigator.
Yeah.
No. They
I
also
wouldn't
kind of
work-
thought I was crazy.
I wouldn't work where I went to high school. The average guy was 6 feet with an absurd amount taller. Oh, by the way, I've achieved my lifelong dream. I've moved in with my long-distance partner and found the woman of my dreams. Hell yeah! We love to see it.
Fuck yeah.
But, yeah, I can, actually, hold on, before I forget, let me, like,
Only
pop
to
out.
be expected for they who vanquished my pupil Beauregard. It shall be my pleasure to welcome you personally.
I'm falling behind. But yeah, no, when it came to meet with me, I never had much of an issue with bullies, if ever at all. My issue with bullies was in middle school, but I've talked about that before. When it came to the general
I have
crowd,
looked
it
forward
was
to this moment.
essentially
Children
the
of man.
weebs and the anime nerds.
scholar shall
Even though I
measure
didn't
your
play
depth of
Yu-Gi-Oh, the
knowledge.
Yu-Gi-Oh nerds. They also played like things like Magic and stuff like that, so it was just more like the card game nerds. And again, that was a generally not very bullyish thing. We would just want to talk and nerd out. There were some that were definitely more weeby than others, to the point where I was like, yo, if you keep acting like that, you are gonna get bullied. Where they were the cringe, almost borderline acting like anime characters sort of shit. And would like say honorifics and shit in English, like unironically. Like, there was, I remember like joking where it was like, oh, Sensei, Alice-chan, but like never meaning it. But there were people who did. There were people in that general groupish of people that did. And it was a pretty fair group.
At what answer will you arrive?
And it was pretty cringe. I recognized cringe back then. Online was a different story because it didn't matter, because, you know, the anonymity. But in school, in front of other people, I was like, absolutely not. You cannot act like that and expect people to take you seriously.
I mean, that's so college. There's no act like that stuff. Like, oh.
Ignorance be cleansed.
Of course, they were also a furry, because that didn't help anything.
Yeah, no, and I remember having some, like, a lot of exposure to, like, yaoi stuff, because, again, I, at this point, was still very sex repulsed and kind of really prudent. And some of my friends, they were yaoi fangirls.
Let flow
And
the waters of
they
your mind.
liked yaoi a lot, to the point that they would have, like, hardcore yaoi porn in their binders that they brought to school and would share and like trade yaoi and shit like it was fucking Pokemon cards.
Seek new
And it was really
positions,
fucking, and it
you
was
shall
really
find
fucking
new
weird.
paths.
And so like my first aside from that one Flash game, in a school environment, my first exposure to that stuff and being like, ill, that's gross, was in high school. I didn't like yaoi back then. And that was still, you know, at that time where, like, you know, you would have like a gay straight alliance in school. And we had actually a very like good LGBT population in my school. And it was generally like, you know, a very welcome and like generally accepted thing. There was always still those people that were like that were, you know, homophobic or transphobic and things like that. But in my end of things, I was like, hey, I don't mind that stuff. I just don't want to see your yaoi binders. I'm really sorry, because there were some girls that would try to say that I was homophobic because I didn't want to look at yaoi porn with them. I remember one of my friends would joke that I had like the anti-gay gene because again, I didn't see the appeal in yaoi. And like she was like shock-homed into liking yaoi, and this is because she was in more classes with these girls than I was. So they would just expose her to it constantly to a point that again, she started low-key liking it. And one time I remember catching her with yaoi stuff, and I looked at her and I was like, are you okay? And she was like, no, you're gonna look down on me now. You're gonna think I'm weird. And I was like, no, I just think it's weird that you have porn in your binder in school.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care that it's yaoi. I don't like to look at it, but I think it's more weird that you just openly have porn in school. You are going to get in trouble if people see you with this shit. Why do you print it out on the school printer with your friends? Why are our friends printing porn on the school printer?
No one I knew.
Like it because you feel you're supposed to, essentially. I think I realized Polo's vice economics. I don't think so. I was bullied mainly in middle school and elementary school. A rumor also came up that I was stalking this one dude, but because I stayed inside 90% of the time, was disproven by my mom when she talked to his mom.
Well done, wise children.
God, I know that feeling. I somehow ended up being the president of an anime club and a gamers club. God, I hated organizing tournaments. Yeah, school printer. Yes.
Have you got the stones to face the navigator?
People don't got no shame, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Also, again, that stuff was regularly not supervised, and it was only until like junior year that like we started getting like filters because yeah, some people did get caught looking at porn on the school computers. But a lot of the teachers were usually pretty cool, pretty lenient, and like didn't know that people were doing that shit. But yeah, no, there was that thing of some of these girls had like yaoi porn in their binders, and she ended up getting into that shit, and I was like, I don't care that you look at yaoi. I don't like it, because you guys be getting some raunchy ass shit and be like showing it to me so shamelessly that I think it's kind of gross. But like gay people, I don't care. That's fine. Like I'm not here to tell people how to live their lives and love who they want to love or don't want to love. Like, but yeah. I just don't want this in my face. That's not what I'm coming to school for. This is school. Someone was watching porn straight up in the middle school. My high school didn't get caught. Does remind me that supposedly someone I knew logged their friend's PC into Pornhub that was somehow not logged.
Wow.
I mean, damn the balls on these. Yeah. Now it's worse. They're playing Genshin in the school computers.
We replaced pornography with casinos.
I was like, yeah, I don't want to see that shit. I don't want to see porn in general. It's just I'm being more vocal about your yaoi porn because that's what y'all be having on your binders. That's also, I think, why whenever I started then accepting NSFW, I was more, again, on the wholesome end of things. I like kind of cute and cuddly wholesome porn. They'd be looking at some raunchy shit for like high school girls. I will say it's fucked that all the manga sites I used back then got blocked from me reading Fairy Tail. Yeah, I don't want to see porn in general, said the 18+ voice artist. Again, Runaway, I was very, very prudent back then. I'm still kind of a prude. At least I can, fuck. I still consider myself a bit of a prude. I'm gonna lower the game a little bit because there we go. Yeah, no, I still consider myself a bit of a prude at times. Yeah, and acting is acting too. I don't get off on voicing porn. Okay, I too didn't hit puberty till I was 20.
But
again, like, it's not like I didn't thirst for fictional characters back in high school. I loved, again, Sashomaru, Byaku Yakuchiki, Funny enough, a lot of older brother characters. But I've joked about in stream that I low-key have a brother complex, but I really don't. It's just those characters were also very popularly portrayed as older brothers. The stoic, cold but low-key caring older brother, or that kind of character type was always attributed to some sort of older, aloof brother. Oh no, Squeaky.
No,
I feel like not being into it makes you a better voice actress. I mean, I don't know. Me think you and I have different definitions of prude. Miss, I draw porn for you.
You know.
Like, Din, but your porn, Din, your porn is very sweet. Your porn is very sweet. The NSFW you've drawn for me is really sweet, and I love it. And I love sweet, tender porn. Again, I'm kind of really boring and vanilla in that aspect, I think. I've even had people say that my audio porn is some of the most wholesome that they've listened to on places like Gone Wild Audio and Newgrounds. I have people that are like, this is the most wholesome porn that I've listened to.
I'm gonna interrupt real fast. First of all, there's wholesome porn, and second, Din draws porn at all.
Her porn is it's more so it's like risque stuff. I wouldn't say it's like full-blown penetration or shit like that. But it's not that Din doesn't like to draw porn, it's that she's not really confident in it, and sometimes it makes her a bit uncomfy.
Because this is the first time I've ever heard of it. I'm not judging. I'm just like,
Yeah.
this is a
I
new
mean,
thing
that's
that I've
how-
learned about a friend today.
Honestly, learning how to draw NSFW is very, very good if you want to learn anatomy, because you gotta know how shit works. Vanilla,
Yeah,
sure, I can get that. Prude, lol, no. Like,
Yeah,
that's why I say, Mom. To some extent, I consider myself a bit of a prude. They actively make the older brother type. Yeah, and that's also, again, a little bit of that went into when I made Hadar and Vega. The very bold, brash, kind of stupid older brother, and then the cold, aloof with a soft, squishy interior older brother. I love both of them. They're both attributed sometimes to older brother type characters, and when I made Polo's older brothers, I wanted to tap into both of them because I think too hard about these things.
You literally made Inuyasha's show.
That's pretty much, yeah, no. Hadar and Vega are just Inuyasha and Sesshomaru.
Except Inuyasha is even dumber.
Yeah, just make Inuyasha, just take a couple more points off of Inuyasha's IQ, and that's Vega, and then make Hadar a little bit more of an asshole, but once you get to that squishy exterior, he's also actually just as dumb. Just in his own way, and that's Hadar. So, but that's all, but I attribute that to how Deco ended up portraying them, which again, I love where he took Hadar and Vega.
Also, fucking Hadar is just like his dad in every fucking conceivable way.
Fuck, they are Inuyasha and Sesshomaru. How did I not see that? Honestly, again, not only was it because of how I made them, but also because of how Deco portrayed them. When I told them to Deco, obviously he was like, I'll decide how these characters end up going, but I will take note that they are inspired by Inuyasha and Sesshomaru. Last I remember was a ball of something like a dinner party. That was the princess's debut. And yeah, no, that was where I really fell in love with Vega and how Deco portrayed them. My teachers would be crying if they saw that I learned in anatomy class. Tasteful nudity, comfy vibes, intimacy over fertility. Exactly.
Yeah.
I myself see sex as a very personal, very vulnerable, private. That's why I can't. I'm sorry. Polyamory just kind of doesn't do it for me. I feel like you kind of lose that once you start bringing in third, fourth, fifth parties. I see sex as a very raw, personal thing that requires a lot of trust and vulnerability to engage with, and a lot of trust. For my own other reasons as well, I've talked about it, but I'm not going to talk about it here because I don't want to potentially trigger anybody. I am a CSA survivor. I'm not going to go into it, but I am. And so that also does contribute to some repulsion of sex once you start recognizing that it is a thing. And again, just something that you hold very, very personal. And something that you only hold behind a level of very, very deep trust. And again, when it comes to more wholesome NSFW, NSFW that's built on a very intense romantic relationship. Hi, Galantillo. It's something that I enjoy a lot. Do I get my rocks off on the NSFW that I've commissioned? No, because my brain doesn't work that way. I don't get off on like visual porn and things like that, especially like porn of my OCs. It's just another facet of their relationship that I love seeing portrayed, because if that was a possibility, that's how I imagine it would go. Does Polo actually need glasses, or does she wear them? No, she actually does need glasses. Like, Polo can't see without her glasses. That is a thing. It's come up a couple times where she's taken her glasses and she kind of can't see, and it seems like a little bit of a gag, but no, she can't see without her glasses. Her vision does improve when she goes into like demon mode, malice mode. Her vision does improve because it heightens her senses and her capabilities, but even in demon mode, her vision isn't as good as a demon who wouldn't need to use glasses. She does need to use her glasses. Obviously, I gave them to her because I wanted to have the term is mechanical, which is just a girl with glasses. I wanted to have another character with them, but she does need her glasses. I used to be wild, but now I'm similar in terms of how I view sex and sexual acts. My brain is similar. There's also divisions of asexuality and demi that really have me there. Yeah, I've explained it before too, where it's like, because it's like, I've had some people say, but Squeaky, you're so fucking thirsty sometimes. How are you demi? And it's like, I've explained it before, and I explained it in Wits and Crits. Because playing Marile did, when I was still like trying to find what I would identify as, Marile kind of did call a bit of that into question. And I was like, if I can be so thirsty and overtly sexual in a roleplay thing, does that make me actually like that? And again, I'll joke and like flirt with friends and stuff, but that's because at that point, it's never going to actually come into question. I'm never going to actually be presented with the opportunity of being in a sexual encounter with these people or these completely fictional characters. So yeah, I can put up a front and say and do this and bullshit, because that's what it is at the end of the day. It's just bullshit. Like, if I was actually presented with these chances, I wouldn't take them. Or I would be very awkward in these situations because, again, I see sex as a very... God, these particles. As a very... My game's not lagging, but it shows in the stream like it is. You can't actually bang... Exactly. I can't actually fuck Sesshomaru. I can't actually fuck Byakuya Kuchiki. Like... I can't do any of that stuff. That's not going to be a thing that happens anytime soon, actually.
Maybe ever.
Like I know that there are some VTubers that like to get NSFW artwork of them and their friends, and I'm considering doing something like that to kind of see how I feel, because I've never gotten NSFW with me and another VTuber. So I kind of want to see how I feel about that by getting it, because, you know, some of the things you don't know until you actually experience and put yourself in that position. And again, it doesn't mean that I'm actually going to have sex with said VTuber if the opportunity arises. At the end of the day, even our VTuber avatars are, in a way, OCs and fictional characters. So if you ever see any NSFW with me and a VTuber, trust me, I thought a lot about how I feel about getting this. I would honestly more likely than not just rather get porn of my OCs than of myself. And that's, again, something that I'm kind of learning to explore with myself, of how I feel with that. And most of the time, my thoughts have been, yeah, I think it's kind of cool. And I also think it's kind of funny. Like, yeah, freaking, that's me getting fucking Nelsoned by a werewolf. That's awesome. Jester looked at it because I showed it to him and he was like, what the fuck? And that, like, not in a defensive way. He was just like, what the fuck? I don't get it. And Jester has even outright told me that he thinks it's cringe. He thinks it's cringe that people get porn of themselves with their friends or other VTubers. He thinks it's cringe. But Jester also kind of never really cared about stuff like that. He's different in that aspect. So again, it's all.
I agree with him. Anyway,
yeah.
Carry on.
No, and again, that's totally fine.
I think it's a fucking riot.
I think it's funny, and I still think takes a degree of knowing that that's as far as it goes. Just silly artwork. Fending.
You'd think that's like, oh yeah, no, none of this is real. I can totally disassociate this because it's not real. This character's not real. But then you see people out there who are just crazy, and they're just like, no, I have to you see people who are like, no, I ship celebrity A with celebrity
those people
B,
are fucking
they're
weird.
married. I'm just like, fuck me.
Being on the gray spectrum and being sex positive, I usually confused with people, but I'm the same. Okay. Oh, hi, Norwegian. Hello, honey. Hi. How are you? Hello and welcome.
Wait, that says Norwegian?
Norwegian, yeah. He's a fucking good snack. Hold on, I'll shout you out in just a sec, hun bun. Hello, how are you doing?
I love the name.
Does that work? But yeah, no, the way I feel so far at the moment, I won't know until I actually pursue this, is that my idea of getting NSFW with people like VTubers is that, first off, definitely establishing communication. I do not like the idea of just getting porn of someone unsolicited. I definitely believe that both parties should definitely be like, yeah, that's at least cool. At least that. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Consenting. Consenting is very important. I also feel like both parties should talk in general of like, hey, if we're gonna get NSFW of us, what are you comfortable with? What am I comfortable with? What is a concept and idea that we can both be down to clown with? And I feel like it's a good way to have a discussion of it. There are some people that are just like, can I get porn of us? Yeah, and then that's it. And then they see the porn and they actually don't like it. So I feel like, again, talking about that stuff is important. And I won't super know my final opinion on it until I have NSFW of myself with somebody. But right now, like, again, freaking someone was kind enough to get NSFW of me getting railed by an NPC in Nat 19's game. There's me getting full Nelson by a werewolf, and I think that's fucking hilarious. I think that's amazing, and I think that's fucking hilarious because I have joked.
You say full Nelson.
Yes, I have said it before that I was like, yo, I'm fucking down for werewolves. I love me some fucking werewolves. Fucking, I've even said, I was like, I don't need therapy. I need to be gangbanged by 14 werewolves. Like, and someone was like, I'll take you up on that offer and got me full Nelson by a fucking werewolf. And I think that's fucking hilarious. That is hilarious. Because at the end of the day, that werewolf, Sunder from Nat 19's Vestige of Ophiuchus. First off, let me fucking shout out Norweeb. Let me spell it right. First off, let me shout out that heckin' good snack. But also, let me also shout out Nat 19 because I have a command for them. Vestige of Ophiuchus every Saturday, except for the first Saturday of the month. Good boy Sunder. He doesn't exist. He doesn't exist, so it's okay. It doesn't matter. He's not real. So it's okay. They give it a shout out, of course, I'm fun. But yeah, I'm fine with that sort of stuff. Now, when it comes to NSFW with, other VTubers, I don't know yet. I'm exploring that side to see how I feel about it. Will I like it? Will I not like it? I don't know. I couldn't give you an answer to that. Maybe whenever an NSFW of me comes out, you guys will then maybe see how I feel about it. But it's gonna probably most likely then not be wholesome. Okay, so hear me out. A bust image of Lynn and you face to face, not kissing, but close. With those butterfly pieces on. Oh, you mean like Magnet? Oh no, absolutely. I would love a piece of me and Lynn in Magnet. I have a couple ideas of commissions of me and Lynn, but again, the idea is that it's not NSFW in any way, shape, or form. It is completely wholesome, and Lynn is very much kind of like, yeah, this is happening, and isn't interested in going any further, unless she can tease and fluster me about it, because Lynn is low key a shitter like that.
That's fair.
But yeah, no, like with me and Lynn, I always try to keep it wholesome, not just because again that's what I go into, but also because when it comes to any artwork of Lynn that I have any say in, her comfort is my priority. Knowing what she's comfortable with and what she's not comfortable with, and making sure that I know the difference, that is my responsibility to her as my friend.
Oh,
as
come
her
on.
friend.
Also, yeah.
That is my fuck. That is my responsibility as her friend to know and acknowledge and respect. That is how I feel, genuinely. And the same goes with all of my friends. Would I think would it be funny? Again, I don't know, but I don't want to cross that boundary. It's not worth it. If she was ever like one day like, okay, maybe let's do something like that, I would still probably really, really reel it in, because then now it's my own comfort. So, you know? Where do we go in this mechanic? Oh no, we go here because this is the first one. Like, Suiki has really tasty pudding on her cheek and Lynn wants it. No, see, it would go the other way around.
Probably for myself, I'm a very private person, this kind of thing, but...
Crossing boundaries is not exactly. Crossing boundaries is never funny. I like treating my VTuber like I treat TTRPGs. I can explore things I'm unsure of. I like Nora wearing dresses sometimes, but I myself don't feel comfortable with it. Exactly. I'm down to explore other realms with my VTuber, with me, but also half the time whenever I'm in like an NSFW mood, I get Gallon and Polo. Or at least what I'm trying to do now, because I've been wanting it. I've been kind of wanting it a little bit more low key. I've been wanting some more Trin and Kato. I've been really feeling Trin and Kato and really wanting more of them, because I fucking miss Trin and Kato so much. I don't know, I've always had the problem that every OC I make people want to fuck it. No joking. Yes, I miss them. But yeah, that's
about getting part of my characters with really anything. If anything, I do make my characters in ways that make that kind of thing avoidable.
Yeah, no, you make characters that are very hard to sexualize.
But the crushing irony is, I am.
Sometimes to the extent that it's hard to get art of them in general, though.
Yeah, and also me myself, I am down bad, but I'm private. I'm only with my. Everything else.
Yeah, exactly. You're kind of also hella demi in your own weird way.
Though again, if it's a thing of not open with it.
Mm-hmm.
I know that if we were living together, they'd not have a single moment of peace.
But here's the thing, again, that's kind of how I am too. I'm not saying that you're totally demi, because that's something you need to find out and decide for yourself. But like, that's kind of how I am. Like, I can be pretty damn down bad and also pretty thirsty, at least in the fictional character sort of way. But when it comes to, again, actual physical intimacy, I am very private in that aspect. I am very, you know, one specific person. I've joked that I am gestersexual. Because I have no interest in actually getting sexually intimate with anybody other than my partner, who I know and trust like no other. What makes it worse is the one everyone wants is one based on myself. The rabbit? I've only seen a couple of your OCs run away. You've got to show me more of them. I've only seen you draw yourself as a bunny that fucking Joel punted your face inward. Like,
that's funny.
I've only seen your bunny. My rabbit has a human form. Yeah, I know that, but I've only seen the bunny. That's why I call you a good bunny.
Lag makes me want to scream on this fight.
Oh. Let's see. Gray sexual is also one to look up, but now kind of overlaps with Demi and helped clarify things for me a bit. Gray sexual. I might look that up after this. But no, I'm pretty sure that it's, for me, it's demisexual because, again, like, I need a level of trust and intimacy to know someone and actually feel that level of attraction to them. Like, yeah, I can be physically attracted to somebody, but I would never want to actually engage in sexual intercourse with them unless I actually also know them and trust them as a person.
Yeah. Exactly. But, you know, I guess everyone's always different, so that kind of thing.
Yeah, it honestly just, again, it becomes a matter of what definition you feel. Oh my god. I am not reviving people. I'm sorry. I'm not paying attention.
Sorry, if you hear me scoffing, it's not at this. I'm trying to remove a key from my keyboard to clean.
We're struggling here at sea.
Pissing me off.
Yeah, I get that. But, it's that thing of, you know, everyone knows how I am. I don't hide who I am, but,
yeah,
you know, behind closed doors,
I shouldn't have fucking revived the fucking dragoons.
Fuck yeah, there we go.
Very handsy, apparently.
Heh. I'm very cuddly. I'm very when it comes to intimacy, I'm very cuddly and a very people pleasing. I like pleasing. I've even joked that I get off on pleasing. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Even with people I'm in a romantic relationship with, it's extremely hard for me to be physical with them, with touching that isn't hugs. I'm gonna die again. Or being allowed to touch my hair. Oof. Totally everyone's own little journey. So you're a bottom. Yeah, I hear people call me that. I'm very cuddly when drunk. I apparently become a fucking puppy when I'm drunk. Not gonna make the joke, you can't bait me.
I become stupid when I'm drunk, so take that for what it is. It's really bad when I'm drunk.
It's normally bad anyway, so I'm
The
surprised.
healer's down. So
shut up.
I'm trying to pay attention. I'm dead again.
Yeah.
How far? They're almost dead.
Same.
Why? I don't get them a lot. If I could, I'd be hanging off friends like a koala. I love hugs. Oh yeah, no, again, I love cuddling.
I've never thought about, like, that kind of stuff when it comes to the characters I've made. Like, oh, like, I could totally, like, you know, with NSFW, like, I'm fine with it. I've just never thought about it.
And again, that's fine. Some people just don't think about that stuff. That's fine.
Yeah.
Some people just don't think about it. And again, as for as like thirsty and silly as I sometimes make myself seem to sometimes, I don't think about sex all the fucking time. Like, I consider myself pretty sexual, but again, it's like there's time and a place, and half the time I'm fucking just joking about it.
It's only happened once, actually. Yeah. A character, yeah. It's only ever happened once, and that was with one of your characters. In that one Avatar thing.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say, they never had a sexual encounter.
No,
Melee and Akira never had a sexual encounter.
No, not in game. I remember there was game.
Oh yeah, no, there's porn of Melee and Akira because they won the fucking Valentine's Day like ship thing.
Yeah. No, I know that. Yeah, that part I'm aware of.
Can't believe Jin didn't win. All the daddy jokes thing.
Let's see. Long kill to healing.
I was wondering why that won, or why that happened.
Frickin' Gallon and Polo was like, I think 3rd place, and then 2nd place was me and Jester. And I was like, come on, guys. Okay, Minion. 60. I'm not getting it.
That's
Long
like
kills. Need. Ooh, good chance. Hell yeah, I got my fucking thing.
Holy shit, cleaning my keyboard keys is really nice. I get to... Jeez.
Clean that stuff. I should clean mine.
Was last described as an I love you drunk. An impulsive when drunk, but luckily don't do a lot, and caught myself before smacking a drink from my friend's hand for no reason. I'm also a person who prefers to take care of others, but nothing hits better than physical, non-sexual intimacy. That's life there. I'm a total cuddler with my friends, male, female, or otherwise. I'm definitely cuddly with people in general, but again, more, I guess more in the sort of like puppy way, and then I kind of, I guess, babble and talk about how much I love my people around me and things like that. And I'm also get like emotional. So I'll be like, I love you guys so much, and then I start crying.
If you get me drunk and high, I just go to bed.
When it comes to my,
Oh.
That's just NyQuil right there.
Oh, damn. Well, I see what they're talking about, Runaway. He looks pretty damn good. Holy shit.
What are you talking about?
Runaway's OC that also has a bunny form.
A human form, you mean?
Yeah. I just...
didn't look at more stuff. Not to dorm.
Yeah.
Go.
Go.
I guess, yeah, the more I think about it, I make my roleplay characters, like, not unromanceable, just deterred. Because I don't know why. I don't think I intentionally did that, except for maybe Wilhelm. That's it. Ironically, the bard.
Eric, hello.
That ever came up fairy tale, that is. But,
It's also something that has a bit of a gender gap. With women, people wanting to draw porn of you is assumed. For men, it's generally something that happens only if you're leaning into those vibes.
Yeah.
Fortunately, Orthos is a skeleton.
That's because, like, depending on, like, the form of Gorthos, it can be so hard to get
Culturally
out of
speaking,
Gorthos.
being female is seen as inherently sexual.
Yeah. And covered with scars and, like, stuff is very uncomfortable with me. Yeah.
The easiest one to do would be the wizard or the Donu. Like, that's it. That's literally those two.
But Nihilist, though, says Cerberus. Every PC make ends up a lesbian. The one time I tried not to, she still ended up a lesbian. So is Sans, and yet...
Look, man, Nihilus is not... Look, man, it's... Flame 14's character creator. I just worked with what I did fucking years ago. You guys are your own way.
I also like playing, like, cute girl characters, because low-key, I wish I was a cute girl, but I'm Tish. But...
Hi, Eric.
Hello.
You came in at a very interesting time.
Yeah, we're talking about a lot of things. We've been talking about so many things today. People have learned a lot about me today.
Hell yeah.
Today is fun.
Yeah, no, it's a Sunday stream. Literally have a player sheet that said bye scratched out with lol I tried on the side. That makes sense.
I would. That's great. I would love to see that. So it's just like sexuality scratched out. Lol, I'll try it. It's like, okay.
When it comes to certain characters, I've definitely tried to experiment with how they go about. I had a character that low-key I thought she was gonna be a lesbian, but then other stuff happened and she ended up ending up with a guy. To which I was like, okay, so she's definitely bi at the very least. And then I've had a lot of thoughts about Trin lately because I had noticed a while back I only noticed it, so I don't think anyone would remember it, but I remember I was talking about Trin and I actually used he. And I was like, huh, I used he. And when it comes to Trin kind of, when it came to when I created Trin, my general idea was that they were going to essentially explore how they feel about the gender they identify as. Where Trin attributed being a male, having grown up in Doman society, Trin attributed being a male as freedom, power, autonomy. And attributed a female with essentially the opposite of that. So, Trin was very, very more at the, early on, comfortable identifying as a boy, being referred to as a boy, and seen as a boy. So when people found out that Trin is actually a woman and a princess, Trin got very defensive, got very angry, got very easy to rile, because that's who you are, Trin. You're a girl. And Trin wanting to be a boy, or at least disguising themselves as a boy, was an escape from that. And I wouldn't really there were some people that had asked, well, is Trin transgender in that aspect? To which I said no, because that kind of implies that some people are transgender to escape. And no. That's not how that works. As far as I know, at least. So I didn't like slapping transgender on Trin for that aspect, because it wasn't that Trin felt they were a boy. It's that Trin felt that being a boy was the way to get freedom. Exactly. Exactly, Eclair. Gender non-conforming, maybe. That doesn't sound trans. Exactly. Autonomy, fuck, that's a mood. Trin has said that they think of women, or specifically herself, as a woman. Exactly that, too. Eventually, as Trin starts seeing people be like, you're just a woman, what's the issue? They started becoming more comfortable presenting themselves as a woman, because now, not being in their place of Doma, where women are looked down on, being like, other places don't see me as that. Other places see me as an equal. My gender at birth doesn't hinder me like it does in Doma. But it was also a matter of, it wasn't just
Trin
her
is
gender.
more gender fluid, though ultimately
Yeah.
I think they would identify as female if that identity didn't mean she was self-ascribing second-class status to herself.
Yeah, and that was the thing too. It didn't help that Trin also grew up in higher society, which we've seen it in a lot of like period dramas and things like that. The higher society don't really marry for love. It's all political and power based. So even if she was a male, who she would marry to an extent would still be dictated. Whereas the peasantry can marry for love, because who the fuck cares who peasants marry? Although with Doman society, obviously they're more seeking status, but at the same time, again, who the fuck cares about who the peasantry marry? They're peasants. So that's also where Trin had a bit of an envy, for the peasantry, because they can kind of do whatever they want. Where the women
they
still
don't even have surnames. They do not matter.
Yeah, because the peasantry, it's like, are the women still looked down on? Yeah, but they can generally, more likely-ish than the aristocracy, do what they want. So it wasn't just Trin hating her gender, but it was Trin hating her social status. And again, being seen as a boy, being referred to as a boy, Trin equated that with not being Altrinia, with freedom, with you can do whatever you want, no one cares, you're a boy. Or you can do all that because you're a boy. Trin needs therapy, yes. I get that. I play a shapeshifter.
It's better to be a male peasant than a female one, but a peasant remains a peasant, and it's where women has the least class divide, even if it's still there.
Yeah, I have a VTuber that's a shapeshifter because I honestly don't know how I feel. Unless it comes to mean something much deeper to her in the future. They all do. Her desire for self-control. Exactly. Mimi is just potato, so I think that counts as non-binary. If a guy sleeps around, you still know lineage. If a woman does, you don't. And in higher society, they value. Exactly. Hating how you've seen and treated as a mood. Trin really gonna start Trinidad and Tobago. But yeah, Trin, as they got more comfortable being a girl, started then experiencing kind of the other things that coming into your own as a woman. And I think kind of falling for Kato also kind of helped that. Because let's be real, low-key, early on, Kato and Trin's relationship is toxic. It's bad.
Yeah.
Like, one, because Trin also was like, I ain't shit. Like, yeah, Princess of Doma, yeah, whatever. I'm not in Doma, I ain't shit. And this guy won't hop off. This guy won't hop off and feeling like I need to be protected, like I need to be defended and listened to, and like, okay, he takes me seriously, but I think also low-key he might be looking down on me too. Because he's like, I have to protect Trin. Other men that are nice to Trin might be trying to take, like, they low-key saw Kato being the way they were as like, are you looking at me?
Though she does often have a bunch of moments where she regresses into acting the way they think a woman is meant to, as opposed to being herself, and that's something I have notes on, because Kijo clocked all that shit.
Oh yeah, of course Kijo did, and of course you did too. I like Trin lending Kijo her dress, not realizing what would happen. Yeah, that was a... Oh lord, the moment sexuality and gender clash on things start clicking properly. This sounds like a 12-year-old's arguing. Again, Trin... When it came to Trin learning about any sort of sexuality, it was in the idea of this is how you're going to please your husband, because when you get married off, your husband will be the future king of Doma, and you are the queen, yes, but you are first and foremost his wife, and your duty to the wife is to please your husband and bear him an heir. And essentially be a trophy. So any sexual education she got was in terms of pleasing a man and what to do around a man. Did Trin ever end up finding out about lesbians?
Your job is to give your name to a man so that he may rule.
Here's the thing. Trin would never have learned about lesbians because that's counterintuitive to teaching the princess to be a future broodmare. Legit, Squeaky, this sounds like the prologue to so many GL series I've read. Probably.
You sure you didn't want the Empire to step in?
But, yeah, so...
The Empire step in anyway.
So early Trin with, like, learning Kato had an interest in them, they kind of didn't like that because here's the thing, when Trin met Kato and Kato thought Trin was a boy, he took him seriously. He took him as a rival. He took him as someone that he's got to fucking, like, I gotta get to your level because you beat me in that one thing, Trin. So you're my rival. I have to best you or have to be equal to you. And then when he found out that Trin was a girl, that behavior kind of stopped. And first part was low-key the DM. But if we look at it from a narrative perspective...
Kato got him some latent misogyny.
Yeah. First off, I think was, again, low-key on the DM's part. Because the DM thought that I was only interested in a ship. But on the grander scheme, if we're to give that, we're still to be beneficial here and not consider that, yeah, low-key, Kato had some latent misogyny. Once he saw Trin was actually a woman, suddenly he was bested by a woman. And his rival is a woman. And she's a princess. She has to be defended. Suddenly, this totally capable person that they saw as a goal to meet, they weren't that anymore. They stopped being that. And Trin hated that. Trin clocked that immediately and hated that. And when they started to see how much Kato essentially then became a simp and just always listened to Trin and always was like, Trin is right. And again, this also low-key was because of the DM, but again, Kato's maybe got a little bit of latent misogyny in there that even he doesn't realize.
And it's a bit of an arc you could put together, since Trin has tried to make Kato fight her like an equal, like a rival, several times, and he always adamantly refused, which is infuriating and frankly insulting.
Yes. I hope that was... I thought that was more the case I meant during the campaign. I hope Comic Kato goes more into you're my rival, but also Kios. Oof, them seeing her differently would definitely hammer those feelings back harder. The DM did not princess... The DM did not princess fucking peach you. Uh-huh. That actually almost happened. I almost got fucking Orihima'd.
You almost did.
I almost did get Princess Peached legitimately. On my life, I'd be so mad. That just reminds me of that one Reddit post that said, one time my wife slapped me. I slowly went from furious to incredibly horny. I learned a lot about myself. Now, here's the thing, too. There was one time, because Mateus, and this is where I was really hoping things would go with Mateus and Kato. I loved that Mateus and Kato seemed to be foils of one another. You have Mateus, who only wants Trin for the reason Doma wanted Trin, to be the broodmare for his heir, for her power, something to dominate and be in control of. Whereas Kato, it seemed like his character arc was supposed to be eventually respecting her autonomy, seeing her as an equal, and caring about how she felt about things and her opinion.
Yes, that's what I thought it was going to be too, honestly.
Yeah, Trin almost got Princess Peached because Mateus almost kidnapped her via weird magic letter bullshit. And obviously, Mateus is someone that terrifies Trin. So Trin immediately goes into that ooh-woo princess mode, like she was trained to be, because he scares the shit out of her, and she doesn't want anything that he does to potentially hurt her friends and people she cares about. So if her playing princess is what prevents that, she will immediately do it. She has the actor feat, and she can do it well. So she almost reached out for Mateus's hand and accepted that invitation, not knowing what it would mean. And it was through Kato stepping in, through Trin drawing it out as much as they did, not knowing that someone was coming to save her or that someone was even looking for her. But if that scene went a little bit quicker and Trin immediately reached out for that hand, Trin was literally going to be whisked away back to the capital, and the party was going to be split. Now, when I think about certain things, I have to consider when in the timeline of things going to shit that almost happened. But that is one way to potentially remove me from the game. Isn't it?
When was that?
And then losing because ain't no one got time for these relics of a bygone era. Hieri X Trin was the dark horse ship we didn't get to.
I would have lifted the table on fire.
When did that happen?
If I'm to go back on the art, because if we use Din's art as a way to kind of timeline this shit.
Ramu's Shrine.
Ramu's Shrine. Yeah, but what session was Ramu? So I have to because we ended at like 53 or 58. Somewhere in the 50s we ended up Final Fantasy freaking went under.
Yeah.
So
way before Kugane, way before the end, because Bajna happened after Kugane.
Art by Den.
I think
the shrine started at 40.
Okay, 56. So we ended at like we ended at 58. 58 never happened. Okay, so 40.
Would have been great.
All right, 41. It might have been. Here we go. Session 39.
God.
Session 39. Trin almost got fucking peached.
We would have immediately ran back to the capital of Mysidia, and that was an interesting confrontation.
Oh shoot, I didn't notice that. It was so back. Now again, I'm not going to, considering it was session 39 out of what would have been 58 sessions, I'm not going to assume that this was with certain things going on that it was related to that and the DM trying to write me out. Because their idea was also, if that happened, it was going to suddenly turn into a rescue arc where people try to get Trin back and the party was split between Trin and Thing. I wouldn't have liked that, because then that's a lot of just me scenes while the party gets to play with one another. And I also think it would have just been a huge diversion from everything because it's all about Trin now. And I don't think I would have liked that, but even just that part kind of checks with how they were DMing things, being very focused on me over the other players. I'm sad I never got to share the thumbnail for that game that never happened. Doesn't sound like sabotage. It sounds like
I think it was 43.
43 for what? Because the session that Trin almost got peached was 39. I just looked at the art. Asphir and Trin had a sibling-like relationship where Asphir and her called each other out on their stuff and confronted the other's issues. Yes. And knowing how the beach episodes went, the game would just be Trin and perhaps 30 minutes of the group each game. No, I would have hated that for you guys.
Low-key, whenever Mateus was on screen, I got fucking viscerally upset at his existence.
I low-key loved it because I loved the drama, but I didn't want it to take away too much from everybody else.
I mean, he's just despite everything that happened, Jake did Mateus so fucking well. I hated his existence. It was great.
Oh yeah, no, Mateus was great. Again, love Mateus in that villain aspect. It's great to hate a villain. He was your Lord God.
He's such a good villain. He's such a good villain. And he should, because he's named after the fucking Emperor from 2, which should also be
better villains, but he's kind of like mid. So you know.
But yeah, we going back to Mateus and Kato, they seemed very much like they were meant to be foils of one another, as the DM kind of saw where things were going. But again, Kato was like low key a simp at times, and it pissed Trin off. Again, there was that scene in the manor of I can't remember her name right now. The black
Are we
mage.
talking about the same instance? I was talking Matthias, the letter he was going to steal you back with.
Yeah, that was session 39.
Yeah.
Because Kato came down and shattered that illusion of Mateus, and that was the one where if Trin reached out their hand and didn't draw it out like they did, she was going to be kidnapped. Session 43, if I look at session 43's recap art, I actually don't have session 43. Never did those.
Huh.
I don't have session 43. There is no session 43.
If you're thinking of the Dark Elf, that was Hecate.
Yeah, Hecate. There we go. I couldn't remember her name for a second. Yeah, when it came to, I remember in Hecate's manor, Trin went into the woods and thought to essentially prank Kato.
No, Yojimbo was 39. The letter should have been 42.
Jimbo, what? Is Jimbo 39? I feel like I'm inclined to believe Lynn because
again, I'm looking at the art here. My folder for session 39 was where Nihilus passed the Ramu exam, and then someone in that city approached Trin and said, "Are you Trin?" and gave them a letter. And Trin went to an alley to go look at the letter, and a projection of Mateus appeared. We got Dark Boko. Was the letter the same episode that the team met Hammer's armor? Man, could have been made like Li Shang and just been upset at his bromance boyfriend was gone, but nah, had to pull the simp card. With Yojimbo, that was... Yojimbo was... Hold on, let me see. Because I named the folders not by the...
Okay, I think I get my confusion. I'm looking at the thumbnail which was for the session prior, not that session itself, so it should have been 41, since 39 would then be the one we got to the shrine in.
Yeah, the shrine, that was Anima's shrine. Because I'm seeing Anima's shrine here. I see Trin in the waterfall where they tried to communicate with Suzaku. When it comes to the thumbnails, 41... Thumbnail 41... Yeah, no, thumbnail 41 was, where Kato accidentally led Trin into a field of catnip. Or at least the thumbnail was reminiscent of that, where session 40 was where Kato took, Trin to the thing of catnip. The thumbnail for 39 with Kijo slashing down on Yojimbo, that is, supposed to be, session 38. Because we kind of did that thing. We kind of based our format of thumbnails on Nat 19. So 38 was where Yojimbo appeared, and Yojimbo was just before getting to Ramu. Yeah. Kato lost all his personality and just became Trin support essentially. And when it came to Hecate's manor, where Trin was like, with what's going on with Mateus, it is too easy for me to turn on you guys. And that's willingly. Imagine if I was coerced or taken control of. I'm sure everybody else can beat me up easy. But Kato isn't. And Kato could end up being the linchpin and what fucks us over. And, and that would be that idiot where it's like, no, this is Trin, guys, and then gets literally stabbed in the back. Like... So, Trin, while again, not the best way to do it, pretended to be taken over using their glamour and their disguise, got a fairy to tell, hey, freaking Trin, they're acting weird, they're in the forest. Told him to specifically go to Kato, because Kato would be the one to stop everything he's doing and go check it out. And also putting Kato in that situation where he has to fight or he will die. And again, he refused to fight. He literally sat down, crossed his arms, and said, I'm not fighting you. As soon as he discovered that it was all a dumb ploy of Trin to get them to fight, to see, like, this kind of thing, he immediately said, I'm not going to fight you. And then Trin was like, well, I'm going to keep attacking you. Oh, shrimp time. Trin was like, well, I'm going to attack you. I'm going to attack you right now. I'm consciously making an effort to attack you. Are you going to defend yourself? And Kato was like, no. Because I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to fight you. And Trin was like, what if something happens? What if someone takes me over? Or I lose my mind or whatever, and I attack you guys? You need to be able to hit me. You have to be able to hit me. You can't just do that. You can't just sit and just refuse to fight. And he's like, I don't care. And that pissed Trin off so bad.
Everyone else would find some way to fight, defend themselves, at the very minimum, Mimi.
He was like, I'll find some way to get you back. And it was like, no. What if there is no way to get me back? What if you have to fight me? What if you have to kill me? I want you to fight back. I want you to fight me. I won't do it. He didn't listen to Trin. He didn't. How dare you not treat her as a person? Bro, I'm seething. I gotta pee really quick. I'll be right back. I really gotta pee.
It's a shame. So we're going to do a Final Fantasy talk, Eric. We're very passionate
Would have been nice if Kato did anything really. Kijo still doesn't see him as anything but Trin's pet elf.
Yeah, he used to do a lot of things. He killed a fucking dragon, man. I'd fucking... At least before he joined up with us, he killed a dragon. And proved it. Brought it to the city for a banquet. Like, ravaging the countryside. That wasn't like hyperbole. He killed a giant red dragon. I mean, he had help, but that's not the point. Like, to be like a pompous hero guy, because he would back up his words. Sorry if I'm a little echoey. I'm in my kitchen.
That's fine.
There we go. It was just a quick pee. The one thing I could see is that this could explain his actions as if he was traumatized by the whole apparently killing God or something who was his friend. Personally, I want to see more fallout from when Trin killed a bunch of people because they were looting, if I remember the situation right. Well, here's the thing. The one who beat up Trin about that was Trin themselves. And this is also, again, where I go into where Kato really started falling off for me early on. Because, again, Kato went from somebody who was more than ready to fight
Trin. I know
Trin.
I mention it a fair bit, but I kept track of every time we fought, and Kijo has never, at any point, actually seen Kato fight. Closest she's gotten was from a flashback, and all he did was stab a defenseless target.
Yeah. So, Kato, again,
He's just the princess's pet.
Yeah. So, one of the things with Kato, again, early on, the thing with Ifrit and the village and the looters, Trin killing the looters, that was not a good thing. Trin later acknowledged once they snapped out of it that that was not a good thing. What I did was bad. Why aren't you mad at me? And Kato just didn't understand. And I know Kato was supposed to also just be a fucking dumbass. Just a dumb brain baby. But that was that thing of like, dude, how long have you been out of the Feywilds? You have some semblance of right and wrong. Like, Trin was like, call me out for this. I just killed that guy in cold blood. I was going to kill the other guys. Why aren't you condemning me for this? Why aren't you yelling at me and saying I did something bad? He was like, "Oh no, you had to have reason for what you did." No, I killed somebody in front of you.
See, the funniest thing to me is Nihilus should have been like, "Yeah, what? They were looters," and
Well,
that's
yeah,
because
but-
all is not an all right thing.
But here was the thing.
He's not
No,
a
keep,
hero.
yeah. Again, but here's the thing though. Trin didn't kill them because they were looters. Trin killed them because they were doing what they were doing and saying that it was a form of revolution.
Oh yeah, that's right. They try to justify it.
They tried to justify it with the word that this is our revolution. This is how we get our freedom.
Legit murdered 3 people because she was losing an argument and got triggered by the word.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, see, no. Anyone else should have called you out on that. Nihilus would. Kato should have. Nihilus, he sees rebels and he should kill them. Like, Nihilus is not an alright in the head person all the time, but Kato should have. There should have been an argument, or there should have been an agreement.
Kato did not call Trin out on that. And again, when Trin finally snapped out of it, they were like, no, that was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. I could have just scared them away. I didn't have to kill them. But Kato was like, no, it's okay. It's like, no, it's not! No, it's not, you fucking bint! I just fucking murdered somebody! Did you not see? The blood is still on me, you bloke! Like, no!
The blood is still wet. I am still soaked.
I am still, their blood is still fresh on me! Like, and again, like the Kate's manner and other, hi Sketchy, other moments that Trin, like, was a bitch, was an asshole. Kato just let happen. And I think, again, in part, most of Kato's placidness...
There's that latent misogyny.
Mm-hmm. There were times where low-key Kato enabled Trin, and it seems like all Kato cared about was just having Trin to themselves. Where Mateus wasn't so much someone who wanted to take his friend and imprison her and turn her into a broodmare. Mateus was a romantic rival. Mateus wants Trin for himself. And Kato doesn't want that because he wants Trin. And again, like Lynn said, there's that latent misogyny. He hated Mateus because Mateus also wanted Trin. And it kills me because the confession in Kugane should never have happened. I've talked about this before too. The confession in Kugane should never have happened. That didn't need to happen. I hate that I don't hate that it happened. I'm sad that it happened. Because I want them to know that I'll accept them no matter what, even if it means going outside their comfort. I like that the shrimp is explaining this. Like, when it came to the confession scene in Kugane, what a bad trinity. When it came to the confession in Kugane, I thought it would have been cute. I thought it would have been really good and really hit the nail if all the things that preceded it also hit the nail. And they didn't. Kato was a simp. Kato enabled Trin. Kato did not see Trin as the equal that they used to see them as when they were disguised as a boy. And Kato was really naive and a good boy. And that was all great and good, but these were not good. Especially with Trin. What confession in Kugane? I don't think anything like that happened. Wink, wink. Yeah, like, here's the thing. I know we've joked that we could retcon that, but it kind of happened, and I feel like it should better be interpreted that Trin never could give them an answer. Because again, Kato confessed to her. Kato said he loves her, he wants to be with her. But Trin's kind of like, do you even know what you're saying right now? Like, are you sure?
Just saying, Trin x Kato is a toxic ship that masks itself as puppy love romance. Don't need these artifacts of Eld, you need a lizard who hates you but also doesn't.
But like, that was that thing where, again, the confession in Kugane was like, I definitely felt the DM shoehorn that in because they thought that The only way I could maybe have fun with Kugane is if we shoehorn the ship. Because yes, I've said it before. I love shipping. I love romantic relationships in games. I live for that shit. I love being a part of that. I love the drama that comes with it. But I want it to resolve properly. I want it to get to a satisfactory point. And Trin and Kato, for that most part, kind of wasn't it. And I hated it because I would tell the DM. The times that the DM would ask me what to do about it, what I want, and I was actually able to answer them. I told them, I want someone... Oh, there we go with my model coming back. There we go. Hold on. There we go. I had told them that what I want out of Kato is that I want someone, if possible, I want someone to tell Kato, what the fuck are you doing? Or Kato to realize, what the fuck am I doing? I want someone, and I mostly want it to be Kato, to call Trin out on their bullshit. Or someone to recognize and tell Kato, whatever you're doing with Trin is not healthy and is not good. But they didn't listen to me. Also, thanks for the comfy mode. I'm pretty sure that was a reference to Mei Li and the Karao. Bad shipping is just bad. I have almost no context for this bit. It sounds interesting. It's who the character is now. Yeah. What was the reference to Mei Li and the... Honestly, I fucking love Mei Li and the Karao. That shit's fucking good. I fucking love them. But we're not talking about them. Although, yes, Mei Li and the Karao was something that I think, like... When I think about my ships in the SN games, not counting Gallon and Polo, Mei Li and the Karao are one that I'm like, yo, like, solid, one of the best ones. What Lynn said about the lizard. Oh, no, she's talking about Kijo. But, another thing that I really hoped would hammer things in was after Kugane. Anyone who rooted for that fucking scene between Trin and Kato, I need you to really, really reevaluate what you like about relationships. Because what happened with Trin and Kato on that fucking airship is not something to be celebrated. And that was the point.
Yep. Listen, there weren't a lot of particularly positive relationships in that game. In all fairness,
looking at the relationship in a narrative sense, Kato doesn't really take Trin seriously as a person, she's an object of affection. And on the other end, Trin is mostly just using Kato out of a weird sense of responsibility.
Mm-hmm. And I really wanted them to get over that. I was really hoping, and that's what I told the DM I wanted. I want Trin and Kato to call each other out on their bullshit, resolve those issues, and then actually reach a healthy relationship. That's what I love. I love ships where characters are able to better one another and grow and be better people for themselves and the person they're with. I love fucking growth. But they didn't listen to me, is what I can only say. And again, for those who don't know what happens in Final Fantasy, to spare you the time and dedication to watching all that, because it's a lot, airship, after they confess in Kugane, Trin starts getting nightmares and starts remembering repressed memories. Said repressed memories we explained as, and we're kind of gonna be talking into some mention of unaliving. So if those are your triggers, I proceed with caution. Just because it is going to be mentioned, because it is part of Trin's story. We do get into in tabletop games, we do get into more sensitive topics. So just, again, wanting to respect you guys. There's that warning. Trin's mother was someone who was essentially originally from Bajna, has Suzaku's blood, was kidnapped by Doma, forced to marry the king of Doma, and to have a kid. So that Suzaku's bloodline is back in the Doman monarchy. That is Trin. So...
Mind if I clarify a thing real quick?
Oh yes, please. By all means, clarify. By all means, clarify if you must, because I know that, like, I only remember how things were relayed to me. So if they're incorrect,
and
by
I've
all
talked
means.
about it before after the game got called. I was angling for Trin X Kijo from the drawing board. I wanted to be the dark horse secret frenemies to, let's say roommates, slow burn.
Yeah?
I wanted to kick Kato out.
Would it make it easier if there was a shrimp telling the story? I mean, I'm already in comfy mode, so shrimp time wouldn't come until
just
after
to show
this
that I
goes away.
could.
This is that thing though, but yeah.
And Squeaky would be super down.
Didn't write that down. Write that down. Here's the thing, because of what I want out of Trin and Kato, it's very easy for me to ship them and be like, in my head canon, that's totally how it's going, and that in the comic they can resolve their shit. But in the game, it's pretty toxic. And again, we're getting into this. So to set that ground, Trin's mother was kidnapped, forced to marry, and forced to bear a child for the Doman monarchy. Through little plot stuff, it ends up being because Trin's repressed memory was finding that her mother had hung herself in the Doman garden, in the Doman royal garden. She hung herself on the cherry tree, or the cherry tree. Trin repressed this memory because she was young, but it was also essentially the king of Doma getting the Doman mages to essentially further repress those memories, with the story that Trin's mother instead got ill and passed away. That's some deep dark shit. Yes. So, and that's the thing. I didn't decide that part of the her coming from Bajna and being forced to marry, all that shit. That was the DM that thought of that. So, fine. That's cool. Eventually, I helped string along these things to help them make more sense. So, repressed memories. After visiting Kugane, making our way then to Doma, which would then be to Bajna, these memories resurfaced. And
you can see me seeding that at various points, and I was going to be far more of an emotional pillar in the group after Kijo reclaimed her name and joined the Warriors of Twilight properly. I have notes on all the stuff she's been holding back on during their travels, because she was just a mercenary, an outsider, and it wasn't her place to butt in.
I kind of hope in the comic Kato realizes this stuff and breaks up with Trin and possibly going off on his own to deal with his own stuff while the party does their stuff. That doesn't have to happen though, Cerberus. I don't think it does. I just think they need to properly talk about this. I don't think they need to break up. They can have like disputes and stuff. So when are we getting the manga? Hold on, we're not done yet. So, these memories resurface. Eventually, we learn the actual reason Trin's mother offed herself was because of some fuckery going on with Doma, and she feared that it was going to take her over and cause her to harm her daughter, so she offed herself, essentially as a mercy. Wait, she accepted his confession? We'll get into that, Eclair. Don't worry. Hold on. We'll get into that. Also, hi, Emerald.
Hello.
Hold on, let me put Emerald in a spot where he can be appreciated. All right, there we go. So, I love Eclair. She's losing it. So, now this happens again after Kugane. Yes, Trin did accept Kato's confession because she is attached to him. She cares about Kato. And we'll talk about Eli later. Eli's another thing that I'm kind of not satisfied with, but we'll get into Eli in a little bit because when I first made Trin is actually down bad for her teacher, but said teacher almost never appeared, so it was just easier for her to kind of then cling to Kato.
And then they fucked on my airship. Talk about rude.
I'm getting to that, Lynn! I'm getting to this, okay? So these memories resurface, and Trin remembers now what actually did their mother in. And this is before we find out the actual fuckery that led to it. So as far as she knows, as far as she realizes with these memories, the perspective it gives her is that her mother offed herself because of her. She remembers, because around that time, I think she learned, because the reason we were going to Bajna, she learns that her mother is from Bajna. She was kidnapped and taken to Doma and forced into all this. So when these repressed memories resurface, Trin concludes that the reason her mother offed herself was regret and blame, and it was all her fault. So with all these traumatic memories coming back, and now we're on a fucking airship, Trin feels repentant, feels it's all her fault. She's the reason her mother suffered, and she loved her mother. Yo, manga fundraising to actually make and publish the selling of the comic. Let's go! I think I missed that session. It's there. Don't worry. We still have it. It's on the Summoners Network's thing. But all this guilt, all this trauma comes back to her. And it's all her fault. And she hates it. She hates it all coming back. It's all at once. It's too much. So Trin, in their own misguided mental, considers offing herself and was about to do it. And as she's getting onto the railing to jump off of the airship to her death, Kato, who was fiddling around with the airship controls, sees her, and it's like horrible rain and thunder, and that's what triggered the memories to come back, because the day Trin's mother offed herself, it was a thundery, very rainy night in Doma. And being in such close proximity to the thunder, it just resurfaced the memories. After also learning the truth about her mother. So Kato sees his, now partner about to do something, and is like, at first like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Get off the railing. What are you doing? And Trin is like, I realize now. I know the truth about Mama. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't bear it. It's my fault. I am just one big proponent of suffering. My mother suffered. The people that my kingdom rules under suffer. Whoever ends up being king is going to suffer. My friends that I make their lives shit are suffering. I am just one big suffer. I don't deserve to be here. I need to go. I can't be here. I need to die. I want to die. This was like Trin's lowest. So Kato, kind of still being fucking stupid, kind of being like, no, but baby, baby, don't go.
I wish one of us were up on that fucking roof.
Mimi glares, get in line.
Yeah.
Kato's like, but Trin, but I love you. Why? It's not your fault. It's not, and the usual things you would probably say to someone who's in that edge, but not really thinking about it because it's all happening in the moment. But eventually, Kato does convince Trin to get down, but not really because of anything he says, but because at this point, Trin's like, I was gonna do this, but now I can't do it. I can't do it in front of Kato. It's gonna really fuck him up. I can't do it in front of Kato. I can't. I can't do it in front of Kato. He'll probably do something stupid if he sees me do it. I can't do it. And they don't. And eventually, this leads to them going back into the airship. And Trin pretty much being like, if you're not gonna let me kill myself, if you're not gonna leave me alone, you're gonna fuck me. And they have sex. Because she was like, if you're not gonna leave me alone, then stay with me and be with me. And no, that was not meant to be romantic. That was not meant to be healthy. That was not meant to be anything to root for.
No, that's
that was Trin at their lowest. That sex wasn't good.
It was not in fact poggers in the sheets.
Shut the fuck up, Emerald. Get out of here.
Unfortunately, though, Kato sure as fuck was happy about that, because that's them being intimate with Trin. And again, I think this is the DM just not being good at handling this thing. I think the DM just doesn't know what a healthy relationship is, or at least sees something amicable about this. But No, that was not meant to be a good thing. That wasn't supposed to be going, oh my god, ship drama. Like, no. It was supposed to be bad. It was not supposed to be good. But it happened. They don't understand healthy relationships. And...
Yes, they don't understand.
And yeah, then eventually all the other stuff happens. They learn the truth about what caused their mother to unalive and, you know, come to terms with that. And have now a better... Trin was on the road to somewhat getting better. But there was still the unresolved issue of... Kato, you're kind of... You do not know how much of an enabling factor you are.
Oh, I had a whole thing prepared to interrupt them after a while and be like, get over it, it's in the past, I had to bury my mother with my own hands and I'm still here. You want to have a go in the Depression Olympics, I'll win. Your life now is better, you're alive, that burden is not yours to bear, now go the fuck to sleep.
Trin needs an emotional support pet, like an actual one, or Kijo beating her up a little. Fight but maybe kiss style Kato would learn. This is really unhealthy. Yeah, again, this was not meant to be anything...
But I was advised to let you cook.
Here's the thing, I told the DM this. I'm pretty sure I've got the messages. I told him, I want someone to call Kato out. I want someone to call Trin out. I want something. That's what I want. That's the drama I want. I want someone to realize and look at Trin and say, this is not okay. But it didn't happen. Instead, they just kind of led Kato into this monotony of just being a simp. Like, I loved Kato before, and then as they got so absorbed in Trin, I was like, do you care about anything else? But, like...
For fuck's sake.
It killed me. Like...
His personality was pompous dickhead, but it fit in perfectly well.
Yeah. Again, early Kato was amazing. And then he saw that Trin actually girl, so maybe I need to treat her like a girl, but that's not what Trin wanted. That's not what Trin wanted at all. And Trin, again, one of the reasons Trin was in love with their professor, with Professor Eli, was because Eli was one of the first people to treat Trin like an equal. To treat Trin like
I was getting
someone...
those vibes from Juliet at certain points, and honestly feel that my keeping her largely at arm's length stopped her from becoming similarly wooden.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Again, it was harder for Trin, because again, a little bit harder for Trin. One, because the DM leaned in very hard. And while I liked the romantic aspects to an extent, there were times where I didn't. And again, the DM was already getting on me about like, I'm sorry you didn't have fun. I'm sorry you didn't enjoy this. So I felt that if I even negatively engaged even slightly with anything they were throwing at me, it was just gonna make it worse. And I didn't win. I wouldn't win either way. But when it came to, oh God, my train. Oh my God, he was a nice guy. But when it came to, like, Kato, I mean, not when it came to Kato, when it came...
from a player standpoint, my main issue with Kato was just how much he didn't exist if you weren't Trin.
Yeah, again, and that's the DM's fault, unfortunately. But, like, when it came to Professor Eli, what she loved so much about Eli was that Eli saw her as an equal, saw her as someone to respect, someone to, someone that you shouldn't look down on. That saw her potential to be even a ruler herself. He kind of planted that seed that, why can't you be the one that rules? Why can't you be the one in charge? If only Doma could see how amazing you could be if Doma gave you a chance. Trin loved that. That was the validation Trin never truly got and that Trin wanted. Trin only wanted to be seen as an equal despite her sex. And I think that's also why eventually Trin started leaning in on her femininity and accepting
Eli
herself
might not
as a
have
woman.
seen her like an equal, but she did treat her like an actual person, which she didn't get from anyone else.
Yeah, that's also a better way. Eli saw her as a person, and she wasn't treated like that. And that was a thing, too, where it was like, again, with Eli, she wanted to become the person that Eli saw her as. Eli saw that she could be a wonderful person and be a good ruler and she was like, I want to be that person that you think I could be. I want to be that. That's why she still, like, composed herself with Eli and tried to, like, look good in front of Eli. Eli was that driving force to make her want to be better. And then when Trin decided to accept their femininity and that they are a woman, they were like, I'm not going to run away from my gender. It is who I am. It is me. I am a woman. And I'm going to show you what I can do despite me being a woman. Quote unquote, despite me being a woman, what I can do. That me being a woman doesn't hold me back from what I can do and what I can't do. That doesn't factor into it. It's my ability and my capability. And that's why Trin decided to kind of accept their womanhood more and rely less on being a boy. When Mimi went to get those cupcakes to celebrate the birthday of one of the dead family members, she was supposed to go eat with Kato, and she would explain it to him there and finally take some of the rest and go. That was scrapped, though. Good old bare minimum being enough, oof. Because that didn't happen, no one got to know. Yeah. But unfortunately, we didn't get much of Eli because Eli was too busy being fucking the philanthropist and the fucking diplomat everywhere. And I know that there was also some things going on with Eli, but, like, Trin was ready to, like, give herself up to her professor, too. Like, when she first saw him again, she was like, look at me. I'm grown up. I'm a woman now. How do you see me? And, like, hi, Mikado, how we doing? Scary what happened. Hi, Gigi, how we doing? Oh, Squeaky, I'm trying to use that better TV. Do you have permission to use the Trin one? Do I have permission to use the Trin one? Also, Lynn, can I use the Black Mage Lynn one? Trying to use the beat
What?
the What do you mean, Cerberus? Because you should be able to just use. I don't have the Lynn emote.
If it's just using it in the chat and you have better Twitch TV and it's in the list for your stuff.
Yeah, I already have from the charity stream. Well, here's the thing, Cerberus. So if you're asking if you can use them in the chat, I already have the emotes in the chat. As long as you have better Twitch, you can use them in this chat in terms of, like, I don't have the Lynn one because that is Lynn's character. But, like, I have this. If you have better Twitch, you can see that emote, and people who don't can see it in my stream, as I just saw. Like, I have that emote. I'm kind of not sure what you mean.
Explain better Twitch to me. Is there some new thing going around?
It's an extension that adds more emotes for
That's it.
people that have it.
Yeah, all it is. Yeah, it's just a browser extension that attaches to Twitch that gives people access to more emotes. I don't have the Lynn emote in there because, again, that is Lynn's character. If I wanted to use it, I would explicitly ask her for her permission. I have no reason to use it in any outside context aside from between friends. I just got it and I thought no, you don't have to upload them.
Yeah,
you
no,
don't
no,
have
no.
you don't
They
have
should be
to
in the list.
No, they should be in the list. So when you go on Better Twitch, if you hit the emotes, you should not the one that's by the chat bar. There should be one under it next to, like, the chat settings on the gear. And you'll see, like, that little red smiley face little ticket thing. And you'll see some of the emotes I have here. So you'll see a Kato, you'll see a Trin, you'll see the Near Squeaky. You'll actually see that's where you'll find my dancing emote. I have another Trin. The little tappity Trin. That's where you'll find these emotes. That's where you'll find them.
Mm-hmm. And it only works on this channel, no one else.
It only works on this channel. Stream has been super fun. Starving for dinner time. Yeah, no worries. Love having you here, Claire. Thank you.
Later.
I like how much Claire got hyped up.
Yeah, so you can use, you don't have to upload any emotes. I've already done that, but you can only use them on my channel. I don't know how you can use them publicly on other ones, and I don't really care to worry about that. Also, but yeah, with Professor Eli, again, Trin loved Professor Eli because first off, she was young.
Holding to what you said about workout though. Once you have the space, hope to see you around again.
But yes, with Eli, she loved Eli because he was the first person that acknowledged her personhood and saw potential in her that she wanted to meet. But she was young. She was taught by Eli in her early teens. So this was a young girl falls in love with her teacher sort of thing. He was only around her for about a year or so before he was sent off to, he was told to leave Doma, and Eli went to go continue doing his own thing. But Trin still grew up with those feelings for her teacher. And wanted to find him again because she felt that she kind of lost her way at some point. First, she saw
After which Trin got hardcore parasocial as an emotional crutch.
Yeah, no, Trin, again, got really kind of, not really obsessed, but pretty obsessed with Professor Eli, that it got to a point where, yeah, she was seeking out Professor Eli because even though she knew that she had to leave Doma and that she had to figure this out on her own, she didn't know where to start. And her idea of finding Professor Eli was to help kind of put her back on the path. And then as time progressed, as she sort of lost her way because she just was indulging too much as being Trin, the boy, it became, I need to find Professor Eli, I'm lost. And again, that's why she had that crutch with Eli. And I'm sad that nothing really happened because Eli was just everywhere else and not anywhere with Trin. Makes me sad. But I think that also could have been pretty good character drama. There's a bit of background noise coming from someone. It is coming from Anthony. It's okay. He's just on a phone. It's not a big deal, guys. But yeah, it made me a little sad that we never really got to truly explore that stuff with Eli because Eli was off being somewhere else doing things. Because again, that was something that was in Trin's character since concept. It was a runaway princess in love with her teacher who wants to essentially save her homeland. But I kind of didn't get that. I kind of didn't get any of that. But yeah, with Eli not being around, Kato was the closest thing to another emotional crutch who, while he said good things about her and tried to reassure her and stuff, it wasn't from as well-educated a spot and from as unbiased a point of view as Eli. But you take what you can get, I guess. But again, I never wanted this to be something people cheered on and was like, yeah, we're getting the ship right now. No.
That's not what the thing was about.
That's not what it was about. If you ever rooted for Trin and that Trin and Kato in that aspect, if you saw that they had sex on that airship and was like, yeah, you should probably look up actual healthy relationships.
That was the least healthy thing one could do.
No, that was
actually jumping off the fucking thing.
One can argue that Kato completely took advantage of a very, very mentally fragile and emotional Trin.
I don't think Kato could have the mental capacity to think that way.
Here's the thing. Yeah, no, here's the thing. I was gonna say that. Except, and that's where I feel like Kato unknowingly did this, because Kato doesn't know better. That was the thing with Kato a lot, was that Kato doesn't know better. And that was also something that Trin took advantage of. They took advantage of each other.
One intentionally, the other unintentionally.
And it's also noteworthy how Trin has this weird obsession with being loved. She needs to feel needed and it's not good. And yet, they're taking advantage of each other, but Trin is the only one aware of it.
Yeah.
first party, I think. Maybe it's Trin.
Yeah, no. Again, Trin has a lot of problems, and I was really hoping that those would be brought into the forefront and conversed, but they never truly happened. Like, again, Trin was that scene. Trin was very mentally fragile, and more nefarious people would have definitely taken advantage of Trin and had sex with her that night. Kato did because he was told that's how he can comfort her. And Kato didn't know better.
Because he didn't want to. Because he doesn't fucking think.
Because he doesn't think. He didn't think about that. He doesn't know kind of how to reach that conclusion. He was an idiot. He's an idiot. So all he sees, all he knows is that I can't leave Trin alone. If I leave them alone, I might not see them tomorrow. And Trin is telling me not to leave them alone. And Trin is also naked right now. And Trin is also naked. And her boobs are on my back. Because we're both soaking wet and we're both naked right now. But like, again, this was not meant to be like anything like, yeah, like, no. This is like, oh no. Oh no, Hans, no, stop.
Honeys, no.
This is not
No,
how
sweetheart,
this is not how you have your first time. Like, because that was the first time for both of them. But again, Trin was just like, cool, you're not gonna leave me alone? You're gonna stay with me? Yeah? Okay. Well, stay with me. Be with me. That's what you want, right? Then do it. And they did.
Sure did.
But, so yeah, that wasn't supposed to be a cool, positive, awesome thing.
To a certain point he was a willful idiot. We know he should be a lot smarter that he's letting on, but a lot like Hammer, he chooses the simple path of stupidity.
Yeah, and I also, again, and this isn't, I feel like that's also in part because of the DM. I feel there were moments where I was like, Kato can't be this fucking
Oh, it
stupid.
100% is.
I was like, Kato can't be this stupid. Hammer can't be this stupid. Some of these characters can't be this stupid. But it's easier to do that because you're the DM. It's easy to give your the NPCs stupid pills when you're the DM, and it's
but
like,
it's in the narrative, so we have to figure it out.
Exactly, and it's so easy to just be like, actually no, that didn't happen, but then that becomes too much, and that becomes too much of a hassle later on when you have to constantly explain that actually we've decided those things didn't happen. Before I leave, just hear me. Emerald should be in charge of Kato from now on. He could be good boy, but not dumb. This is a joke. It's that thing of, I think Kato has there's an arc here that can happen with Kato. It was always possible for this arc to happen. The DM didn't let it, and that was it. But we can...
And at least Hammer has actually admitted that it's a choice he's made because he doesn't want to hold the reins anymore.
Yeah. Whereas again, with Kato, that's unfortunately not the case. He's kind of dumb, and the DM leaned in way too much. But...
Yeah.
But yeah. That being said, I still love Kato. I have my own little silly headcanons where things went differently and they're able to kind of take steps to a healthier relationship. And that's where I have that's kind of the little universe where I have like shippy art with them. Because in the current context of Final Fantasy, I kind of can't without having to use my brain. I remember too, after the fact, and this is the nail that makes me like sure for half the things I've said today. After that scene, after that game, the DM was like, giggle giggle, they finally had sex. Not in those exact words. But was kind of like, they finally had sex.
Did you think that was the end goal of this? Because it wasn't.
I was like, they sure did.
It didn't have to happen. Should have not let this happen. DM, whoever you might have been.
I always wanted Trin to be kind of morally ambiguous. That all it takes was one really bad event and Trin could easily heel turn.
Mm-hmm.
That was not meant to be any good moment. And I remember because I was talking to the DM about like this potential scene where I was like, hey, trying to think of like, because again, they were like, well, what do you want to do? What can we do to make you have fun, to like put this drama that you want and stuff? And I was like, again, you know, telling him that I want someone to call Trin out on his bullshit. I want it to be Kato. And I was like, honestly, if we think about certain things, now that they know about their mother, maybe those repressed memories are coming back. Maybe it's really affecting Trin. Maybe they're considering that this is all their fault and they should not be alive. Maybe Kato can do something about that. Maybe that can be where Kato calls them out. And maybe if things go well, maybe one thing can lead to another. But right now, Trin is like not in a good headspace. And one thing sure did lead to another, all right. Just I don't think even the DM got it. Is what I can really say about it.
Also, for shippers, do note that Kijo x Trin isn't really a ship at the moment. There isn't a romantic undertone to their interactions, nor any form of sexual tension. That was something I had in mind as a slow burn, which wouldn't really begin to start seeming like it could even be on the table until after Kijo stopped being Kijo and let go of some of that baggage. At present moment, Kijo and Trin are only at a point where they're, almost, friends.
I love Kijo.
Yeah, like... And again, I really like Kijo with Juliet. I think they've got a really cute dynamic. I guess it makes me sad to hear that there were times where you had to keep Juliet at arm's length just to preserve her fucking character. Because that's the thing, too. The DM was... Well, I've already explained, they did it with Kato. They unfortunately... If they thought that was where you would find your fun, they bent their characters. And I hate that. Hate it.
I was wondering when that was going to happen to Kate, I'm going to be honest.
If you leaned in more towards her, then yeah, it would have happened.
Yeah.
For better or for... Yeah, for better or for worse.
I didn't want that to happen. I didn't want that to happen to anybody.
What else should we do now in Final Fantasy XIV, Lynn?
Oh yeah, Final Fantasy is happening.
It was hard to keep interest when it was readily apparent she would be mine the moment I decided I wanted her, which kind of kills it.
It really does. It really does. That's what like made like Gallon and Polo for me so satisfactory until the player decided to give up. Was that like there was that like will they won't they, where it was like, man, Gallon really wants Polo. It seems like he really wants Polo. But then the moment that it comes to acknowledging that, he's like, no. And he puts her at arm's length again. And some of those things did happen. And then it just kind of, and then again, they just kind of gave up and let whatever happen happen. And I was just like, no! Don't just give him to me!
Yeah. When I say I want it, I don't want it like that. I just want it...
Like, no, make me fucking work for it! I want to work for it!
Yeah.
So, there's a little bit of a gremlin side of me that when all this is happening,
Want to
that
do some roulettes?
stayed.
Get some experience. I won Reaper Pants, so I need to actually finish leveling.
I'm sorry, Emerald, what were you saying?
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
There's a gremlin side of me that had wanted at the time, when Jasmine was still around, for there to be this weird, like a competition between the two of them for Gallon's attention.
Mm-hmm.
Because of things that had been happening in character, but then, you know, that was never gonna happen.
Oh.
Yeah. For many reasons why that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah. I've never...
there's a part of me, and we're not gonna go too into it because there's not much.
From
really
what
to
I understood, Jasna didn't want Galen's attention. She wanted Polo's.
Yeah,
you're right.
I was gonna kind of briefly touch on that. The only reason Jasna slept with Galen was in her mind a slight against Polo. Because she was interested in Roki. But Roki was interested in Galen. And she thought she had like a friendship and a closeness with Polo until that somehow felt threatened when Polo told her that she might have feelings for Galen. And then Galen walks up to her and is just like, sex? And she's like, fuck it. Two people that I'm interested in, whether it be platonically or romantically, they all seem to want this guy.
And then she fucked it.
Yeah. She was like, they seem to want this guy. I don't understand why. I don't see what's so great about him. They want him so badly. But this guy, even if it's in a casual sense, wants me. So fuck them. As I fuck Galen. And
yeah, I see the point. I still don't see the appeal.
it was that thing, and it's that thing of, with that in mind, I can understand, but it was also because Fomel had to justify why they left it to a dice roll. Because that's what happened in game. Fomel was like, I don't know what to do, and rolled a die. And the die landed on fuck him. Fuck it, essentially. And Fomel immediately regretted that, from what they had told me. They immediately regretted that.
Yeah.
No, let's keep talking about Surging Shadow, says Din. Again, we won't talk too much about it, because I don't want to talk about like where people's headspaces would have been. I only know what I was told, where Fomel wasn't too happy about that. They felt bad that they left it to a dice roll. Jasna would not have actually done that. Because again, when you look at the timeline of things, Polo just told them that they liked them. And that feels like an affront to Polo. And like now when you try to justify it, that's the only thing they can think of. They did it as a purposeful affront to Polo, which one can assume their opinion of Jasna from there as good or bad. Where it's just like, damn, like, you know, your friend just tells you they like this guy and the first thing you do afterwards is go fuck him. Like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know if I could consider someone that does that my friend. Would you?
That would be very, yeah, I would find it very hard to think of that at that point if that happened.
Yeah.
Like,
it'd be a huge betrayal of friendship and trust and all that.
Yeah, because it's like, yeah, okay, one can argue, well, Polo didn't have any claim towards Galen. Galen didn't belong to her at that time. You're right. Galen didn't belong to anybody at that time. And we also have to consider Galen's autonomy in that time. Galen put himself in front of Jasna. What did I return to?
Don't worry about that.
We're going a little bit into Galen and Polo, where because Emerald mentioned Jasna, and then essentially kind of having a rivalry towards Galen, to which Lynn said, Jasna was never interested in Galen, they were interested in Polo. And I pointed out they were actually interested in Roki, but Roki wanted Galen. And then once she learned that Polo wanted Galen, Polo, who is at the moment Jasna saw as the closest person to, because of just the group dynamic, Polo tells her that actually, I think I like this guy. And not long after is presented with the opportunity to sleep with Galen and takes it. And because the player had left it to a dice roll that landed on the fuck it, eventually immediately regretting it. The first thing I heard was you wouldn't call them a friend if they did that and thought some tea was brewing. No.
I would know the weight of your souls.
The thing being that, again,
for the record, didn't mean she was interested in Polo.
No, I know what you mean, like, wasn't romantically interested in Polo. It's that Polo was someone who was her friend, someone that she was close to, and felt in some way that her maybe having feelings for Galen threatened that. She wanted to be wanted, not just romantically or platonically, just in general. I would have loved to see Jasmine and Marco. They would have been cute. But
I think they would have been cute.
But yeah, no, I know what you meant, Lynn. Don't worry.
I still remember that one piece of art that Din did of the fucking all the different like ships and stuff, and Marco giving like a bowl of fruit to Jasmine.
Yes, that was fucking cute.
Was it the same one that had like them in like a slightly dancing pose?
There was one of those too, yeah.
There was another one too. There was a lot of really cute stuff.
Yeah, I remember those.
So very cute stuff.
But yeah, they again, so when you think about Jasna's headspace, again, she's always had issues of never feeling like she was good enough or wanted. You know, she had romantic interest in Roki, but that was kind of immediately dashed when he was like, hey, can you like hook me up with your friend Galen? And then she's like, well, at least I still have Polo. But then Polo's like, I think I like this Galen dude. But then again, Galen comes in and he's like, hey, you're learning shadow clone shit? Fucking interesting ninja shit? Fucking, yo. Fucking, you ever want to fuck? Hit me up. Because that's how Galen was. And Polo didn't really see much of that because he never really flirted with Polo. But it was that thing of Galen sees that Jasna's mad and wound up, and he's like, he sees his chance. Hey, you want to fuck? Get that stress out? And Jasna said, fuck it. These two people that I'm interested in some way, shape, or form, they seem to want this guy, but here he is at my door. He wants me, even if it's just sexually. And she took that chance. And that's that thing where it's like, some people, I don't think that should have been rooted out. I don't think that it would be good to root for that, because again, once you know Jasna's headspace and where the player too was at, it's not good. I wasn't settled in my headcanon. But yeah, the player themselves left it to a die roll, immediately regretted it, but we used that explanation of they did that to spite Polo. And that's that thing too now, with even that spite aside. If you told your friend that you were interested in somebody, if you told them about your crush on somebody, and almost immediately, I think it was literally the next session, but almost immediately because of how time works in TTRPGs, that friend goes and sleeps with your crush. You'd wonder if that's actually your friend. Like, again, yes, you know, Galen initiated that. That was Galen. Like, we're not absolving Galen of his autonomy here. But Jasna did that. Jasna accepted that offer. Jasna did that knowing that Polo just told her that that's my crush.
Yeah, at that point, Galen didn't have any idea that...
Galen didn't have any idea. Yeah, Galen had no idea.
It's very high school drama stuff.
Oh, it is. Again, it's very high school drama stuff. Because again, one can argue, well, Galen didn't know. And what about Galen? He doesn't belong to anyone. And yeah, no, that's fair. But also, again, just what about like the standards that you hold for your friend? I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know if I could be friends with someone like that. Like, yeah, the third party clearly didn't know, but you can literally say not tonight and then talk to your homie about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to fuck the hot boy. Yeah,
it's
like
that
again,
bit of using a man as a prop to get someone else to notice you, even if it's in a very negative way.
I had something similar happen back in high school, sadly enough. And again, yeah, no, it is the mentality is a bit like high schoolish, but again, if we take out the fact that, oh, that was the guy I have a crush on, if we take out that, just in general, that's like if you told somebody, oh my god, you know what I don't like? I don't like cantaloupe. And then your friend the next day was like, here, I got you a cantaloupe salad.
Here's a basket full of cantaloupe.
Here's a basket full of cantaloupe. It's just like...
Whole ass cantaloupe right here for you.
It's like, what? And that's kind of what I see it as. If I just told my friend I didn't like cantaloupe and they come to me with a cantaloupe sandwich, are you my friend?
Like, if I eat this, I'll die. Like,
yeah. Or like, again, like, I don't like cantaloupe. If he knew, he could have also offered porking with her. Like, again, Galen completely didn't know this. Galen did not know. Literally the session before, Polo and Jasna had a talk, and Polo was like, I think I have a crush on this person. No, they're not your friend, they are your best friend. That appears to be a breach of trust. Yeah, and I think me particularly, I'd find it a bit hard to see that person as someone that would be a breach of trust. That would feel like a breach of trust.
Yeah, totally.
Like, not because I feel like like I have dibs on that person. No, just because like, hey, this means something to me, and I don't know how you expected me to, I don't know what your expectation of me to feel was if I came about this knowledge. Now, Polo did see that did know that at some point Galen went up to see Jasna, because again, when the whole thing with Nimbus kind of failed, that Galen was like, I'll go deal with it. And Jasna and Polo was like, wait, no. But she knows that Galen went up to see Jasna, and knows that the next morning, because she stayed up late with Charcoal, knows that they came downstairs together.
If you assume it as something she actually did meaningfully, and have to mental profile it, it speaks to Jasna being an extremely lonely, closed-off person, who is so starved for attention from their friends that they'd rather be hated than slowly forgotten. Massive abandonment issues and low self-esteem.
Oh yeah, no, of course. Of course, Jasna's issues notwithstanding. Of course. Like, I'm sure that, and again, FOMO, it's something that they deeply regret, because had they not left it to a dice roll, Jasna would have said absolutely not and closed the door in Galen's face. Because I'm actually really mad right now that this Nimbus person is here and you're trying to fuck me? Get out. They actually would have lost respect for Galen. But because they left it to a dice roll, that's what ended up happening. And it was just a matter of trying to explain it. That's your response to me confiding in you. Also, Jasna's mom is hot, JK. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, no, that's that thing of, I don't fault Jasna and I don't fault FOMO for that, because at the end of the day, it's just a game. But I also know why once FOMO had to kind of explain Jasna's headspace, why that happened. Because funny enough, Jasna didn't get backlash for that. She got backlash for being mean to Nimbus. I remember seeing some of those comments. People were hating on Jasna for being mean to Nimbus. Because Nimbus doesn't know what he was doing. What Nimbus thinks of Jasna as this great person and all the great that she's done for Kakariko, but also knows that Jasna doesn't like him for some reason. Jasna just doesn't explain why she feels the way she feels. She doesn't talk. And all he knew was that for some reason Jasna doesn't like him, so maybe he did something wrong. To which the party was like, I don't know, she could like fruit. Get her a fruit basket. Apologize to her. And it didn't work. One, because the fruit is magical.
I can understand the dice roll if you've basically deciding between what kind of emotional vulnerability would express itself. Though I definitely understand regret, because Jasna would also regret it pretty much immediately.
Yeah, and again, it's not something... It's something that I think it was briefly mentioned in I can't remember if it was in the stream of the Jasna games or if it was after the recording stopped. But FOMO doesn't want to talk about it. FOMO's like, and Jasna doesn't want to talk about it. Jasna doesn't want to talk about when she slept with Galen. So no, Jasna also regrets it. It's not Jasna's proudest moment.
Yeah.
Whether it be because of Polo or her own, the fact that she let herself be that vulnerable, I couldn't tell you. Because I also know that, again, FOMO doesn't really want to talk about it. Because it also goes into more interpersonal things than between players. So, again, and we're not going to get into that. But not Jasna's best moment. But Polo knew that something happened between them that night. But also, again, like she was telling Charcoal, if I'm remembering she told Charcoal, was that he's not mine. I don't like that I think they're together right now. I don't know what they're doing. Because again, she also didn't know that Galen was such a flirty, overly sexual person. Because he never flirted with her. He never flirted with her. And she just knew that they were spending the night together. And she can't do anything about it. But that it kind of hurts. And she's seen Galen flirt with people and be nice to people, but never really anything like that with her, which is why she also looked at Charcoal and she was like, Charcoal, is something wrong with me? Am I cute? Am I, like, do I look weird? Because again, you see this dude that flirts with a good number of people and tries to, like, you know, fluttery eyes people. He does it with a lot of people, men and women, but he doesn't do it to you.
Oh, I understand the meta layer that Fommel just doesn't want to engage with it and deeply regrets letting it be a role. I'm just a character person and all of that sounds like juice for a character drama willing to touch on uncomfortable topics.
Oh yeah, of course. We like drama here. In-character drama, not actual drama.
We love that in-character drama.
It's because you're special. They're only one. Well, it was a thing of like, and again, I think it was even pointed out in game where Polo was like, you never flirted with me. And Galen was like, wait, what? I didn't?
Yeah.
I didn't try to impress you? I didn't try to like flaunt in front of you? I didn't like preen in front of you or anything like that? And she was like, no.
Are you sure? I could have sworn I did.
He was like, no, you never did. I tried to impress you, Galen. I drank Dodongo's breath in front of you. I got you this gift to impress you, to show you. I tried to impress you, Galen, and that was something that once Galen realized that was like, oh shit, because he's always tried to impress people. He's always tried to flaunt. No one's ever tried to impress him because he's the male Gerudo. Look how amazing he is. You're probably not at his level. No one's ever tried to impress Galen. But Polo did. But yeah, it was also because like Polo was like, am I doing it? Am I doing something wrong? He won't flirt. He doesn't flirt with me. He doesn't flutter his eyes at me. He doesn't do any of that with me. Am I weird? Am I weird? Let's queue us up for another one while I keep talking.
Yes.
Yeah, you're pretty fucking weird.
But this feels like another case of we need therapy. It was that thing of, I wouldn't say Polo to an extent I mean, everybody needs fucking therapy, honestly. Therapy's good. Get therapy. But it was that thing of what Polo had was...
I'm fine.
Polo had really bad self-image issues because of being a half-demon, because her brothers made a stupid fucking bet to not acknowledge or pay attention to her. because her brothers were dumbasses. Like,
imagine the therapy you need just for that revelation alone would be wild. You know?
Yeah, there isn't a D&D character. Like, it was that thing of Polo does have issues that definitely need to be worked out and talked about, but like, I wouldn't say she's at Trin levels of need therapy. She just has anxiety. She just has a level of anxiety. She just has, you know, issues with inferiority. But what I love with Polo is that she's kind of been coming up on her own. She's trying to improve herself. She's trying to find confidence in herself. And bit by bit, she's kind of getting there. So she'll be fine. She'll be fine. It was in wanting to impress Galen, into realizing she had feelings for Galen, and this goes back to, again, what I love about ships. What I love about my ships, at least. And what I love in ships is that in falling in love with Galen, it made her want to be a better person. It made her want to find her confidence. It made her want to prove herself even more. Because yes, she did have the idea of like, I'm gonna show people that demons can be good. But it was like, how are you gonna do that, boo? You don't even like yourself. And falling for Galen helped her kind of realize and actually take that seriously, while also kind of wanting it to impress the guy that she likes. Like, also, Polo's breaking nature over her. And now she's also become pretty ambitious in her own ways. Now she's fucking crossbreeding vegetables and fruit. Like,
given too much power.
What?
Like, fuck it, let's go.
Yeah, no, like, Polo has discovered through the magical garden that she can crossbreed fruits and vegetables and do some pretty incredible things with that, with the idea that she wants to take them back into the north so the north can have a more varied and nutritious diet. There's not a lot of vegetation and stuff in the north that isn't like potatoes and carrots. So she's doing some of that shit.
She makes some carrots.
To be fair, demonized Polo is possibly the best character. Demonized in one way. What do you mean demonized?
They just mean like demon sense heightened Polo.
Yeah. I don't know. I find it hard. I'm not sure. That's why I hopefully Mikado can explain in a second while we try to do stuff.
I think most of the Zelda crew needs therapy.
Oh, just when Polo's in demon mode? I mean, Polo's hasn't really been, the heightened state. Well, I mean, in what sense though? Because Polo being in heightened state hasn't really contributed to much. The only time
it kind of personality changes, like,
yeah, it doesn't change her personality. The only thing that, like, maybe through heightened demon state, she's like a little bit more forthright with what she wants, because demons kind of can become subservient to their own desires, one can argue, quote unquote, and that it was her being in that heightened state to an extent, quote unquote, narratively wise, not mechanically, that she was able to like make a move on Galen by like kissing him. Which, you know, obviously in real life, please get someone's consent before you kiss them. In drama fiction land, I'm sorry, that's my I love that shit.
Juice.
That's my juice, okay? In IRL, ask before you kiss people. Fucking in fiction, yes. Yes, give me that shit. Give me that fucking, that fucking kiss of passion. I'm sorry, that's my juice. But I wouldn't say that Polo's heightened state contributed to her changes in character and to her growth as a character. That's just been maybe that little thing that gave her the extra push to something, but not really the main contributing factor into why she's where she's at.
I'm struggling to remember a moment apart from that like she really like jumped at something she otherwise might have hesitated to.
No, she didn't.
Demon state.
She didn't. It was only with Galen because this was narratively. That's why I even asked Deco about what I can do narratively with her heightened demon state, with essentially because the thing is that like demons are in a sense beings of extreme want. They are, you know, a slave to their desires in a way, quote unquote. And what she really wanted was Galen. They had that date. She confessed to him and it kind of fell flat, and while she was definitely willing to respect that, while still again wanting something more, like asking him to, when they were going home, asking him, can we hold hands? Like, for her, that night with Galen up until the confession was a dream come true for her. And that desire to end it on what would at least be a perfect note if it had gone well, she really wanted that. She wanted that kiss. He kissed her the first time around. He kissed her in surprise. She wanted to do that back. She wanted to show how much she really wants him, that it's almost hard for her not to want him. That was that first time she gave in to that demonic desire. But that was really the only time. She kind of kept it at bay too as well. Unless I'm mistaken, there was a fight that Polo shredded some enemy while in a more heightened state. I just can't remember correctly. You might have to give me a general timeline about what was happening during that time, because if you're talking about in battle, that's That's just battle mechanic at that point. I'm talking about narratively. That's what I care about. I care about the narrative aspect. Unless it's something funny, like Galen using a fate card to get Ronin's Beyond Limits right after he finally has sex with Polo. That's fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah, I fucking forgot about that.
The narrative reason why Galen suddenly has Beyond Limits, and the fact that we just joke that it's because of sex.
Oh, fucking that.
Like I know Deco was like, no, that's not the reason, and we were like, no, that's the reason right there.
Like it's the reason.
That's the reason.
It's the reason now. Shut up. I don't think there's a I think maybe Ronan. The only one who doesn't need therapy, maybe. As much as everyone else does. I don't know.
I'm sorry, DM. Did you just try to tell me about my own character?
we did have I've talked about it before. Me and Deco did butt heads a couple times when it came to some things about, hey, it's crazy fucked. Me and Deco did butt heads a couple times when it came to silly things with Polo, and me and him have already talked about that. It is what it is. But like that's that thing where I'm like, I'm sorry. It's just really funny to think that it was like after having sex with Polo, suddenly Galen's like, you know what, I can go longer. Because
mustered
Polo,
up the strength needed to go on longer.
because that was that thing where like, no, Polo was very, very stressed and very wound up. She's learning all these things. Her brothers are being fucking dicks. Freaking her
Polo gives off freak in the sheets vibes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was that thing of like, things were so stressful. Her brother's being an asshole and not explaining shit to her. Vega's being fucking weird about shit. She just found her father's eye. She's like this weird demon con shit going on. She's so stressed out. And now the guy she likes, after his whole thing of like, hey, actually there is a way for you and Kuro to be remembered, is now suddenly being very eager and willing with her.
She's very repressed and despite acting submissive all the time, is probably the top.
That was that thing where, again, like, for a good while, Galen was like, because he was in that headspace of like, because I'm going to be forgotten, I would only hurt whoever I'm with. And once he found out that actually there is a way for him and Kuro to be remembered and you can do it right now, like, he suddenly was like, oh, hell yeah, I can do whatever I want. I can live my life. The goddesses just fucking said so. Like, suddenly he's very open and willing for Polo. And Polo is like, what the fuck? Nani? Huh? Oh my god. But it's also being like, I can't jump his bones this moment. I have to be sure. I need to be sure that this is what he actually wants. And once he started really leaning in and calling her princess and being her knight and all that stuff, and then like her being super stressed and she was just like, can we just spend time? And then he being like, oh hell yeah we can. She was like, okay, this is happening. All right, let's go. Let's do this. Yes. And she gave into that demon. And that would, I would say narratively, in my memory at least, is the second time she narratively gave into that demon mode. That first time she kissed him was that little bit of flavor of it that I was even told by the player at the time. Galen never forgot that. That was in Galen's mind a lot. Because again, no one ever made the moves on Galen like that. No one was ever so just raw and genuine with Galen like that. They didn't see Galen as an object to just have sex with and brag that they had a shot with the male Gerudo. She never saw Galen as just the male Gerudo. She saw him as Galen. And that's what Galen couldn't forget. That's what made it so hard for him to really push Polo away, because yeah, and he...
Also, I enjoy that contrast. Galen calls Polo princess as a term of endearment, while Kijo calls Trin princess as a term of disparagement. Anyway, carry on.
But yeah, Oh yes, the good old now I am motivated. But yeah, no, but yeah, no, he kind of couldn't forget that, and when I think about when they finally had the scene with the ring, one of the things that I'm sad about when it comes to the fact that the player couldn't have that scene with us, that scene couldn't happen with the player like the way we had really hoped it would happen, was that Galen was gonna tell her that, again, ever since that night, ever since her confession, he realized that maybe he feels the same way. After that night, he really considered it. Why didn't I flirt with her? Why was I still nice to her, though? What happened? And it was that realization that she was different. And that, yeah, like, he did want her too, but because of his gripe with that fear of being forgotten and hurting the one he loves with it, didn't want to put her through that. He was scared of putting her through that. But obviously we didn't get that. I could only tell Deco so much, and it could only really come into play in discussion-wise. But yeah, that was that thing of, like, once Galen kind of realized it, realized that he does love Polo, but felt that if he acted on it, first off, she would be very willing, and he could hurt her, and he didn't want to hurt her. He was fine having sex with Roki. Roki just wanted sex. He was fine with Jasna, because Jasna, it was just going to be sex. He was fine with anybody who potentially offered that, because that's how Galen is. Galen was low-key a bit of a hedonist in that aspect. But when it came to actual romance, he was scared of it because of how it could hurt people. I can talk to you for days about how much I fucking love Galen. And how I fucking loved I loved that inner turmoil that he had, and how to want something so badly, but knowing that if you have it, it could be bad. Not for you, but for them. Like, fuck, that's my fucking jam. Like, spread that shit on toast, because that's my fucking jam. Fuck. I love that shit. That's that will they, won't they fucking Inuyasha romance shit that I fucking lived for. That I still live for. That's my trash.
What do you mean Marco doesn't need therapy?
Give me my trash. Give me my trash. I'm a trash goblin. I'm a raccoon.
Trash.
Like,
need like a little trash can fucking toggle for your.
No, I'm not trying to suck your toes, but hey, pretty girl sucking toes. The way you do the things you do reminds me of me sucking your toes. That's why I'm all up in your toes.
For those who don't understand what's so great about Galen and Polo, you wouldn't know. You weren't there. You weren't in and when I mean there, you weren't in my head.
You had to be there.
You had to be there.
You had to be in her head.
You had to be in my head. You had to be in those chats between me and the player at the time. You had to be there. You had to be there.
You just had to be there, man.
You just had to. That's that thing of, again, you wouldn't know all the context and the, like, the shit that happened behind the scenes that unfortunately we couldn't get through game, because when it comes to games, sometimes you just can't get into that shit, because we're on a fucking time slot. But that's that thing of when you, now that I've given you these contexts, when you look back at certain scenes with Galen and Polo, they make so much sense. But you had to be there.
You just had to be there, man.
Hydrate. Yes, I've got my bubbly here. I've been chugging it. I feel like Galen would suck Polo's toes. Galen's into some shit.
Galen's also, like, freaking the sheets vibes, but definitely what I was saying earlier. Polo seems like she'd be the top.
Galen's a freak in that he's down to try anything.
Yeah.
Like, he's down to try anything. He's down to be tied up and have his face sat on. There's porn of that. Like, there's porn of that. It is technically considered canon. You can if you want to.
He is the ultimate switch.
He's that thing where
Galen would be the top until he got tired. Then Polo would be like, no, we're not done.
Yeah. No, and again, that's why I like to explain why he has Beyond Limits, because he's like, yeah, I can keep going. Yeah, no, whatever you say, let's go.
Yo, you want to keep
Okay.
going? Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Let's go. Let's go. Hold on, let me chuck a potion real quick. Let's go. Like, again, me and the player talked where it was like how, like, obviously explain the fate card. How did he keep going? Because she was on that. She was on that. Demon mode is insatiable. Like, and he was like, no, he freaking fucking, you thirsty? Fucking, I can conjure water. Glug, 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 glug. Let's go. I got a potion. Hold on, I got a stamina potion somewhere. Let me just pour this on my dick real quick. Hold on, let's go.
Fucking God.
You don't understand. You got to be there.
You had to be there, man.
You had to be there. Like, you had to be there. Like,
Didn't realize stamina lube was canon.
I had joked that Pola would invent flavored lube.
Oh my god.
I had joked when Pola was still an alchemist. I had joked that Pola would invent flavored lube. That she can technically invent flavored lube just by trying to make like Jello, but making it too runny, and then being like, no, wait a second, I could still find a use for this.
You just plant some lube in the garden and then crossbreed it with some other shit. Boom, there you go.
Just like, no, wait a second. I think we're on the right track here. Maybe not for gelatin, but maybe for something else. Now hear me out, love. Hear me out. And that was the thing too, where Polo, while she is still a little bit of a prude, like she wouldn't want to talk sexual things in front of her family members or her friends, Polo is definitely a lot more comfortable with sex now that she has experienced it with someone like Galen. It sounds like cursed knowledge. So that's, again, I fucking love them so much. I love like how much I've been able to like learn and explore. Finally, the fucking cue popped. But about Polo while like playing this game, and then her like falling in love with Galen. I love it. I love them so fucking much. I could talk for days about them. Like, they're so good. You had to be there.
You just had to be there. You can actually be there by watching
Polo
the
is the kind of shy where you're like, oh, this girl isn't actually shy, she's incredibly repressed.
Yeah,
Something is going to get scary when she feels comfortable.
Oh yeah, and here's the thing too, and I made sure to kind of portray that in some aspects. Are we doing frontline? No, we're doing this. That was something that like, I made sure to kind of try to portray with Polo in that early on, it wasn't that she was just, you know, an ooh little good girl, because she would say shit under her breath. She would say certain remarks under her breath. She just, you know, held herself back and was, you know, scared to speak her mind audibly to people. Like, yeah, no, she was still a good girl, but she was not above being judgmental or maybe like assuming bad things about people based on what she saw. You know, she still had those moments. And that was something that like Deco remembered he told me that he loved about Polo. Something that Vega even pointed out when he first truly met the party, where he was like, hey, is Polo always been like this? And they're like, what do you mean? Like, so like spoken, like outspoken? Like, back then she never talked back to me. Like, I remember Galen was there, and I think it was Ronan too. It was in front of, it was delivering something to the guardhouse. When we took Vega back to the square, where he was like, has she always been like this? Has she always been like so ready to talk back? And like Ronan and Galen had pointed out, like she used to be more soft-spoken, but I think she's like slowly coming up on her own. She's slowly speaking her mind a little bit more, and we encourage that. We want to know what she thinks. We don't want her to feel like she can't say how she's feeling about certain things. She's a member of the team, and we value her opinion. And then, yeah, Vega was like, she never talked back to me. Back in the north. She never talked back to us. Not in a bad way either. Just like, this is interesting. My little sister's being interesting.
Didn't know she had it in her.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know she had it in her. She would always speak under her breath. We would try to poke and prod her brain and try to get under her skin, and she would just take it. And maybe she'd mutter something under her breath, and we'd be like, what was that? And she'd be like, nothing. Like, no, she,
Like with a healthy support system, people can become who they actually are.
Yeah.
Crazy how that works.
Another big question. What about Marco's love life? Yeah, Emerald, what about Marco's love life?
Hi, but Gallon and Polo, though.
You're right.
This isn't my stream. This is y'all's.
No, you can, dude. You can talk about Marco. Like Eric can talk about Ronan. We're all here just shooting the shit, dude.
Yeah.
Talk about Marco.
Do it right now. I have a gun.
Right now, I have a gun.
What about Marco's love life?
You thought they were gonna let it go, didn't you?
A little. I mean, kind of.
Emerald, you defeat us. We demand it.
It's like, go on.
He sure has interest in two particular people.
Dungeons and Treasure?
Yes, Dungeons and Treasures, yep. Those are the only interests he has.
Did Ronan get to marry that horny fairy? No, we've never seen her again.
No, she actually, like, has not show. I mean, we haven't been to the Lost Woods that much, but even when we did, she did not show herself.
Anyway, go on, Emerald, for real.
No, you guys can talk. I just went into a whole tangent of Gallon and Polo and Trin. Like, guys, you can talk about your characters. I fucking love it. Let's fucking talk. Like, we're here. We're here. I'm doing dungeons. Let's fucking go. I just noticed it was 6. Like, holy shit. It might go for like another hour.
As y'all were talking about like Polo and Gallon, like and the intricacies of the relationship and the back and forth and like the will they won't they and all that shit. I'm just sitting there like, man, Ronan just like he had a crush, and then like then it just kind of happened all of a sudden, and now they're here. Like there wasn't a lot of like intricacies in that relationship in the beginning. I don't.
Yeah, but the build up was so good.
I really enjoyed every part of it. I'm not trying to like downplay anything. I just feel like there was not nearly as much to talk about.
Yeah, but there was still just as much a good payoff. I mean,
Oh, I agree.
They're the best. Look at that.
Yeah, I've said it before where I was like low key a little bit jealous that Ronan and Obra were getting so much like really juicy fucking build up. I fucking loved it, and I was like, God damn it! I wish I could have these with my shit.
I was in the same boat. I was like, man, I really wish that Gallon and Polo could have some shit and not get interrupted.
Yeah, because that was the thing. The DM had a really bad habit of interrupting those things, and then once the DM decided to kind of let it happen, the player was already out of it. And it was like...
I take a little bit of credit for that ship, however small.
Yeah? I'm curious how.
Damn it. Oh, I hate this bro.
It is good, and that is how.
It's been a long campaign, so I might not remember.
Long.
I remember seeing you in the chat of the backstory game for Ronan, being like, "I ship it." Like,
oh yeah. Spicy Bada, hi. Meant they're waking up with 2 gals at his side. Lynn. Oh wait, Lynn.
I was feeding blue thirst lines from her in the chat.
Oh.
Oh fuck, I don't remember any of these trials, man.
You know, I guess, yeah, that counts.
I also fucking love Gorthos and fucking Zelda's fucking build up. I fucking, first off, like, low-key, I'm a monster fucker. And then, and then just in general, I love their, like, weird dynamic. Although I like it more from Gorthos' end than Zelda. Because Zelda at first was like, Gorthos, no, we can't, Gorthos. And then, but then she low-key leans in, and then it's like, okay, girl, so which is it? Are you gonna jump the bones or not? Like, okay, girl, pick one, pick a struggle. Are you gonna struggle with the fact that this skeleton dude likes you and you don't know how to feel about that, or that you want to fuck it? Like, which is it? Pick one. It's a struggle either way.
Pick a struggle, girl.
Like, girl, I'm not about this. I'm not about this bullshit. Don't fucking lead him on like this.
I just like how it started off as like it's unexplainable, like deep reverence, and the more memory he got, it was, oh, it was never reverence, was it? It's just that deep.
You were just DTF the goddess.
Even before, way before she was a god.
You were just DTF down. You were just DTF the whole time. It's like, why not? The other demons do it all the time. Look, look, it's made of sheep.
The thing is, I do also like the whole thing with, you know, Gorthos' existence as I don't know what to even describe him as. The fact that holy energy will disintegrate. There's no way. He will just turn to dust.
Let's see. Lynn's ships are superior because they are based entirely on their narrative value. This is, of course, a joke. It was back in the Thief Village when they slept in clams. Oh yeah, no, the clams really helped the shit.
But no, that's correct.
I like how that's always been the clams.
Oh yeah, no, the clams, I also, again, like, if I'm to, like, slowly tangent just a little bit quickly, just because, like, the clams really helped show how much Galen was, like, really wanted Polo but couldn't. The fact that, ooh, ball. The fact that, Polo offered, again, Polo leaning into the whole prince thing because he was never truly denying it, or at least never truly denying her that, being like, I'm a princess, I should be with my knight. And he was like, yeah. And then he was like, we gotta find the biggest fucking clam. And then found a pretty big clam. And then, when they were to sleep in the clam, was like, we need to be as far away as possible. We need to be as far away from possible. But the moment that Polo was close, obviously, because Triforce shit was happening, he looked like he was struggling in his sleep, so Polo went to check on him and comfort him. Because, again, having nightmares, having issues sleeping, that little romantic gesture of, like, hold his hand, show him at least in his dream that he's not alone kind of thing. That's also my fucking cheese, by the way. But, like, after that, to then wake up and he is embracing her. He chose to do that. At some point in his sleep, he was embracing her. And he was not letting her go until the vision of clarity happened, and then he realized, I'm holding Polo and she's awake. There was no wake up, I'm holding somebody. Oh, it was I've woken up, I'm holding somebody. Oh shit, weird vision stuff, and also the person I'm holding is now conscious. Just had a thought. Galen is a switch. Normal Polo is a bottom. Demonic Polo is a top. Yes, we did say that. Yes, we did say that. That was definitely
that wasn't
said.
back to thing.
It was a cute moment, man. I
Yeah,
do
no,
wish
but-
Zelda to be honest.
Yeah, no, again, I fucking love Gorthos and Zelda. I love Ronan and Obara. I of course, obviously, again, I was a little envious of it because the DM was also very down for Ronan and Obara. So of course he's gonna let it happen, and he's gonna be, because he's a proponent in it happening. I just wish that, I guess I didn't feel cock blocked on that early bits of the ship, because I feel like they're not sore points anymore. They were back then, but that was that thing where I was like, God damn it, DM. If you just let it happen, we could have had like really nice moments. And we did still have very nice moments. But like, if the DM didn't just kind of sit and let it happen, if the DM didn't just joke about dumb shit during some of the scenes, it's just like, these are good scenes. And I'm really happy with the scenes we got. So, like, I really, really love them. And I love everybody's, like, everything going on with them. It makes me so fucking happy. I love Zelda so fucking much.
Deal.
Like, yeah, it's gone very long, and it's definitely had its issues, and we've all sat and talked about them. But I think it's because
Roll for loot if you haven't.
Oh shit, I haven't rolled. I'm just gonna agree to everything.
So green.
But yeah, because of us talking about and communicating all those things, what's going on? Hold on. Roll for loot, please. The game won't give you dupes even if you roll for both. Okay, whatever. I have no idea what's going on. I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, I really love Zelda, despite those sorts of issues. Like, while there are still some issues with Zelda, I'm glad that in some way, shape, or form, we were able to overcome some of those issues. And honestly, when that one player left, Zelda became so much more fucking fun.
Oh my god, yes.
It became so much more fucking fun. Not having to worry about someone who was trying their damnedest to not have fun with the game. Someone that was just so in their own ass that the game wasn't fun. Like, I hate saying it, they ruined the fun for us. They were ruining it for us.
I agree.
I'm glad they fucking left now that I look back on it. Yes, I was sad because in my head I was like, damn, I don't think anybody can play Gallon as good as you. Well, I'm sorry, for like the past 20 plus games, they weren't playing Gallon. They weren't doing anything. Gallon wasn't there. Gallon was a cardboard cutout of what he was supposed to be. Just reciting lines because that's what the player thought I wanted to hear. When I was like, no, what happened to my fucking sassy, hothead, fucking Gerudo man? What happened to him? Where'd he go? Give him back.
Yeah, it's like lifted up from the table, it feels. You know.
Like, yeah, no, again, it sucks that things ended up going the way they did. Like, I'm not saying I'm happy for how they went. It's just, that was that thing of, like, ever since that happened, Zelda just got a lot more fun. Because now you had that person, you had that weight that was bringing it down, just gone.
Well, in all honesty, they should have, just for everyone, including their own better health, they should just...
Oh, they should have. I'm definitely not going to disagree with you there. They should have left a while ago. Or at least taken the time to talk to the DM on how to resolve these issues, but they never did. They never did, and we know that they never did.
Yeah.
And at that point, I cannot fault the DM. I can't. How are they supposed to fix problems if they're not told about them?
They don't know that there was an issue there.
Exactly. They didn't know. There was no way for them to know. They weren't told.
I'm back. I'm sorry, I was gone for a while. What's
Welcome
going
back,
on?
no worries. You weren't supposed to change when we got together. No. Squeaky loves her men sassy. Gallon was there. Howlin was there. But yeah, no, Deco's done an amazing job playing Gallon again. Seeing Deco play Gallon, I wanted to cry, if not cried, because, like, it felt like he was back. I was like, there he is. That's the man I fell in love with.
That's the man that I had a pseudo rivalry with.
That's the man that my fucking girl fell in love with right there. He's back. Holy shit, baby, he's back. Like, I fucking loved it.
Backstreet's back. All right.
And I know that Deco, like, initially felt a little weird kind of getting into Gallon. And, like, you know, finding... I'm gonna put us up for a front line just because I can It'll
he's
also
gone
give
on
us.
record as saying he feels weird about playing other people's characters. Like
Mhm.
when Lee was a thing in Pokemon, like he never voiced Lee because it's just like I don't want to touch it.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
so, but I'm glad that he's trying because he's doing a really good job.
The side quest of Jasmine was fantastic with how Gallon was used. Oh, amazing. I love that he chose to utilize Gallon for that. Because not only did it give Gallon something to do, but also gave him more opportunity to play Gallon. And now he's like, no, I'm pretty comfortable now playing Gallon. I'm glad that I made the exception in this case to play Gallon. Because I remember he and I talked about it.
It
where
also
it was...
helps that he likes ships, but he likes being in ships a lot more than watching them.
He does. Like, Deco's gone on record. He says he enjoys flirting with his players. He loves it. He finds it fun. And I think that also now being able to take over Gallon and do that, now he's like, I am so much more down for Gallon and Polo now than playing Gallon.
When you said he likes to flirt with his players, I could have sworn I heard Deco's little cackle.
No. Playing someone's OC is rough. Like, you can only guess what the OC's mind would do. And again, thankfully,
He did a lot of research, though.
He did a lot of before the proposal scene, before Gallon and Polo, Deco told me he took a lot of time to not only rewatch Gallon's like greatest hits as a character, but also look back at his times with Polo and how he was around Polo. And he was like, I see.
The amount of down bad blue was for Aaron when playing Rena. That was a time.
Oh, Reyna.
Like,
oh yeah.
Like Deco took the time to really research into Gallon, the things that he was told about from the player, that how Gallon was, what I had told him like about Gallon, because he did ask me a couple questions on what, like, how did Polo see Gallon and what I loved about Gallon, and it was like he took all that time in consideration so that when he finally did decide to take up Gallon, he could do it right. And I couldn't be more appreciative of Deco doing that, because I was definitely not expecting it. I was like, the player's gone, Gallon's going to essentially be in the background for the most part. We can say that they did stuff, we can say that he said this and did that, and...
Oh no.
Cough,
No,
cough,
no,
Alan,
no.
cough, cough. Huh?
Abort, abort.
Abort. What happened?
Oh, in the game?
You can't make me seal rock again.
Oh. Frontline. I don't think we can leave now, Lynn.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no.
Rest in pieces.
I'm watching the little reactive on the screen, and I can't help but go, aww.
There's someone here called Shrimp Fried. Just Shrimp Fried.
That's right.
Oh man.
I mean, Steel Rock fucking sucks. All the other front lines that aren't the Nodum are fucking suck.
Yeah.
True.
But I like romance and these kinds of things. I don't really engage with them much because I don't know really how, and my experiences have been Zelda's pretty alright. I like it. It's really the best one I've ever
I think Jin had something really good with the Ghost Queen. I fucking love that shit.
Yeah.
That was pretty good stuff. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Of what I
almost.
saw.
Almost fun. It's like, I don't know, I guess you fixate more on the negatives and the positives, like the Paradox and Magnus.
It took me a solid fucking second in my head to be like, Magnus, wait, what? Oh, right.
Yeah, because Easter eggs to past games with names and characters.
King Magnus.
I forgot that's what King Magnus was for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, King Magnus.
He's nothing
Does this
like
thing have
actual
glowy
Titan.
parts? I actually just realized my freaking bow has glowy parts. Oh, okay,
He is
cool.
nothing like how Magnus was in DARP at all. But listen, man, the story. I have great memories of Magnus. I also have terrible memories of Magnus. So you know, the whole thing. The relationship stuff was not a particularly positive one. I kind of went through the motions after a while. Kind of like the Paradox, honestly. Actually. Huh. Jin was fun. Jin and Oma was fun, and I like Gorthos and Zelda. It's fun.
Yeah.
But again, I wish Zelda would pick a fucking side already. Struggle A or struggle B, I don't care which at this point.
Yeah, because it's like, if you didn't love Link, then like, what is it? It's okay if you just don't love anybody, but like, what's going on here? Because you're kind of like low-key leading Gorthos on. Like, fucking pick one. Pick one or fucking stop. Because I low-key, I kind of hate that shit. When characters do that shit. It's just like, do you want it are like, what, why? And you're a goddess, like, especially, why?
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
I'm sure it'll happen eventually, probably.
Huh.
There's more with Zelda than there was with Flick, anyway.
There you go.
I should have picked Night Bunny instead.
I feel like with how late it was in the game, I feel like it was going to be a bit difficult in general, but I feel like... I feel like, again, I don't have an issue with Paradox and Flick. My only issue was that, like... I guess it... Not that it came out of nowhere, it just kind of... I feel like it just went a little bit too fast.
A little, I suppose a little, but... Yeah,
And
I guess it was
then there were moments where, like, hey, if something is going on between you two, why is Flick not reacting and acting like someone who would care and want to support Paradox? It kind of was like they had their build up, then they mixed records, and then Flick is just in the background not doing or saying much of anything, even during moments that... And I talked about it in that one stream that Phantom had a long time ago, where it was like, yo, Paradox just like found what happened to his fucking boy. Like, Flick, hello? Flick.
He's kind of having a fucking breakdown over there.
He's kind of having a moment here, girl. Like, this is like, girl. Flick, honey, are you just watching? Girl. The dude's crying.
It's not a movie.
Like, dude, you're late. Girl, you're not at the theater. You gotta do something. Yo, this dragon to shut up. Like, I'm up to the Flick arc in my rewatch. Wait, which version of Paradox? This is important. Again, later half of the game. I can't quite remember the exact sessions, but yeah, no, that was what really got me about Flick. I was totally down for it until then Flick decided to just be in the back burner. It was like, ship achieved. We no longer need to do it. We have achieved the ship. They have done the in-game equivalent to sex. We are done now. Wrap it up in a bow and ship it out. We're done. It has been shipped. Mark its status as shipped. And I was just like, no!
Yeah.
We're lost in transit. We're still in shipping. Like, come on.
The shipping never stops.
The shipping never stops. It never reaches its destination. Like that was the thing. It didn't feel like shipping. It felt shipped. It felt done. And I was like, no, there's still so much we can do here. This is the thing, and this was also a thing I think of, just too many NPCs. NetNavi had the issue of whoops, too many NPCs. Whoops, all NPCs. And like, I think that was also a bit of a detriment in that there was just too much to manage. There were definitely some issues with all the net ops and the kids and all that stuff, and that was another thing too. You can't really do much with a lot of these characters because they're kids. And like, I know we did talk about more like risque-ish topics, but we tried to tackle it in the way of like a coming of age story and not like, oh, we're totally sexualizing minors, because no, that's not what we were doing.
That's not happening.
Exactly, that's not happening. And that was that thing where it was like, again, Yome being interested in dating, being interested in intimacy, while not outright sex, because a copy bot can't do that unless you get a special copy bot. These sorts of things were like, hey, Yome, let's put a pin in that. Let's talk about building healthy relationships. Hey, Yome, maybe consider dating first and consider, you know, getting to know people before wanting to be intimate with them. And not, I mean, like, yeah, no, like, unfortunately, Alan and Yome's endgame here, with especially with how deep Yome was. But like, let's not go straight to sex, Yome. You know, you need to build relationships. I know that you came from like a weird like dating sim thing where the end goal was the starting point, but like, that's not how real life works, Yome.
The ending was the starting point.
Like, because that was the thing. It's like Yome kind of didn't know how the actual relationships worked. Her programming didn't include that because the point of Yome was that she was already your wife. You already, quote unquote, did the work. She's yours now. She was an object. Well, now, what a way to describe dating sims.
Yeah. So I don't care for them.
The end point is already the start. Like, looking at you, Miss Prague. Again, like, here's the thing. You say Miss Prague and Night Bunny. No, Night Bunny and Miss Prague were exactly what they were. They were a teacher Navi and a cam girl's companion. But even Night Bunny was like, hell, Night Bunny was one of the first people that went to Yome and was like, how about we actually like genuinely build relationships and see how you feel about them? Like actually experiencing, you know, building bonds with people, whether they be platonic, romantic, or not. How about we actually go into those, and you do that before you immediately offer yourself to a 16-year-old boy. Because I'll let you know right now, Yome, most 16-year-old boys would immediately take you up on your offer because they're horny 16-year-old boys, but Alan's a little bit different right now, okay? Alan's a little bit different, and we're also not that kind of fucking snuff show, Yome, please.
Yome, please.
Night Bunny had to point at the camera and be like, Yome, please look, you see that TV rating up in the corner there? I need you to respect that.
Built fucking differently.
Everyone else reacts that difference like, what the hell is that?
We're live on Twitch, Yome, stop. Lamau, what? Cam Girl's Companion? I feel like I miss a lot. Net Navi? I'll let Anthony explain. I'm playing Frontline.
Net Navi was a whole thing. There was a teacher, Moonlit, as a cam show girl, and her Navi was their companion, AI assistant.
Was their head mod into head mod too?
And the head moderator.
Chat moderator.
But they never let the two intermingle because that was a whole thing that they tried to keep separate. Because obviously, right? Yeah, like you fucking know shit. Ali kind of in some way was like Persona 5, that one teacher who was like your maid or whatever. Like, I think that was, I don't know. I didn't play 5. I only saw like snippets. But anyway, but there was a lot, and yeah, people have a turn. It was very interesting because it showed that, hey, in this thing, people have other shit they do besides their job. They have lives and they have other things. They also have a side gig for herself.
Night Bunny did it kind of as a side gig, but also because they genuinely enjoyed doing it. She enjoyed being a cam girl. She loved being a teacher, but she also she also enjoyed being a cam girl, and she thought it was fun. But she also knew that these two things could not intermingle. She could not have her students find out about that. That's why she had the alias. The problem is that Alan found out.
Yeah. And that was...
Because when Alan visited her, he saw something on her computer, saw her in a weird outfit, and decided to do some research. And learned that his teacher was not only his teacher, but his next door neighbor and former babysitter. And overall family friend.
The layers.
Let's just add all those tropes there where she saw Alan as like a little brother. Just let's keep adding all those fucking buzzwords. Let's just add all those fucking tropes. Like, why don't we? But it was funny. It was funny because, like, legit, it was heavily implied that Miss Toki was probably a lesbian. She was like, I'm more interested in Yome, but like, no, like Miss Toki actually leaned more towards girls. It was heavily implied. Man, I forgot how much Alan had on his plate. He had a lot. But that was that thing of, like, Miss Toki was never going to approach any of that with Alan. Like, when she found out that Alan knew, she was like, Alan, I need you to, one, not go on that site. You are not old enough. I am your teacher. You cannot see me this way. I am a friend of your I am a family friend. I have known you since you were even more of a child. This cannot happen. And immediately drew those boundaries with Alan.
Also,
Alan needed a lot of therapy by the end. Oh yeah, he did. He really did. That boy was not well. Ese niño no estaba bien.
A lot of trauma and angst in these stories.
And Alan was like, yo, but I'm into that though.
But, well, stop right now.
Stop being into it.
Yeah, she was like, well, you're gonna have to fucking stop.
This stops now. It's hard to stop.
Gun.
That was that thing that was that moment where I was like, okay, low-key, I love me some Miss Toki. Like, I'm sorry, she drew her boundaries. She was being a responsible adult. Because I remember early on, the Navis were like, absolutely not. She is a teacher. She cannot do this. But once we saw the means that she was trying to do to make sure that her students did not find out, to make sure this was as far away from her teaching identity as possible, that just unfortunate circumstances happened and that she was still going to take the proper steps to make sure that Alan was not exposed to this, that even if there were some things she couldn't help, that she made those boundaries with Alan, that this is not going to happen. This is not something you just wait for. It is not happening. Hey, level 89. Hey, level 9. Hey, level 89. Hell yeah. Like, that was good. That was as good as you'll get in sort of a story fictional medium of a responsible adult. As far away as possible, living next door. Again, we can only do so much here. We can only do so much here. It's fucking fiction.
You know?
Again, in hindsight, I should have gone for Miss Prague instead. Hindsight's a bitch.
No, because again, even Miss Prague was low-key, like, possibly a lesbian. Like,
you miss every shot you don't shoot.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah, no, definitely.
But at any rate, hindsight, notwithstanding. You know.
Yeah.
And we also went on for fucking forever and a half, huh?
Yeah, I did.
Jeez. We really have long-form games here, don't we?
Oh, we do. Long-form
I'm here
content.
for it.
I'm honestly down for it, though.
I mean, same. I love the fact that Zelda's, like, you know, lasted as long as it has. I mean, some parts probably could have stood to be a little shorter than others, but, like...
Looks at Castletown.
Looks at Castletown. But,
I think we've all been able to get over Castletown at this point, right?
Castletown's not that bad.
No.
It's mostly a meme now at this point, and I love
it is a meme.
I don't mind going back to Castletown. I'm not like, oh god, the trauma. Like,
yeah, no.
Oh god, the trauma.
We meme, but we meme with love.
There's a little bit of accountability for Castletown. There was just so much we wanted to do, and it definitely...
We didn't have to do any of that.
We didn't have to do any of that. We didn't listen to the DM who kept telling us, you don't have to do everything in Castletown. We felt like we needed to as our characters. And that the DM also took responsibility for because he put too much of an urgency on some of these things. So again, it's a kind of a both ends thing. We definitely acknowledge them and it is what it is. Yeah. We still had some fun though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But I don't refuse to take any responsibility for anything. Nothing's my fault ever. Fuck you. I blame you so wholly and solely.
Love Polo in the red mage outfit. I fucking love this outfit, but I'm still at some point going to actually try to do like a more caster glam for Polo that she would wear. I just like this because she would wear the fuck out of it.
I cannot figure out how to play red mage. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
I know exactly what I'm doing wrong, and I have no plans on improving.
I don't know if am I melee? Am I always am I playing a black mage or a melee? I don't know.
You're
now
kind of
you
doing.
can get the 89 set though.
Hey.
Yeah, I can. I'm going to do it right now. So
Just
I can
can't
give
get all the
Galen my
lines.
current set, because literally the only reason I took red mage is so that I can have my retainer, who is just Galen, be a red mage, because Final Fantasy Galen would be a red mage.
Oh, God.
It's all for the ship. I am nothing if not committed.
Yeah, but yeah, I just don't have any fucking clue how to play red mage at all.
The way I was explained to it, the way Crazy Fox kind of explained was that you build up your bar by doing your magic, and then when your bar is close enough, you go in into melee range, and then you shoot yourself back and build up your bar again. Obviously keeping an eye on any party members who need healing or rezzing in case the white mage or the healer can't do it.
Man, it's a real shame I don't know what those buttons are anyway.
So here's the fun one, and I'm gonna go into a little bit of what I've learned about red mage and bumblefucking my way through it. So for example, you've got core to core and reprise. One of them is essentially brings you towards the object. So I can't do it here. I would need a test dummy, but the point is that one of them brings you straight into melee range of the enemy, and then one takes you away. It's like jumping back. So one gets you in melee range, one gets you out. What you want to do with your white magic and black magic bar is you want to build them both up, because later when you get into the levels where the little bottom stars appear, which you can't see because Eric's blocking it, but I don't care. Once you get to the point that your bars can actually do something, you want to have that as equal as possible, because then your melee moves do more damage because they'll now eat up the magic that's built up from that bar. So then what you do is you keep your distance like a caster, build up your bars, and then once they're at the point, you become a melee, you get into melee range, you do your 1, 2, 3 combo, your bars run out. Now you can go back into distance range, and that's where you cast your Mega Flare and your Mega Holy, which also help build up your bar so that you can cycle through that. Again, also keeping an eye on who to heal and who to res if the healer can't do it.
Okay.
That's it. That's at least what I've learned and how it was explained to me. So, because when at the start, when your bars are at 0, your 1, 2, 3, which is riposte, Zwershow, and redoublement, they kind of do like basic bitch damage. But they go up. They do more damage when your bar has thing, and when it fills up, each thing takes 15 points of that bar, and you want your bars to be equal. Because it takes from both bars. So like, for example, let's say you have 15 points in white magic and 30 points in black magic. They're not even. And it costs 15 white and black magic to give your 1, 2, 3 a bigger punch. So theoretically, you'd only be able to do one good punch before you'd have to build up your bars. That's why you want to do it equally. That's why you want to cycle between your white magic attacks and your black magic attacks. They'll still do the same amount of damage. It's just you want to cycle them because you need to build your bars. That's why there's even a skill that builds up half the bar for you, so that you can also immediately just start going into melee range. Or let's say you're in an issue where, because you're casting, you can't stand still. Let's say you're doing Endwalker and casting just sucks for you. Well, with this ability, you can at least get half of your bar just off the bat and go immediately into melee. Which then, with your additional bars to do Mega Flare and Holy, you can at least do that magic because it's relatively quick and instant, and then go from there. The reason you also want to cycle through your magics is because you have dual cast, which, you already know what dual cast does. I'm not explaining that. Like, that's what I've learned, at least. Am I good at it? No. I'm not good at it, but that's what I've picked up. That's the rhythm I've picked up to not die and still be useful in battle for the amount of scuff that I am. That's what I've learned. So yeah, that's what I've gotten from it. Now I'm gonna be getting my fucking red mage outfit.
Well, once my computer's put back together, maybe I'll do more of that.
Yeah, I think it's fun. Obviously, again, I don't super know the heads and tails of it myself. I'm not super duper good at it, but it's a lot of fun when you can do it right. Let's see. So yes.
Most classes I have at 90, I do because they're fun. Except Sage, it's kind of needed a 90 healer, but it's okay. Sage is a little weird, but... You know.
Obviously, if you look behind the head, there's like the weird clipping thing because, again, of our enhancements. Same thing on the top. It's also just why I don't wear hats as Polo. But, like, this outfit's cute as fuck. This outfit's cute as fuck. Got, like, a nice little capelet and, like, a little bounce to it. This is cute as fuck. I would still probably... First off... cast glamour for the thing because I want that, and probably also cast glamour for these spectacles because first off, again, I don't like how the hat's kind of clippy and Polo needs to see. So I'll see how I feel about this is the plate portraits. She's looking dapper as fuck in that. That's fucking cute. That's fucking cute. Yeah. So maybe I'll keep this outfit. I've been using the PvP outfit because the other red mage outfits were way too saturated in red that it was low-key a bit of an eyesore with how red they were. But I like that this is more of is still a deep red while still like not being like a stoplight in my face. So I think I really like this. This is cute.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's cute as fuck. I think it's cute. I love the thigh boots. I think it's cute. I'm gonna see how I feel about this, but I'll give Gallon my old outfit and then glam that so he still looks cute too. But yeah, and I think it works really well with this rapier. This rapier is just so fucking, just elegant red mage. I fucking love it. And it's, again, I have like a boner for ribbons and shit. So, dress up, Lynn. Yeah, and then blue mage. Hell yeah. But, I can't remember what tangent I was going to before that. Yeah, I love Zelda. I really enjoy Zelda. Zelda was the game that I say is, but it is the game that I look forward to the most in the week. That's not to say the other games I'm in are less fun and that I don't look forward to them. It's just Zelda's the one that I'm just like, man, I love the table, I love the vibe, I love the audience, I love my character. I just tangented to you for like hours on end about them anytime I can. I've got so much fucking art of them. There is a little bit of a sunk cost fallacy. I'm gonna be real with you, but I also just fucking love them. I love them so fucking much. If I could get more art of them, I would. If I could get animated shit of them, I would. If I can get actual plushes of them, I would.
Hey, Denny, you still there?
Would. God, the amount I want to get plushes of my fucking characters.
I
you have no
absolutely
idea.
would. I absolutely would. I have like a little part of me. I've got the really cute art of like Final Fantasy, Gallon, and Polo of them like, because she's so fucking short, of them making the little heart, and low key, I want to get an acrylic standee of that just for me, and have that on my desk. Cause
so by low key you mean high key?
Yes.
The highest possible.
The highest of keys. So high it hits the whistle register. Ariana Grande is seething. Mauled Ariana. Mauled Mariah Carey. It's too high for you. But like... But the point being, there are artists that do plush commissions. I know. I'm also a picky bitch. That's the other thing. Like, have y'all ever looked at some of the art I got and been like, man, Squeaky gets some good-ass fucking artists.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Thank you.
I am a picky bitch.
And all the holiday, God, the fucking Zelda holiday ones too.
I am a picky bitch. I am more than willing to
Who
dump a good amount of
everyone-
money on a good artist that I'm like, yes.
Who did the Christmas stuff for Zelda?
Urda Enos.
Yeah, the fact she drew everyone's like whole form and then just cropped some out, and it's like you didn't even have to do that.
No, I should have saved the whips. I feel so stupid for not saving the whips. But no, Urda, when it came to drawing Gorthos and Zelda for the holiday one, Urda legit drew all of Gorthos out.
That's insane.
They did.
Yeah.
Honestly, same. I'm such an art snob when you get down to it.
Like, fuck, I'm so sad I didn't save those fucking whips because artists and clients after a while just fucking nukes them.
Yeah,
but
after
like
3 or so months.
after like 3 or 4 months, I should have saved those whips. I feel like I showed someone the whips, but I also don't think I did because I definitely, especially with the table, I do keep that shit under wraps. But no, she drew all of Gorthos and Zelda. And like I approved how it went before just putting Hadar and Vega to cover like half of it. Like, man,
I think
but
you showed me.
Maybe I showed you? I have no idea. I feel like I showed people, but I have no idea.
If not, I know we talked about it.
Yeah. If I didn't show you, we at least talked about it. And
and
that would probably, those would probably be in our chat logs, if anything. Legit, I think I have 2 Infinity Gauntlets of artists I go to for style, particular things, or a certain medium. What I love about Urda Enos, and I think she's open on art. She's only open on artists and clients, but I think she's only open until December, because of like some health stuff and some things that she needs to do, and that's probably why I'm not getting a Christmas piece this year because it's getting close to that time, and I don't want to do that to her. But she hits those notes because it's like they talk about artists. When they talk about like getting artists, they're always like, there's affordability, there's quality, and then there's speed of delivery. And Urda Enos hits those 3 to a fucking T. Holy shit. So fast, so good, and affordable. But I also like give Urda like extra
Which tells
money
you
too.
she's not charging enough.
Yes, she
Yeah.
is not. She should definitely charge more. I know that she is based in Indonesia, so the dollar goes a lot further in that country, which is also why a lot of Indonesian artists in general don't charge that much, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't charge more. But yeah, she's one of those few cases that hit all 3. And again, like, I've given Urda my concepts, and she is also one of those few artists that I trust her direction. I trust her creative direction. I have given her a concept and even like sketches of what I was imagining, and she'll be like, I got you, but here's also what I got. And it's always blown me out of the water. It's always been like, your idea is so much better. Let's go with your idea. Like,
permission for a fucking Gorthos lineup of all his bodies.
like I absolutely love Urda Enos. I could not recommend them enough. They are an amazing artist. And again, I am very, very picky with the artists I pick. When it comes to them, money is rarely a factor. Obviously, there are some artists that now are a little bit out of my range, but I wouldn't be like, oh, they're expensive now. No, they're out of my budget. That's my problem. That's not theirs. Yeah. And again, I am very picky about artists because it's not just do they draw well? Do I think they can portray the characters like I see and I feel they should be portrayed? That's also why I love Matemi so fucking much, and Matemi is also an amazing artist. I did commission them a lot for porn, but I also know that just something about Matemi's art style just hit Gallon and Polo so fucking good. And the same goes with Alara. They always drew Gallon with this really like beautiful yet masculine energy, and Polo with just that really sweet cuteness that I just love about them. It's hard to find an artist that can hit both. Find you an artist that can do both. Take that extra time to find the artist, because it's going to be so much worth it. You're going to be just so much more happier. The money's not going to even be an issue. If you've got to save up for them, then fine. Y'all don't understand how badly I want Kinky Mation to be open. You gonna say, Eric?
I was gonna say one thing I fucking love about Erda, is that all of the things you said, but also they draw non-human characters.
Yes.
Which is fucking huge for me in Zelda.
Yes. They're an artist that can... I have not found anything that they will not draw, that they can't draw.
I remember you recommended them to me a long time ago when I was looking to get like an Evelyn thing done, and I still might go to them for that.
I know. I also recommended some artists that drew Pokemon a lot, because Amphipop, she does Pokemon team commissions, and they're really fucking cute.
Well, no, I'm just thinking about the Theros crew.
Erda would do amazing with the Theros crew.
Oh my god. The fucking three of you. Aragorn gave one. I handed that to Ben. Three of you though.
Yeah, no, I would love once we actually get like good concepts down of the Theros crew, like going and getting like good and really like. I would love to. I will say there are times I do ask artists if they have a rough sketch option so I can commission them for something with my character to see if it's something I'd be okay with before dropping a big amount of commission, you know? And again, I understand testing the waters with them. That's why, again, I always super, like, fine-tooth comb an artist gallery. And if I don't find anything, but I at least see some things that can hint that they might know how to do this, I ask them, hey, I don't see a lot of guys in your gallery. Do you draw men? And if so, can I see them? And are you comfortable with drawing men? And then we go from there. Most of the artists, though, if I can already see it and I have a good vibe, I'm just like, oh yeah, they can draw Gallon and Polo. Like, and again, very, very picky about it because I want them to have the vibes that I see them having. And again, Erda and Matemi and Alara, they've been able to hit it so fucking good that I could just leave them with my babies and they'll do it. They'll do it so good.
I mean...
But yeah, no, I remember definitely when you were wanting to commission something of Ronan and Obera, Eric, I was like, yo, Erda? Erda will do it.
I'm still so happy with the thing I got.
It's so fucking good. I love it.
I want to get more from them, but also just from other artists because there's not enough Ronan Obera art.
You have to go to like specifically Fur Affinity for that shit.
Yeah.
You have to go to Fur Affinity. And furry artists can easily be out of one's budget.
Oh, like, yeah, of course.
Yeah, because the furry community is known for being pretty deep pocketed, so it's like, of course, like, yes, get your money. But because of that, it can be hard to find a furry artist that has a level of affordability or at least can take a payment plan. Because that's the thing too. You can always go to an artist and be like, hey, so these are your prices. Do you offer payment plans? Don't be shy about that because at the end of the day, like, most artists understand that not everybody can drop 300, 400 just right in one sitting.
Yeah.
And a payment plan can be, you know, optimal for that. Just also know that maybe because of that, an artist might put you at the bottom of the list until that invoice is paid off. And I don't blame them for that either. It's so easy for artists to get scammed. Worst they can say is no. Exactly. Yeah. The worst they can say is no.
Okay, I finally checked the stream chat. Yeah, that'd be fun.
No, yeah. Find something you just didn't like.
Let me see.
Yeah, so.
Oh yeah, the magnet thing. Yeah, no, the stream chat. Yeah.
I would love to see someone's take on fucking Cadmus and the crew, especially Cadmus because he made a fucking star stuff, and then everyone else like a sculpted god man. This fucking crazy fish lady. Dimple being over there with mushrooms sticking out of her nose.
Yeah.
When I imagine Dimple art, I definitely imagine her holding like a bunch of mushrooms.
And then the other fish wife.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fish wives.
I feel so bad that I've just not been able to finish like art of Dimple, like, because I know what I want her to look like, but it's just doing it and getting it to look like, because that's another thing about being really picky about art. You then become your own worst enemy in getting art done, because if it doesn't look like how you want it, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, it's so hard to get out of that headspace at times.
I've also been considering what to do with all the Theros recordings. I might have something to talk to Nico about later.
That 4'10" bane of Anthony's existence.
Fucking.
When an artist I want to...
I wish... I need to build a map. I need to get down to actually being able to construct a fucking map, because you have crazy jumping agility and you're a Dex character. You can literally hop around the fucking field like a goddamn...
Skipping and flipping and dipping and skipping and flipping and dipping.
I also can do these things.
Easily. It is by default. Satyrs are good at that.
Yeah, they just have a racial trait that's like, I can jump real good.
Literally have the racial trait where you just have you get the feet for that shit, you're like untouchable. You can go anywhere the fuck you want. And when you're ranged, you have advantage on height things. You get better angles than people have.
It's good shit, man. Freaking.
And you gotta jump around more.
I'm not terribly mobile, but wait until we get to the water temple.
Hell yeah.
Ah, you joke. You fucking, you're asking for it now, but you ain't happy. You're not gonna be happy.
It's fine. Just take mounted combatant and
Yeah.
fucking hop on Cadmus's back.
Just take underwater marauder and mountain combatant. You'll be.
But yeah, no, I want to do Dimple right when I design her, and it's just I've been kind of like really hitting. I've been really fucking hitting the walls there. I have only commed one artist before, and it was Matemi. Matemi is so good, but Matemi got a bit out of...
I had so much fun with that flavor of bitch thinks she knows how to ride when she sure as fuck don't.
Is Lynn and Zelda what water temple? We're not talking about Zelda in that aspect, Cerberus. We're talking about a private game, so no worries about it.
A private game is like public in the sense of releasing audio recordings that we have of it, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what else. Gotta figure some stuff out. But at any rate.
I love Matemi. Matemi just kind of... What's going on here? Oh.
Also, I just got the word. The transfer is complete, so I just gotta put this thing back together and do the factory reset, and then I'll have all my stuff back after.
Woo!
Oh god, I have to... I just got something that like... I need to... Well, I'm gonna be ending stream really shortly anyway, because we've been going for about 7 hours, and we've it's time for chill. I'm hungry as fuck. I haven't eaten since the start of stream.
You probably
but I did have a lot of fun with everybody today. Thank you for hearing us go into so many tangents, one after another. I'm definitely saving the spot and stuffing it because I love it so much. I love chats and games and times like this. This is why I love my Sunday streams. And it makes me so fucking happy to see you guys also be here. Like, I normally don't like to call up the number, but there's 23 people here just listening to me fucking tangent about my characters and my life and my dumb shit. Like, I'm sorry. I fucking love it. You guys are awesome. But it is time for us to head out. And I know exactly who we're going to fucking raid, because it is a fucking... They be non-binary fine's fucking birthday. It is Tia's birthday. We are going to be raiding one Tia Singer. They are currently having a birthday event of some sort. I don't know, but we're gonna fucking check them out. So fucking, I don't care what the raid message is, but it better be along the lines of happy fucking birthday. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I think we're just gonna do some chill vibes in Zelda, because I can't think of anything to play tomorrow aside from Zelda. So I think that's what we're gonna be doing. Just some chill vibes, Zelda before Zelda. Depending on if we have Zelda, because I have no idea. But I hope you all have a wonderful night, a wonderful day. I will see you all later. Goodbye, everybody. Mwah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Maybe one day I'll...